to the Oceanic League. We're in play day 6, but we've only got 2 more play days to secure the rest of the teams for the Oceanic League GSL format. I'm Antic, joining me 2 incredible analysts to run us through today, and I am going to label it, it's D-Day for all of these teams. There is one win that will secure, I think there's 3 teams there, GSL spot, Mandy, but things could very well go awry.
Yeah, exactly. Upset seems to be the name of the stage so far. I think Dev at the moment is the most in predictions, and even he's barely got over 60%, right? So yeah, I feel like yes, even though statistically teams should be able to lock themselves into that top 6, you don't know. Things could definitely go awry, and I feel like, as Jake was talking to me earlier about this on the couch, it could definitely come down to the last play day for that elimination match.
Yeah, playoffs are going to be very hectic once we get to BO3s. BO1s have been scary enough, let alone the fact that these teams have been so damn competitive. Now, the way it works, just for all of you that are clear at home, nothing's locked in outside of Team Bliss making it through to the playoffs at the moment, but the way it works, the top 2 teams from next week, play day 7, the top 2 teams will go straight through to the semi-final. That's why it says bye there. And then, of course, the remaining 4 teams of the top 6 will go through to the quarterfinals, where every single team will be playing BO3s to find out who will be going to the Manchester Major. Speaking of the Manchester Major, Dev Marta, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Well, I don't know why you would link those 2 things together.
I don't know. I don't know why I do that.
I should be so lucky, Rob. But yes, of course, the major is what everyone has set their sights on. And realistically, for Bliss, it's like not making the major is an absolute failure.
Yeah.
For anyone else, it's a goal, an ambitious goal, though. Even for teams like Odium, who have outperformed massively this stage. And I think if there is any single story to point out of a team exceeding expectations, it's got to be Odium. These guys have gone nuts. Like, as you can see, the only team on double digits aside from Bliss. And it's funny because the context of that is essentially their 2 arguable best players left for Man Esports, when the 2 best Man Esports players left to Antic. And look at Antic, all the way down on the verge of not even making playoffs, currently tied for points with a team that went 0-14 in rounds on their first 2 matches. So yeah, there's been some crazy shakeups. One of the best teams from last year in Kelton's Knights is yet to even find a point. Yeah. So I'm excited to see that 2024 is very different. 2023, throw that out the window. The only thing that's stayed the same is that Bliss is really good. Even then, they're not unchallenged.
No, they are not. Odium, they're the only team to actually be able to take consecutive points off of Bliss in any given stage over the last 2 years. That is actually pretty bizarre and crazy to say. Let's go ahead and have a look at how tonight will play out. That's right, we've got a schedule coming your way. 4 matches, and really it's the last match of the day that I think we've all pinned as match of the day. It is what we expected to be quite a fight for second place. Now it's just Antic's redemption.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, the point difference between 2 and 7 is like 4 points or something ridiculous like that, right? So even though it is 2 versus 7th place at the moment, according to the standings, the numbers are still pretty tight even then. Antic, they have a chance to try and escape that elimination phase that they could be under threat in, being in that 7th place position. But they need to take down Odium. And Odium have looked extremely good, especially off the back of that near win against Team Bliss.
Yeah, that was, I mean, scary for Bliss. A warning sign, no doubt, heading into the playoffs, Dev. But still, we've got a fair bit to get through with Panic, you know. But are they consistent enough? We've seen them in 3 matches now go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the region. They go up against Kelton's Knights. What's your pass mark for this, for a successful game against Kelton?
With the current context of how Kelton's Knights have gone, I think that anything other than a 3-point win here is a disappointment for Panic. And that might sound like a hot take. And to be honest, like in the first play day, I picked Panic over, I believe it was Man LFO, I can't remember exactly. They did get one big upset win. And that was a surprise to everyone. But now they're consistently doing it. They're consistently springing them together. And it means that we've had to change the whole context of how we view this team. Like, they're no longer just the outlier, the one team that wasn't in this league last year, aside from 6T, which kind of has an asterisk because they're full of veterans. Like, Panic are not just the new kids on the block. They're actually contesting here, and Keltons really have not contested in a single game that they have played. So I think Panic need that full win. And there are a lot of stakes for all of these different games, which I'm sure we'll dive deeper into for the specific matches, but it just means that there's no dead games here.
No, there's not. And, you know, just to double down on your point about that panic. There's only been one blemish on their entire record so far, which was the 7-0 that they lost against Antic. Apart from that, every other game they've either won or the 5-7 against Man LFO, who now we're kind of considering in that discussion for, top 2. It really is starting to shape up quite nicely. But we have something we need to focus in on. That's our first game of the night. 6 targets take on Team Bliss. This one is going to be, I don't want to say a scary prospect, Dev, but 6 targets have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, they do. And 6 targets have had some good results and some quite poor results. But starting to talk about Team Bliss, like these guys have been consistent. Now, there has been a bit of a phrase going around globally at the moment about the post-SI slump. All the teams that have gone to 6 Invitational have had good and bad moments globally across every region. And Bliss have kind of been in a bit of an exception to that. I know they themselves have still been extremely modest about their abilities, but we only ever really saw that come to fruition in the game yesterday against Odium. Aside from that, it's been like 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, and 7-4. Like their closest game before yesterday was a 7-4 against Antic, which to be frank is not a particularly close game. Yesterday though, especially after the Odium match, these guys came out on Twitter. They said those guys pushed us really hard. And we spoke to Oda in the interview. That's a massive learning experience for them. You need to be pushed. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to really flex your muscles and actually learn to overcome. So I think for them, playing Border, a map that they historically love but no one usually plays them on, was a great experience for them. I personally expected a club or a chalet. It shows that these guys are keeping their map pool fresh, they're keeping it up to date, and they're not letting old maps that they used to be good at and are no longer playing become complacent.
No, adversity really does start to shape and mold teams, and I think that's where Team Bliss have come from, man. They came from adversity, right? They came from the storyline of they cannot win a best of 3, right? That was way back in 2020, 2021. They've evolved away from that so far to the point where no team really is able to even get within touching distance. So it's always nice to have that reality check.
Yeah, exactly. If you're top 8 in the world, you're coming back into your OCE League. It's a big adjustment. Yeah. For Team Bliss coming back, it's a very different brand of Rainbow Six that OCE will play. It's no longer about this like specific tech that you're counter-stratting teams for because you can predict the bracket of the BO3s and how it's going to go, who you're playing against. It's, looking at the game again in a more macro sense, being good at the fundamentals once again, waiting for these OCE teams to characteristically play quite slow and actually, lean into that, especially in that macro decision making. And to me, that's a massive adjustment for a team that's just come back internationally. I think it showed a lot in the game yesterday against Odium.
Well, the team they're going toe-to-toe with is, they're notorious. That's what I'll say. They're not Conor McGregor. I'm just going to lay that out there right now. They might talk like him, but will they pack a punch? I don't know, Dev. This is I would say for 6 targets, this is obviously a game that they could have a decent run at. But what are the realistic chances?
It's very hard to say because I would actually pin 6 targets down as the most inconsistent team in this league. I would even say that over Circular Spheres because I think with CS you can clearly look at them and say it was just the first 2 play days were a miss. Yep. Whereas for these guys, their first play day they played Odium and lost 7-4. That was a surprise at the time because we had high expectations for these guys and we didn't appreciate how good Odium were. Their second play day they lost to Panic. The guys that were meant to be like out of nowhere, and that was Panic's first big proving ground, big win, but that was still a 7-8. And 6 targets since then. They've beaten Antic, who were promised to be the second best team in the league, and they also had a really convincing win over Kelton's Knights, but they also had another blemish in between those 2 matches, which was getting 7-0'd by Circular Spheres. So it really depends on which 6 targets rocks up on the day, because on their day, they actually do look like one of the best teams in the league, and Oda even said in the interview yesterday that 6 targets is some of the best practice that you can get in this region, and I hope that they can convert that when game day comes around.
Look, they are a team that realistically, again, when they're on, right? And I think it's really it's important to actually bring up Kaken's comments as well from last night, which is they really weren't settled in that first play day. We'd had Specker completely missing for 2 months because he decided to go snowboarding at the start of the year. How dare you? Us. But, it really has started to mold together a little bit better. Good enough for Bliss? Am I stretching here?
No, I don't think so. I think for 6T, like, they look like they're taking the game really seriously, which is like a very positive sign. They're a team that look like they want to learn new things, which is also like pretty different in my opinion to a lot of the rest of the teams there. But I think the biggest thing that Kelton pointed out that they were struggling with was the adjustment away from Zethi back to Specca, right?
Yeah.
You can see it in their last couple games. 6T are really lacking that strong front line that I think a lot of the OCE teams have got right now, and not having like a solid entry that's a sharp shot, is reliable, that type of thing, it can be really hard to revolve strats around not having a player like that, I think. And Specca coming back into it, like, you know, that guy's alright at the game, yeah? But is he the most solid Ashe main in the world? Probably not, right? And that means that you've got to have players like Specca on Carly, who's like walking and killing people with the secondary and stuff, you know? It just feels like a lot of that early game and that front line, they're missing now, and it's not super solid. And I think the adjustment back for them has been really hard because, yeah, ultimately a lot of these guys are like supportive mid-round players.
Well, one thing that we always talk about are the leaders of each team, and, well, Fisho has made his name well and truly known, whereas Tex has been missing for a year. But Dev, even then, he's walked back into this like nothing's ever been missing.
Yeah, it's funny, just to piggyback off the whole frontline point, Tex has actually been a great frontline player, but he's also the team captain and IGL of this team, and that is quite a hard dynamic. Like, we've seen throughout periods of Rainbow Six history, we've seen entries be IGLs, but it's by far and away the minority of leadership styles in this game, and Fisho Guy is a perfect example of a backline support player who plays that leadership role well. Tex, on the other hand, as we've said, he's a frontline player. He's a very good frontline player. You can see his KD is actually really insane, especially considering he's also taking up that leadership role. Lower cost says that a lot of these rounds, though, he might get picked early, and he's actually not being able to have as much impact on the fragging capability. But another fun fact about these two is way back in 2019, they were teammates in the Australian Pro League in a good old team called Team Sinister at the time. And yeah, it's just amazing to think that going to head-to-head in the server today after Bliss have gone and been top 8 at 6 Invitational, and Tex has gone over to Fnatic and come back home again.
Yep.
It's just amazing the amount of history buried beneath everything that we're seeing today.
The last time these two teams would have versed each other in an official sense, like outside of any you know midway tournaments or anything, I mean, that would have to be 3 or 4 years ago now.
Well, yeah, even the old Order roster, which is kind of what 6 Targets is trying to emulate, like, Tex was never a part of that.
No.
So, you know, I think Tex, since he graduated and left for Fnatic, he probably hasn't played Fisho in an official yet.
I love that. I love that. Old guns coming back to the server. And I mean, that's really the story for 6 Targets, that literally a bunch of old heads returning back to the game in a state where OCE sorely needs leaders. And I can't understate that enough. The region right now is undergoing, over the last year, has undergone quite a transformation from the old guard that we had back in APAC South to now
Young Gunners.
The young gunners, the up-and-comers.
The
Karmas. The Karmas of the group. And it really has left a void that many have lacked to pick up. So I'm very excited to see these players, these teams come back to the region. And I think it goes to speak volumes when you speak to someone like Oda, who has been pracking against the best teams for the last 4 or 5 years, and he comes in and says 6 Targets are one of the best teams, one of only 2 good teams to prac right now. That goes to show that their mentality's in the right place. So hopefully, as you said earlier, Dev, hopefully that does start to translate into the server, because I truly do believe if 6 Targets keep at it, it will change the conversation. But speaking about changing the conversation, we do have map vetoes to get to. Now, have either of you, I'm actually just going to throw this out, have either of you gone Theorycraft for me?
Go on.
No,
Do you want to go?
No,
My
no.
theory craft on these guys is that I think 6 Targets are one of the more unconventional teams when it comes to maps. So as it looks like, I think it's probably going to be Club again. But like the way that Bliss have banned this out, in my opinion, is pretty interesting, I think. Like, to me, these guys are frequent scrim partners, right? Yeah, they play each other all the time. And so for 6T, it's going to be really hard for them to bring out something out of pocket through this veto, and something that they're really strong at, and something that's unique to their strengths, right? So I think, I think unfortunately for these guys losing out in the veto, probably, I would say, probably not able to bring out something that they're uniquely good on.
That's
I don't know what you think, Dev, here, but I would say 6T have probably got the more interesting of the map pools amongst the 8 teams we've got.
Yeah, I just think Bliss have such a strong map pool, which means it's frustrating to play against them. For example, 6T banned Border, and that's historically a good map for Bliss, but they were recently untested on, and I thought it was great from Odium to go to it yesterday. And maybe if 6T were a little bit more confident on Border, they would have considered going there, but clearly, you know, it's not a map that they're too interested in playing, especially after they got 7-0'd on it by Circular Spheres. So it's an interesting kind of flip for them, because they obviously also beat Antic on that map quite convincingly. Yeah, just Bliss have just such a strong map pool in the end. You don't want to play them on Bank, you don't want to play them on Border, you don't want to play them on Chalet, which is another map that 6T have played a bunch of. It's got to be Clubhouse, that's the obvious overlap for these two teams. Yep. And 6 Targets recently had a very good win, 7-3 over Kelton's Knights on this map, but also at the start of the season lost to Odium. So yeah, it's just a matter of which 6 Targets rocks up on the day. They can be good at this map. Can they be good enough to beat Bliss remains to be seen.
Now, this is one of the most defender-sided maps we've got at the moment. So if 6 Targets do indeed start on defense, we at least get to see 6 rounds.
I'm pretty sure we will not see, because typically it's the icon on the map is for the other team. At least that's what I have noticed with the graphics so far.
Well, I mean, if Team Bliss are last ban, that means 6T side, which means...
I think 6 Targets have started on defense.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. We love that for them.
Yes, that is absolutely incredible, because now it makes this game a little bit more interesting. It's got some more legs in it.
Ayo.
No?
Well,
I don't like it when you give me
Ayo.
You know, Bliss, they're kind of a good team, right? Do you want to guess? Yeah, Team Bliss are pretty good. Do you want to guess their attack win percentage on Clubhouse in the last year?
I'm going to say something absurd, like 70 or 80%.
Yeah, you ruined my point because you went too far, but 59%. That isn't, that's like that. You're expecting a 4-2 half on your attack. That is pretty gnarly, and no team in their right mind would be expecting more than 3 rounds of attack on Clubhouse, unless if it's a very one-sided game, which I don't think this will be. But it's just a testament to how good Bliss are on their attack, how good they are on this map. And yeah, this is going to be an insanely hard game. In fact, in the last year, Bliss have won this 11 times and only lost it 4 times. So this is not just like a map that they've recently added to their pool. They love this map. They're really good on it. And they've got great form. They 7-1 Keltons the other day. So I don't think this is going to be easy in any way, shape or form for 6 Targets, but I expect a good show regardless.
Now, this is actually an incredibly important game for both of these teams, because Team Bliss need to hypothetically win this game to absolutely lock in top 2. But even more than that, 6 Targets really need this win to ensure that they are away from the bottom of the herd, because right now you've got 4 teams fighting for that 5th, 6th spot. It's going to get really, really hectic. So 6 Targets, this is I want to say a near impossible task, but they need to take points away from this game, and they're going up against the giants of O's. But it is time for us to go to a break. When we come back, we kickstart Playday 6.
Game is working. We're all good to get into our first match. Team Bliss, 6 targets. Apologies for the delay, but underway we go. And heading into Clubhouse Scuzz for match 1 of the night here for Playday 6 of the Oceania League. For 6 targets, it's a daunting task whenever you go up against the local heavyweights. But yesterday we saw the local heavyweights, they can bleed a little bit.
That was Odium, second place at the time. 6 targets, probably not quite at that particular level in this matchup, but they are starting defense. So an opportunity to mount rounds, and rounds actually could be quite important in the context of this match for a league which is shaping up to be extremely, extremely close. There's likely to be a lot of tiebreakers throughout the standings. 6 targets at the moment have a relatively favourable round diff at -3, but they probably don't want that to blow out too much more in this matchup. So defense gives them an opportunity to diminish the chances of that in this game. But of course, that won't be at the forefront of their minds. They'll be going in with the expectation or the hope that they can get a win across the line. As mentioned on the desk, though, by James, Team Bliss have quite a strong attacking win rate, almost at 60% on this map. So a 4-2 half for Bliss is their benchmark. Fans have played out as we joined midway through. It is the Ying and the Mav on the attacking side, so that will limit some of the hard breach potential, especially top floor. Tubarao also banned out, interestingly enough, which will alleviate pressure on the remaining hard breach. Kaid also out, which will make downstairs a little bit tricky to bunker down on, and so teams will likely employ a run.
Yeah, I saw a little comment there as well. I believe it was Specker, could be wrong, but he is always the loudest inside of the server when 6 targets are amongst the teams. The fact that the Solus was left up, which is something that Team Bliss typically ban. So this time around, they've decided to go for the Tubarao instead, which Tex will immediately get onto that Solus.
I would love to know the last time Bliss did not ban Solus in an official, because they were doing it at SI as well, right?
Yep.
It could be a really, really long time. Wow, that's
why I brought it up. Hey, they don't pay me the big bucks for no reason.
No, that's a very phenomenal point. And Team Bliss yesterday on border, again with the Solus ban, still at times had issues with their drone economy. So it's going to be super intriguing to see how that plays out in this match, because they're so reliant on info. And with these roams being employed, we'll see how valuable that is. 2 spotted behind bar. That's Oda. He's lurking currently over towards pool table.
Is it 2 spotted in bar? Now it is. Oh, that's an aggressive swing, though. Seriously, Oda had no idea that Textor was going to commit that much in towards games. That's an easy kill. Okay, good start. I mean, that's really the way you want to play, though. If you're 6 targets on the defense club, you want to be aggressive. You know that Bliss are going to get quick entry and map control as soon as they possibly can. They're not going to loiter outside. They're going to drone you out. They're going to clear out these positions, get themselves good, first floor control. And such is the case in terms of default siege. You get that kill, straight back to the basement. 5 on site, very difficult to clear. Venom can do it, though. Certainly Bliss, even as the 4 without Oda. You've only lost the Ash, not impossible. And no mirror on the board anyway. I think a lot of emphasis will certainly be on the likes of Brendo, who brings the best utility moving forward for the remainder of this round with that Kawan Hive launcher. Sage, his brother, has now also been eliminated. Sledge taken off the board. Great start for 6 targets. First the roam up above, then the util too with the Nitrocell kill. Just over 60 seconds remaining. Brendo making his way through Secret towards blue. Little run across as well. So far, all the little mini obstacles going the way of 6 targets.
3v5 though, so don't put a line through Team Bliss just yet. They had multiple comebacks from similar positions last night against Odium on border. And they still have U2 to flush out the likes of blue. If Brendo can be put in a position here to maybe make a play, he will advance forward. If he unlocks this with the pinch from Wettables off the side, it could be interesting.
That's a great reposition from Nico.
Well, Nico gets the kill with an Eco angle, and it could be a flawless first round here from 6T.
Yeah, it should be. Wettables will get 1 or 2. That's just the nature of Wet. He's that good, but I mean, a really well worked round from 6 targets. Across the board, loved the mainstairs control initially at the start, in towards bar. They got themselves early position. Oda aggressive, thought he could swing from pool. No camera for Oda. Now, he's got to get that on quick sharp or it'll be a fine. Come on.
You reckon he's fixed his hair yet?
He definitely hasn't. We saw him less than 24 hours ago. Good round, though, for 6 targets. Now, this is the thing, though. We talk about Bliss and their attacking win rate, even on Clubhouse. But it is also still Clubhouse defense. 6 targets themselves, these guys, for those unfamiliar, I mean, you really shouldn't be too unfamiliar. Taxman from Fnatic, Specker and Bailey and Nico, the old Order roster from the days gone by, Kelton, one of the top players in this region. This is the kind of map that they've played over and over and over and over again. They know the defaults, they understand how to play Clubhouse, the strengths and the win conditions and where they can find maybe avenues to get one up against Team Bliss. The big thing will be Cash and CCTV, and unironically, that's where we actually head to for the second round. Not opting to go to Gym Bedroom, instead going straight to the tertiary site. This is going to be, I think, the one of the more curious rounds here for Six Targets. How do they want to play this? Will it be a Rafters stack? We saw yesterday, double stack Rafters got completely overwhelmed by a con push, so you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket.
And again, just quickly back to that ban discussion, I had to look through.
No Maverick, by the way, so...
Yeah, I had to look through the archives in terms of that Solace ban statistic, and the last time Bliss did not ban Solace, it was a 2-brow ban on Bank against X-Mammoth in the campaign grand final. Okay. In the semi-finals against CS, they also banned out the 2-brow back-to-back. But again, throughout the entirety of Six Invitational and the entirety of this stage for OCE, it's been Solace all the way for them. It's probably really going to be most impactful again on that basement site, especially if Six Targets employ roams.
Look how fast this is, though, with the live trade from Oda through Bar.
Yeah.
Now, he tried to self-drain himself last time and lost his life. This time gets a bit of a helping hand, makes it a bit quicker.
Oh, Bandit Trick has been countered there, so good work from the Zofia below. And Bailey late to pressure.
Yeah, but position not necessarily known. He could still be good for one later in this round. Great start, though, for Team Bliss. Mentioned the Bandit employed no Maverick available, but other ways to deal with it. And certainly on Cash and CCTV, I mean, as good as Bandit can be, and as much as we do typically see the Mav trick, yeah, very easy to get that lounge control and deal from it from below. I'm a bit curious there for Six Targets if they actually had any kind of lounge pressure. You mentioned Bailey, a bit slow. He was actually quite deep. Can't imagine he was the only one. Okay, this is interesting. Counter the Claymore. Oh, just swing and kill. The timing on that one, I mean, really good thinking. Just unfortunately, the timing doesn't work for Bailey. 2 attacking start kill for Bliss. They're up 5 versus 3. They got the repel. There's a swing coming from Red. Nicely done from Specker. And I think at that point, had to go for broke. Risk versus reward factor. Either double down, triple down, or lose the round. 4 versus 3 now with over a minute remaining. And Six Targets look a little bit better now.
Yeah, Ash charge down below to clear util on the con wall. That's followed up with Salma charge from Fish. And a couple of plant and win condition opportunities now open up for Team Bliss. Kelton still has 3 gas babes available on the smoke, the first of which will now be deployed, and that can stall out this push for a little while longer. Oda's still a lurk threat, could go top red, could play breach. Well, he does find one top red. Specker exposes himself. Wettables in the meantime also finds Kelton, and now Nico left all alone in the 1 versus 4. Plenty of time for Bliss. It's a good swing from Wet.
Oda.
Much cleaner from Team Bliss.
Yeah, I mean, the Bandit trick doesn't work. You have to pretty much employ it, though, because the Mavericks banned out. If you're going to do that, though, you've got to have some lounge presence down below. I think Bailey with the lurk, just a little too late coming in through Secret. Needed to... I mean, if he's the one... I don't even know if he needs to be the one to really challenge that. But either way, Six Targets losing far too many members too easily. And Team Bliss will very much take the tertiary site of Cash and CCTV. That was the site I was a little bit worried about for Six Targets, losing it, yeah, quite convincingly. Now over to Gym Bedroom. Not quite into the must-win territory, but certainly a big win condition if you're going to do well defensively on Clubhouse. Must-win Gym Bedroom, must-win Basement. Those are the 2 primary sites that we typically see. Little extension over towards Cash and probably a top red rotate. Mirror window being employed as well. Bathroom in towards Jacuzzi Wall. So pretty standard setup right now from Six Targets defensively. Once again employing the Solars, which is available.
Yeah, we have a little bit more data on Clubhouse now to go off as well. Total of 6 plays, 19 rounds over on Cash CCTV, and it continues to lag behind the other objectives by quite some margin. Both Basement and Master Gym, where we're at the moment, share a 67% win rate to defense, whereas Cash CCTV on 42. So if Six Targets are just able to win those 2 primary sites, that will still put them ahead of Bliss in the long run based on the own benchmark they set for themselves, which was that 59% number touched on by Dev. And has set the expectation that for Bliss, if they want to play at the standard they've set, it should be a 4-2 half in favor of attack. So we'll see how they go about unlocking this particular objective. Things kicking off over towards CCTV. Monty in play, impact trick on the wall. Doesn't quite land though, and Kelton now under quite a bit of pressure already.
Yeah, and also those impacts going to be far more useful up against the Monty later in the round. Instead, tried to trick the wall, which is really just to delay the inevitable anyway. So I think wasted utility for what could have been used against Fisher later in the round, either from down below or even more so directly at the Montang. That's a peek from Cake and inside of Con, getting aggressive here for 6 targets. Monty coming through the doorway to his left-hand side. Pistol out for Fisher. And then back in. A little bit of intel towards logistics. But so far, early cash sweep across for Bliss that has been successful.
Well, that's bold.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Bailey coming in quite late here with this mirror window, and it does get shot down, rightfully so. He can, well, actually, he gets shot off of it. Now he can put it back if he wants. But yeah, very risky. And Fisher guy even just getting a peek into sight. Bailey will get punished for this. Very confusing.
Yeah, that's not the play. They're trying to respond to this pressure from Bliss. They just don't have the systems to do it. Nitro down below will be a decent bait once they
What are you saving that, though, for? I mean, you could have easily just placed that window in the earlier portion of the round.
Yeah.
Where's another? The only time you would bank it is if you've got a thought as to where are they going to push from, and then we want to move it across instead of placing it early. But I can't imagine where else you would have maybe put it into. Maybe stash in towards bedroom, but there's one was placed bathroom. Either way, under a minute remaining. And that really has put a hole in the defense for 6 targets. Now another one falls. That's Kelton on the Azami, who was under quite a lot of threat initially over towards that con side push, courtesy of Bliss, who have just completely taken control. Balcony and con. But Nico steps up with a nice double kill. Was eventually traded by Sage, numbers still with Bliss. And even that push from Specker through Stash, unsuccessful. Text down below is a bit of a win condition on the Solus. Does get the kill on to Sage. Now mind you, on the Solus, can spot that diffuser once it starts getting planted. He does use one of his impacts. But this though, Fisher takes the time, knowing his bot main, to actually stick it just outside of Stash. Information, sound cue off the barbed wire. And now the Montang to deal with, pushing towards Jacuzzi wall. I'm not sure what Brendo's doing momentarily. Just ran towards him. I think they wanted to get the pinch with the Montang pushing him from behind. And they do so successfully. Bliss will get their second round.
Yeah, unfortunate there for 6 targets. Team Bliss doing a really good job to get very swift control into that CCTV position. The Monty then forcing the likes of Kelton back. Bailey rotated, tried to play reactively with that mirror window, but he had to have somebody in support. Otherwise, it's a very notable sound cue and visual cue to give away to Team Bliss. Simple as just spraying through the soft wall at knee height. That gave them the opening pick pretty much for free. They did an okay job towards the very late round to actually win a couple of picks, go their way. Maybe if they didn't lose that first initial pick for free, then this Solus could have been more impactful down below, or at least would have forced that plant down in the Brick's position. Somebody else could have been there to deny, or at least take down Brendo. But unfortunate for Tex, left in that 1 versus 2. Very difficult trade to make happen. And again, well played by Fish, played his role excellently in that round. Team Bliss following, again, that expectation of a 60% win rate here. Attack defense, though, for 6 targets was strong on basement last time with that Solus.
I mean, look, this is also really showing why Bliss probably ban out the Solus, or at least aren't used to dealing with the Solus. But you're losing 4 drones in the prep phase. I mean, that's, yeah, quite poor for a team of their caliber. I mean, to be fair, Tex hunting quite vigorously. But I guess it's a part and parcel as to maybe not quite being as used to it. You ban it out for a reason. You know, half your drone economy is just essentially gone before you even get to start the round. Basement side as well, you want to find as much information, but then more importantly, you want to clear above, knowing full well the last time out here on Church Arsenal, 6 targets had good presence towards bar, around main stairs. You need to make sure they're not lurking. How aggressive is that Solus going to be as well for Tex? Is it just a matter of playing the lurk role or get the drones and fall back? Right now, kind of mid main stairs with Nico as well. Might just fall back.
Ready to breach. Electrosensor on. Mine activated. Into the light.
Yeah, interesting from 6 targets, not over-committing to the roam. And interestingly, not even finding more drones during the action phase. It was all during prep phase. But maybe just sensing that they, again, not wanting to give away that entry for free, which is understandable. Does give relatively free control for Bliss. They'll be able to set up the remaining 6 drones in positions to watch the flank and then garner information forward facing. Blue hatch open. Bailey will likely respond with that mirror window in pocket and place that down facing into Gen. but there's a lot of flush out util here from Bliss, namely that Capitao and Grim combo, which will make that gen hold very, very tricky in the late round.
2 Nitrocells available for 6 targets as the kitchen hatch is going to get opened up successfully. I saw Dirk get Rio'd off, or at least there was a bit of pressure there from 6 targets. Not sure if Bliss will actually go for a dirt push or not. Oh. Pressure through kitchen floorboards. Oh, that's a freebie. Yeah, Sage will always punish that. As soon as he saw that first bit of pressure through the doorway position, he knows they're looking at the floorboard, they're down below directly. He's ready for it, gun in hand, looks down, easy kill. Tex as well in the Solus. He's done a good job at least in getting rid of drones. Oda towards bot main. And yeah, Dirt was Rio'd off. Oda's getting very aggressive here. Wettable shot through the stock hatch. They want to go for a bit of a blue push here off the back of the Grim. Hive launcher utilized. Only 30 seconds left in this round. To be fair, very winnable here for 6 targets, even despite being a player down. Brenno's taking some damage, trying to play off all of these Bs. Oh, lovely swing from Wettable. It's off the back of that red ping information. There's another one to follow as well. In through Church, though. Nice kill from Kelton. Brenno able to get the kill onto Bailey, while Fisho plants. Maybe a moment here for 6T. Kelton does take that moment, and Fisho will fall down to just Sage and Oda. But also, only one remaining for 6 targets. It's Kelton through Moto, one towards bot main. He throws out the impact. That goes flying past the shoulder of Oda, who's tucked in close left. Another impact used, but watching from above is Sage, and Bliss will find their 3rd attacking round.
Yeah, not many mistakes being made there from Team Bliss in that particular round. Really good vert play from Sage to pluck the early
Has he got an
kick.
actual issue?
Tex trying his hardest to get a kill in towards that kitchen doorway position. Didn't land the shot, then punished. And then Sage in late round cleaning that up. Elsewhere, the blue play from Bliss was also quite clean. They laid the util nicely with the Grim Bees. There's that Sage pick early on. And then back to that blue hole. The Bees from Brendo were on point. The flashes from Wet here.
Look at this.
Follow-up drop.
It's on a 360 drop down.
Yeah.
Just casually in Pro League. And this is really nice hold as well. Yeah, I had the vert. And in that moment as well, Oda just very patient, held his position, trusted in his teammate to be watching from above, knowing full well that, you know, he was pretty safe. It's not like those impacts can curve around and get tucked into the left side, so he knew he was quite safe. 3-1. 2 rounds still to go in this half. Obviously, we saw James mention on the desk that, you know, close to 60%, what was it, 59% attacker win rate on this map for Team Bliss. So, showing that right now. And you would imagine, and very likely think that Team Bliss will continue this into the second half on their own defense, where they will be very difficult to break down. 6 targets must win these next 2 rounds, really. Back over to Cash and CCTV. Tertiary site. Not a massive change up from 6T. Kelton onto the smoke, though.
Oh,
Little change up, and they've given up on the Bandit.
Yeah, they've given up on the Bandit, so opening up these walls will be very straightforward, even if they are muted off. Wettables has impact EMPs. If you want to place the exothermic charge in the middle of the wall, or place it high, either or, doesn't really matter. And early pressure now already in towards Garage.
He should be dead. He's down. Should be known as well, and was eventually finished off. So double stack rafters is very interesting, knowing that Kennel's wall is going to get opened up very early on. Plugs the hole, Nico to make the cross, but no, there's another hole there still watching. You can plug one hole, but not both. I mean, the round is essentially over from here, unless Tex, Bailey, and Kelton can do something quite miraculous, because Bliss have already got site control. They've cleared out rafters and garage. They've already opened up main breach. Everything pointing to a Bliss round win, barring something crazy. Tex is maybe trying to see if he can find that on the other side of the map, with a peek over towards the backside of garage. This is interesting from down below in Bar. Tex trying to maybe create a nice little vertical lineup above. Just under 90 seconds remaining. Still a couple of gas babes available for Kelton. All 3 still in the back pocket. Nitrocell and Impact, so utility there. 4-6 targets. Just need to get a bit fortunate here. Just feel like Tex is forcing it. He gives away his position.
He's droning. He needs to scan. He's droning outside. He could have jumped out, but he didn't rescan.
He doesn't know. I mean, we know. He doesn't. Chance, and he hits it. Nice kill on Fisho. Kelton also doubles down with the SMG-11. He knows there is one out here. Tex At this point, you don't need a peek. You've gotten the kills back, 3 versus 3. Round looks a little bit better now for 6 targets. Now Tex will feel like the time could be to go. Drone spotted down below. Kit has also been spotted over towards Rafters. Nice little back hold towards Couch, top red and con. 4-6 targets.
Nitro.
And Tex can go for the outside swing through the CC window. Only a tag, a small one onto Edibles. Now detected outside. Impact thrown, final one. Still the Nitrocell. Available for Bailey. Could be a difference maker here. Bliss getting one onto the rappel, outside Kennels. It's a double push from Rafters. One makes that cross. That's Edibles with the kit. Tex, not much he can do. Nitrocell still available. Bailey can get into a position, but it doesn't come through. And if it does, it'll be too late. Now thrown. Hits nothing. Nice kill though from Tex. Another headshot in this round. Goes for the close swing. Could be good. They're both low. Easy one onto Oda. Brendo now in a 1 versus 3 on the rappel. Very tricky position even with the plant down. And so low on health. Tex is on the kit, sticking it, and being helped out by Bailey and co. Big round win for 6 targets.
Wow. Wow, very cheeky from Tex in that round. The Solos continues to provide value for 6 targets. He plays outside knowing the full rotation came through. 2 garage, 1 main breach. He could play outside safe, apply that pressure. I will say the Nitro not coming out early there, despite Tex seemingly calling that the plant was coming through, was perhaps a bit of a mistake there from 6 targets, but they collected it nicely in the post. Clean shot from Tex. Oda very low on HP, so it was as easy as Tex just shoulder peeking that. Brendo stranded on the rappel. Very difficult position to salvage for him. So some good work there from 6 targets on the least defender-sided objective here on Clubhouse. Now they get to go back to the equal first of gym and bedroom. Maybe an opportunity to equalize this half and just make things a little bit more intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, I did say they probably need to win the last 2 just for the statistical nature of Clubhouse. Also does kind of feel like though Bliss are on that verge of a 4-2 half like we've kind of anticipated. Gym bedroom though, not easy to take. 6 targets have shown good resilience. Well, Nitrocell, a couple of impacts, bring a deployable shield as well. Frost match placed in towards Jim. I think one thing that 6 targets have actually been good with so far in this match is, I mean, they don't look scared. I mean, they shouldn't. These guys are very seriously experienced and seasoned players. As much as they would respect Bliss, they certainly don't, I don't think, fear them. They look pretty confident. We saw Tex in the plays that he was trying to make over on that con side. That was a big change in the round for 6 targets. 6 and 4. Top fragging at the moment, 4-6T. Kennel's side push at the moment from Bliss. Looking to open up con single wall.
Okay. Tex lurking a long way away off site inside of Gen. So I'm sure the observers will keep a keen eye on that later. Oda pushes forward. He might find himself in a bit of a pickle here. I don't think Oda has really any inkling, and there's no reason to think there's anyone below. This should be a free kill for Tex, surely. Oh, ooh, okay, well, the crosshair was not pre-aimed in the correct position, but nonetheless, a good correction. A free kill for Tex. And with that Ash down, it does fortify these mirror positions quite significantly for the defense.
Yeah, and 90 seconds too, not a lot of time. Bliss are going to have to pick up the pace. We said that with Fisher, goes for the run in melee. Does break that window, so kind of does the job. And has done so pretty cleanly. Rotero thrown in towards Jim. This is the final one too from Brendo. Just wants to maybe try and take out one of those backkeeper barriers in the middle of bedroom. Sage maybe will be looking for a logistics drop, and this, I'm going to be honest, doesn't really look like clinical Bliss right now. All over the place. Is it going to be systematic? I mean, Sage has got information. He's going to play off of this. If he gets this kill, he can do a lot of damage. Oh, he went for the reposition outside. This is an easy kill. What is he shooting at?
He just panicked, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm so confused. It's like he saw something that he... yeah, we don't see that from Sage all that often. Shooting at ghosts. Gave away his position. Bailey does go down eventually. Sage does get that kill, but Wedable's losing his life, and there's the trade from Kelton. knowing that pressure was going to come through logistics. That's a horrible round from Bliss.
Yeah.
Really well done from 6 targets, though, and they get their third.
Yeah, good little rep play at the beginning there from Tex to get that opening pick. As mentioned, fortified some other positions with the Ash util missing. An opportunity, though, to isolate that pick Logi. Team Bliss panicking, seemingly, in that particular position, which is very strange. I would have thought they'd take a moment, breathe, talk about how they wanted to clear that out, then bring it back to the 4v4 would have made things a lot more achievable. Instead, I think try to combine the overload position over towards Jacuzzi, but the Fenrir made that tough. And overall, it just really quite fell apart there for Team Bliss. So that's actually quite a significant win for 6 targets. The team that we had very little expectation on heading into this game to be competitive have drawn out the half, and that is below the standard that Team Bliss have set themselves.
Yeah, I think the expectation really was a 4-2 half to Bliss, so they've beaten that, have 6T. So to their credit, looking good. But, I mean, the nature is, though, that Bliss now are going on to the defense. That's going to be a very different and difficult proposition for 6 targets. Now, if they can start well early on to begin this second half, then our mood might change more so to what we had in terms of our mood yesterday. Potential upset on the cards. But right now it's 3-3, Bliss going on to Fender-sided club. Yeah, it's difficult to get too overly invested into a 6T upset win just yet, just now.
They could be 6-3 up and I'd still be concerned that they can't win it. until I see the 7 rounds in the 6T column, it's very tough because we know Team Bliss just...
That's more to do with Bliss than
exactly.
6T.
Oh, 100%. They just always find that extra gear in every single game.
Yeah. And look, they've earned that respect. This is the thing, right? They've certainly earned it. Logic Bomb used very early. I think earlier the pressure, maybe the better for 6 targets. I mean, you don't want to go probably too gung-ho and go super rapid. Bliss will probably punish that, but... I mean, they get a really good lineup in terms of clearing out any kind of roamers. Tex, well, too busy looking at feet, and Wettables will pop over and shoot him in the head.
Oh, no trade.
Really nicely done from Wettables. And that's the Jackal dealt with. Tell you what, if Tex had just been a couple of seconds a bit sooner, he might have been able to get that ping information off the scanner. Instead, no. Lovely swing from Wet. Nico outside on the balcony. Does need to be careful here. Oh, he does drop nicely. One Logic Bomb still available.
I mean, Spec is in a good position to catch them if they go bot red here. This might work out for 6 targets, depending on how Team Bliss select to rotate back towards objectives. There's 3 offside at the moment.
I don't know who's going to be catching here. Oh, not at this point.
Oh, that was bad timing.
Yeah.
Who's watching it? No one's watching it now.
Well, Bailey's just made his way in with the kit. A couple of players here. Oh, that's a little bit strange for Wettables. Walks straight into the crossfire. Sage finds a double kill, but also 2 for 6 targets. The round is on. The round is certainly on. Bliss have lost a couple of bodies up above, and with this now a 2 versus 2, down to Oda and Brendo. We saw these two specifically yesterday on border clutch up a couple of times for Bliss. They're going to have to do so again.
Oh, good flash.
The cross is perfect with that flash, and the kit has been retrieved. Oda, though, okay. Takes down Spacker and puts it all on Kaken's shoulders. And certainly with that Nitrocell, Oda will finish it off. Okay. Just for a split moment, a little bit of worry creeping into the camp of Bliss, but no. Donated bot Oda that one. That's on me. I'm imagining Spacker just solo pushed and died. Needed to just wait for Nico, play off of each other, play together as a duo. He goes a little early. Oda gets a free kill, 2v1. They know where Nico's rotating from because he got kit on the lounge side. Timeout from targets. 4-3 lead for Bliss, and they do subvert what would have been a very worrying start to the half. Had they lost that round, an early attacking round for 6 targets would have put them in a really good position to just nudge them along to that upset tier. But for now, Bliss looking in control again.
I mean, outside of the Jackal of Tex getting caught off early, the attack was relatively clean. The way in which they caught Team Bliss on the rotation was quite well done this point of the round here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wettables get super aggressive there. These are kind of plays that Bliss don't really need to make. I think they got really overly aggressive up above, paid the price for it. I mean, that's credit, though, to 6 targets because I think they were forcing that fight. They wanted to force those fights, and they knew that Bliss would be aggressive, hence bringing the Jackal. It was a really well-worked round for both teams. And as soon as Bliss kind of realized, okay, it hasn't quite gone well up above, we'll go back, play sight. Yeah, I mean, Oda, I'm imagining, just beat Spectre in a 1v1 as he kind of lurk pushes towards sight. And over to Cash and CCTV, mirror what we saw from 6 targets in the first half. So instead of going to Gym Bedroom first, they go to the Tertiary. We'll see what Team Bliss are going to cook up here. And the Montank might be employed here from Tex rather than the Kali. I think the Kali might come out for Gym Bedroom. Warning.
Seconds left before insertion.
Grinder.
Are you a grinder?
5 seconds remaining.
I've been grinding lately.
Attacker's
Nice.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
I was going to mention as well.
I think you've been grinding as well with Silex.
I have been grinding with Silex, yeah. Mainly standard though. I'm tired when I get home. I was going to briefly mention as well, shout out to Sprabuni, who has done the calcs in terms of qualification for top 6. And the chance of these teams making it to playoffs. For 6 targets, even if they lose this in regulation, they sit on 67%. Man LFO though, next week, I wouldn't pencil that in as a necessary win for them. That should still be a challenging game. So something to keep in mind. Team Bliss, to reiterate, are already qualified top 6. And pretty much guaranteed for top 2, but...
Oh, Tex gets a kill there with the frag. It's not often that we see frag grenade kills in this day and age of Rainbow Six Siege.
No, good lineup. Maybe facilitated a bit by the previous.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that it's the Bandit as well, I imagine it's just simply... Was it simply just a nade to try and clear out the batteries, but also gets the kill? 2-for-1 special.
Bit of a freebie, really.
Yeah, sometimes
we see super complex layering of util there, whether it be below Zofia or Capital through the window. Simple as a nade that time, though. So not only is it the wall opened up, but that man count advantage now on the weakest defensive site here in OCE. So this is a very important round for 6T to convert.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Kelton yesterday, and he said that his team play like a coin. They flip the coin. Some days they're good, some days they're bad. Right now, I think they've flipped heads, and the heads is good. They're playing some pretty good Siege, taking it right up against Team Bliss. Certainly got themselves into this 8th round to maybe make it 4-4. Spectre with a push through from bedroom side. Can eventually look to open up this column wall with the exothermic charge. So double stack over towards rafters, or there might have been one below. Didn't quite get to see the outline properly, but I think it's... No, it is one below. One garage, one rafters. And it's actually Sage and the Azami that's moving away towards lounge. So aggressive on the garage side. Brendo finds a kill onto Cake, and that's going to be the ace taken out.
And main breach pressure alleviated. So 6 targets will likely now need to rotate someone back towards main breach, and that's not going to be great for time, considering there's only 50 seconds left.
Yeah, not a lot of time to get that. I mean, you don't have to if you can find avenues elsewhere, but it'll be certainly required later in the round. Gasbabe already thrown out by Brendo, and essentially a pre-placement hasn't been used just yet. Adrenal Search used by Tex, has one more available.
They don't have a lot of displacement utility, right? 2 flashes, no Grim, no Cap. This is tough.
And a nice shot from Brendo. Again with the SMG-11, finds the kill onto Specker. I think was just kind of hoping someone would walk in front of his crosshair and maybe find a kill with that, then push into cash. Now scrambling for 6 targets. Nico is going to be the one to make his way towards Repel, but considering they're down a player, he gets aggressive. Tex with the LMG. Oh, there was a potential on the cross. One spotted rafters. That's intel. Wettables from that position gets that kill. Eventually traded by Nico. Tex has all the way slipped in towards site. Kit needs to be picked up. Goomine stops him anyway. No time to pick up the kit. And Team Bliss will take the round. A couple of real pivotal kills there for Bliss in that round, making life difficult for 6 targets despite a decent start.
And a huge Goomine there as well. There's every world in which if that diffuser was picked up and planted right hard against the breach, it may not have been denied down below by Sage. Now, over the course of 7 seconds, he would have had a couple of chances. We saw him default, and maybe he would have followed up with that position. But they should have been able to then cover the top red. So unfortunate that the Goomine stalled that out for 6 targets, because they did an okay job in salvaging the round. Fortunately, they're losing Kaken very early on in the piece, forced that rotation. As I mentioned, they're not running the Grim, they're not running the Capital. There's nothing to displace defenders and get them moving. Nothing to give the attack more initiative or more opportunities to show initiative.
Bring it out, bring it out. Yeah, I want to see like Deimos, Kali.
I don't think we're going to see Kali on this map. I think that might be Border Chalet exclusive.
If anyone can bring it out, it is Tex, but very much agree.
Well, he's top fragging on the Ash. I'd keep him on that.
Saw him hover the Kali in that last round, but changed off it. And the Ram might be employed here by Nico. They do keep it pretty simple and pretty straightforward. 2 6 targets.
5 seconds left before insertion.
After losing the tertiary round, though, it does mean for Bliss, all you got to win is Gym Bedroom, then Church Arsenal, and then your day is done. 7-3 win. Another one banked in terms of a win. And with 3 points here, does that secure them? It doesn't secure them first, does it? I mean, there's still another play day. And this,
For Team Bliss.
yeah, I imagine it wouldn't secure them first.
Secures them top 2 as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, top 2. Which, for all intents and purposes, I mean, that is almost similar because you're on the other side of the bracket, 2 first and second anyway, so
6-1 half
kind of,
dozen.
yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Pick your poison. And Bliss very likely to finish first in this league. Formalities, I guess, next week on the final play day. Even maybe by the end of tonight, it could actually be crowned due to other games. So double repel pressure on the Kennel side of this main breach towards CCTV. Gym bedroom for this 9th round, so it'll be a sweep across from 6 targets. Tech's just kind of slipping into what's stock at the moment.
I think Team Bliss have... Oh no, they haven't peeled off. Oh
my god.
No way. That was a really good comp on top red, and Tex goes for the floor bang. A lot of damage, so at least some value.
Yeah, he sees the blood, knows that wet was low, and that he was there, and Kelton will follow up, and Wettables is going to be dead. Fenrir, unable to make any impact in through cash. Live drone up top red for 6 targets, and suddenly it's a gym bedroom site. Certainly weakened now for Team Bliss on the defense. Cash and CCTV completely given up. Top red rotate now available for 6 targets. Brendo been good in this game, 8 and 6. Certainly not the kind of game that someone individually has popped off for Team Bliss. I think showcasing what they are capable of as a team in this game against 6 targets. Brendo, though, wanting to take this long-range duel. Go on, peek him, you won't.
Well, there's a minute in the round. We'll see if 6 targets eventually rotate for a bit of jacuzzi pressure. In fact, there's already breach open, so that's some good phantom pressure from that position. Brendo will likely be the next to play contact and or fish in Logi. 45 seconds on the clock, 5 drones remaining. Make that 4 for the attack.
I wonder if there's too much con pressure, though.
Well, they've got Kelton posted bulk. Nico can drop Logi.
Certainly no jacuzzi pressure. That's not going to happen.
I think it's lack of displace util again. I mean, they've got the flashes this time, so we'll see. But
oh, text is closed. There is that Vulcan canister that can be blown up as well to delay the push from the con side. 20 seconds left. He's already just walked straight in. They're both hiding at this moment. Now, Tech should know they're close. Gets rid of that Kiva barrier. Going to go for the plant. Now, I was going to say very difficult to deny, but look at the position there from Oda. Oh, just his head just sticking out. It's an easy one. Suddenly the kit now in the middle of the bedroom. Specker pushing through the flames in towards Logistic. Close left. Does get that kill traded immediately. Fisho and Oda, last 2 up against Cake and the Solar. Now in a 1 versus 1. Needs to grab the kit. And the pistol, well, he's not swinging because he doesn't need to. But hey, A for effort there. And knowing full well he's just never going to be able to get that plant down. The Nitro Cell was thrown as well. No world in which Kelton was going to be able to win that. His best hope literally was for the mirror to swing from stash and be a little bit, you know, over-aggressive and make a mistake. Hence the pistol. But match point now for Team Bliss, 6-3 and 6 targets. Again, I mean, they've done well in these rounds, just not well enough.
Yeah, pretty bold decision to go for the plant in that position. I can understand the thinking behind it. However, if you don't have the exact lineup, it's pretty easy for Bathroom to swing there, and it's challenging to contest that as someone covering the plant. And if he had teetered the other way, then he would have been exposed likely to Brendo. So I think if 6 targets had their time again, perhaps they'd try and find a slightly alternate way to try and get that kit down, or go for kills, or maybe wait for something else to happen in the round. I like the initiative, and yeah, unfortunate that it doesn't work out in the end. Team Bliss continue this run here on defense. 6-3 scoreline, 3 match points. And down to basement, the expectation for them to close it out here.
Yeah, being the better team. Being the better team, Team Bliss, and it's always really one of their strengths is as a core 5. No one, usually you're as weak as your weakest link. They don't really have a weak link. That's the biggest strength of Team Bliss. Tex has been great. Kelton as well. I mean, to be honest, for 6 targets, they also haven't really had many players that have done poorly in this game, and that's just aggressive for Brendo at that point. You know, sensing this match point opportunity, got 3 match point rounds. I'll get aggressive. I'll peek over towards Secret, in towards Garage. Tex just caught off guard, not maybe anticipating Bliss to be overly aggressive, and yeah, loses his life. And with that, job done for Bliss. Back down to site, 5 on site. Formalities really just being undertaken here in this match point round. Some would say the seeds of doubt certainly sowed into the minds of 6 targets.
Some would say that.
Some.
Pretty sure I said that yesterday, and I stole that from somebody else. Well, it is the Farmers League, Jake, so an appropriate analogy. Very difficult round now, though, for 6 targets. With the Kaid band out, opening up hatches is very straightforward. No qualms about that. Kitchen hatch may be another story with the impacts from Oda. Booty Auto Breacher, though, from the Ram, making the vert relatively easy to achieve. I don't know if Kitchen hatch has been opened up yet. No, it's being opened up now. Secondaries from Specker. We'll see if Oda looks to impact. Does not. He's inside of Church. So they've got good vert. I think for 6 targets in this position, best play probably a hatch drop with the Grimbees, unless Specker wants to go for blue control. But again, with that Nitro up, 3 gas babes, it doesn't spell great things for the attack in this position. 60 seconds, a bit of time, they can gather info, and they have a lot of drones. Dirt lurk potential now as well with that wall opened, and Fisho.
Oh, Fisho.
That might attract some of his attention in util too.
Very aggressive here, because if he gets swung, oh, jeez, he just took a chunk out of Cake. And I was going to say, Fisho can delay so much, any kind of dirt push, because he is on that smoke 3 gas base. Bailey does find a kill onto Oda. Imagine those kind of back of Arsenal there on the Azami. Quan Hive Launcher really being expended now by Specker. Is this going to be a triple drop Kitchen Hatch? How often is this going to work? Well, balls with the kill onto Specker. There's the follow-up from Brendo, and the round falling apart now for 6 targets. Kaken with the kit. Bailey coming through bot main. F not mine gives away his position. That is kit down as well. Kaken getting his life taken, and it is going to be a 7-3 victory for Team Bliss.
15 seconds to go.
So apparently a regulation win will secure first for Bliss. And so therefore, once again, they are the best in this region. It is undisputed. Team Bliss will take themselves top spot of the Oceania League once again. Going into the playoffs, they are very, very difficult to take down and hard to imagine which team will be capable of doing so. It's really just a matter of, well, when, not if, they go to Manchester.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just up to them to defend their crown.
I've gone early there.
In the playoff bracket, yeah, you have gone a little bit early, but it's so difficult to see anybody take them down. Best of 3s as well. They're going to thrive in that environment. Think about all the experience that they've garnered at Copenhagen, Atlanta, Sao Paulo. I mean, it's very, very challenging to see them take it down. And another good win for them today. It wasn't the best of first halves, but more than made up for it.
Yeah, good enough. We'll go back to the Bliss fan club on the couch.
To be fair, we might be, okay? But also, at the same time, all of us can 100... I'll speak on behalf of all of us. We genuinely are very happy with the 6 targets performance. Mandy, it definitely felt like they went in with a very clear vision.
Yeah, I think so. It really looks like 6 targets have actually done the work in there to have some good ideas, counter-stratting ideas specifically against what Team Bliss are doing. We literally saw it right off the bat, round 1, Oda's getting shut down going through like strip side, right? And that's like, well, you know, they know what's going on. They know that Team Bliss are going to do that lurk every single round, and they're going to go and isolate that and do that. And it felt like on the defense as well, you know, Maverick Band coming through as well, the game plays out pretty different when you've got Thatcher in there. And I felt like the way that they were dealing with the trick game on the other side, like having good nade lineups, being able to play the bandit game, like sort of all right, you know, like it looked like they'd really lent in to that kind of play style, knowing that maybe Bliss probably struggle a little bit more without having all the tools on the board, right? So to me, it felt like 6T went into Clubhouse with a plan. They had some good ideas to counter-strat them, but I think Team Bliss probably just outclassed them, to be honest.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I'm curious about the Kaid ban. If there's any way I want to fault 6T's preparation, I'm not sure I agree with that, because in the end, it was actually Azami, which was such a pain for them on their attacks. Like, how many rounds there? Like, the end, obviously, is a great example. Poor guy's trying to peek through bot main down the hallway, and he's got, like, 3 keeper barriers. But even you go back to that gym round where we saw Tex go deep and almost go for that plant, like, he would have been good for 1 or maybe 2 had there been no keeper barriers around, but there was a keeper in both sides, essentially nullifying any window presence. It's a much more effective way of the old school, just slap a castle barricade on those windows. And yeah, I think that 6T really struggled at dealing with that. I would have liked to maybe see that ban come through, but live and learn, right? Like the problem is there's so many good tools on the defense. Bliss know how to use not just one of them well, but all of them. So whichever one you ban, they'll flip their strategy around that. And for 6 targets at the end of the day, sadly, if you only win 3 defense as a club against Bliss, you're going to have a hard time. I wish they could have gotten at least 1 attack, but at the end of the day, all they got was defense rounds.
And look, they kept them to a more moderate percentage, right? It's 3-3, right? It's the conversation's still there. They cut off, what, 9%, is it, from their average win? Is that what is it?
Oh, mate, you're trying to ask me
59%?
to do maths on broadcast and have my
No,
laptop with me.
I'm talking about Bliss going into it. What was their attacking percentage?
It was 59% going
so
in.
that's a
which-
win. We'll
True,
say that's a win.
yeah,
That's
true. I guess better than a 4-2 split, which is what the stats would have suggested.
Technically, it's a win, but unfortunately, it's not a win for them, which means that the conversation now turns quite dire for Six Targets. They've only got one more game to secure playoffs, and even then, it very well could be shadowed depending on results from today. They're also going up against Man LFO in their final game, Mandy. Do you feel like Six Targets have done enough to warrant the playoffs?
To be honest, I don't think so. I think the shaky start is going to come to bite them back. Like, yeah, they looked like it was sort of all right against Bliss today, but I think, yeah, really Bliss just outclassed them. I think they're probably not far ahead enough in their development to actually be able to take the fight to some of those top six players. Top six teams.
Yep.
And I think, I think ultimately the bad start might potentially lock them out here for the top six. But you never know. There's still Antic down there. There's some Circular Spears down there. So, and they have to play each other next week.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is 6T, they go into next week and they look fresh. You never know.
They're still in it.
They're still in it.
They're still in it with a shot, and that's all that matters. Whereas Team Bliss have secured first spot. And you've heard of Man with a Van. How about Man with a mustache that's somewhat trimmed off on the sides? Wed, how you doing, mate? Look, a very solid performance, but all things considered, Six Targets still threw some things your way that had you guys sweating every now and then.
Yeah, look, you can't really, give them too much crap for that. People say, look, they got pumped, but nah, they're old players. They're going to know how to get the basics done in Clubhouse. So, we went into that knowing, it's an old map. You can't take old men to, the old maps. As you know, you can't take Kelton's Knights to bank, you know what I mean? Doesn't matter how long they've been at the game. They don't forget their basics. So, going into that map, we knew these guys know what they're doing on this map. It's going to be hard, but we play our game and, we came up with the result. So,
Yeah, man, I just want to talk about practice. How are you guys finding practice at the moment and leading into playoffs? You're going to be playing BO3s, different situation. Are you treating that as more experience? And should you guys qualify for the major, how will you be treating practice in the lead up to that?
Well, how honest do you want my answer for APAC prac? How honest do you want my answer? Because, like Oda said yesterday, some of the OCE teams seem to not want to take practice too seriously. And it feels like, some players have a point to prove in scrims. They don't really care about improving. And then as for scrimming the Japanese and the Korean teams and the CES teams, it's hard because we have that ping bug. So, we take practice with how best we can get and just focus on what we need to focus on. And if people want to sit there and, troll or the ping gets in the way, then you just sort of just got to bite the bullet and just take it how it comes and just improve how, you want to improve or just take away what you can get from each type of scrim.
American scrims when, mate? Come on. What's the ping difference between scrimming NA and scrimming APAC? I'm just saying this because people back in the day used to do this. When
You're
Fnatic
right.
were in O's, when
here we
Atletico
go.
were around,
Here we go.
you scrimmed NA teams. I know NA is pretty
No,
doggers as well, but it actually surely is a little
We
bit
never
better.
said
But
that.
look. It'd be cool, but it's not really worth it for either team. I don't really feel like NA teams would like to go on ping for us to be 160p. What are you going to get out of that for both teams?
I know farm some Americans.
Jesus Christ, this guy, man, he's trying to solve our problems. What is this?
Oh, God. All right, well, my question for you is, what's the prep like going into the best of three? So my understanding of the best of ones is that there's essentially a duopoly on maps, right? You're going to be playing Clubhouse or Chalet essentially every week, almost, right? Whereas you go into the BO3s and there's probably going to be a bit more variety there. How are you balancing out your prac for the week-to-week games compared to preparing for BO3s?
I think in during the normal stage, you can sort of iron out a smaller pool and go, all right, we're going to aim for these pools in BO1s, and then you can solidify your prac into them. But going into any type of BO3s, BO5s, you sort of got to make sure you're ironing out all your issues on as many maps as possible going in. So for these, even starting tomorrow, we'll be ironing out every other map we can. Making sure that we're ready on every map that we haven't shown, all that type of stuff. So we're ready to any team picks any map, we're ready to go. And then there's the maps we've already played, making sure we've got new stuff for it. Fish is always in the workshop cranking new strats. So we've always got new things to show people.
Look, don't worry about the rest of the team, but you personally, who are you looking forward to playing the most in best of threes?
I don't know. To be honest with you. I'd like to see Odium up there again, just because, I don't know, at the moment, the way they play and the way they felt, they definitely seem like that second best team. But I don't know, watching a lot of teams at the moment, even us, like we're no like stranger to this. Like I feel like a lot of teams at the moment have got like inconsistency issues. Like even us, like we're messing up like little things as well. So it's like I thought this stage is gonna be like really close, but it's only close because teams are like one day they're 7-0, next day they're getting 7-1. It's like, you know, it's so just like it's so up and down for every team, and it's really confusing right now. So I don't know who the quote unquote second best team is, but I think right now I'd put my money in Odium.
Yeah. I mean, look, it is the OCE League. We've been calling it a Farmers League for nearly 2 years now, and that pretty much encapsulates it all. But look, mate, you've had an unbelievable stage so far in the best of ones. You're still putting up the performance on the back of, again, another great stage 2 in 2023. So, you know, kudos to you. But do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out Bliss, shout out Logitech, shout out Game Kinchi, you know, all the goods, you know, the standard stuff. Here we go. We've got it written down in the script at this point. But yeah, like, you know, we wouldn't be able to do this stuff without all of them. We wouldn't be able to play if it wasn't for you guys. So yeah, thanks to all you guys. Thanks to everyone that watches from home. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
I know you're not saying thank you to us, as in us three. There's no way you're actually thanking us.
Well, like maybe like Mandy and Dev, but like.
Okay. You know what? I hope you cop an L in your last game. Get out of here. Go shave the rest of that mustache off. You dirty dog, you. I'll tell you what. Lucky we love him.
I reckon after a comment like that, he's losing to Karma Esports next week.
Last
game for Bliss is against Panic, the absolute rookies. They're going to lose to Karma. I'm calling it.
Imagine Karma just goes and drops like 20 on them. Oh,
I
please.
could see it happening.
Oh,
I could
please.
see it happening.
To be fair, I also picked 6 targets to win tonight. So I really...
To be fair, you had it coming from Wettables then. If you're going against them against 6 targets, like, come on.
Hey, I'm a believer. You know, I don't know how much of a believer I truly am.
You're just hoping for upsets every single game. You pick who you think's going to win, and then you're like, no, actually, I think it's going to be the other team. But hey.
It's OCE, right? That's a good way of doing it.
Well, as Wet said, you know, the teams are 7-0 one week and getting 7-1 the next.
Yeah. There's one thing that I wish for, and it's just that things started to tidy up a little bit here in OCE. I guess maybe that leads from the front. Maybe we need to tidy our act up a little bit, Mandy. But obviously, Brendo is having, I said it before when we were off camera, Brendo's having yet again another live stage.
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like it's pretty safe to say, especially after 2023 and the beginning of 2024. To me, he's like undisputed the best player in the region. I don't know if you would agree with that or you would agree with that, but to me, it's like solid entry fragger, sharp shot, smart player, knows what he's doing, always in the right place at the right time. Like to me, like this is the best player in the region at the moment by far and away.
Yeah. What changed my mind was when I went to this place, South America, just randomly.
Really?
Oh, really?
Is that Brazil?
I think it would be A's. I didn't know
Sao
that's how you said it.
Paulo.
Oh, that's how you say it.
I'm sure I am destroying the word. I apologize to everybody
I thought it
watching.
was Sal Pals.
That's hilarious, man.
Thank you very much. I had a lot of pals there, to be honest. And these boys were one of them. What actually changed the whole conversation for me about, you know, where players were and the best players is when I hear Oda, Sage, Fisho, Wettables, like the best players in our region right now all go hands down. There's no question Brendo is the best player on their team. That for me changed the entire conversation. I was like, you know what? I have not been giving enough credit to this young man.
I reckon for Brendo, the most formative experience, I'd love to ask him this because I wonder if he'd have the same response. I think it's got to be Copenhagen because everyone remembers Copenhagen, their first game they got, I believe it was 7-0'd by W7M, who obviously ended up winning the event and are a great team. But Bliss did not play to their expected level a year ago when they played at that event. And Brendo had his worst tournament ever. And I think that was a hugely formative experience for him. Just getting that experience under the belt, figuring out what it's like to get destroyed overseas, and then building up that confidence to go and perform the way he has for the last year since. And yeah, he's just such a phenomenal player. He's right in form, and I can't wait to see what he can do with more time and more ability to show off.
I actually think the most formidable, I think the greatest time that he would ever have had in Siege is under the President alumni. That's a damn short. But on that note, we're going to head to a very short break. On the other side, we continue the OCE League with Panic taking on Kelton's Knights.
Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
It's a tail, can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos para Barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you. He cannot. We know he can't. Into red time. He can't finish it. He's no brother. Infinite overtime is upon us. And we get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Well, Bliss have secured first place in the league still with a game in hand. I feel like that was a football intro because they well and truly are on top and there's no stopping them. They are off to the races. 6 targets, however, now have to leave it up to their final play day to determine whether they will in fact be headed to the playoffs or unfortunately bowing out early, which would still be a shame. There's no doubt about it. But we get to move on to our second match of the day. And this one feels a little bit more certain. No, it doesn't feel more certain. I actually think it's going to have the same outcome, Dev. I know that might be harsh, but Kelton's Knights just have not shown us enough.
Yeah, and I have been a huge Panic fan ever since they took down 6 targets. Even before then, when they had a really good start against Man LFO in their opening game. But yes, the big story here is Kelton's Knights, who were one of the best teams of last year. The only team all of last year to beat Bliss in the OCE League, and they have been a shadow of their former selves, yet to win a single game out of the 5 they played. And Rob, I said this just before we went live, they have won exactly 14 rounds in the 5 games they have played. So they could have won 2 games, but no, they have been absolutely pitiful. It's such a shame the way that this roster has panned out, because Josh coming on board, it should be a huge upgrade, and yet holistically this team has fallen apart.
Unfortunately they have, and my homie Vinny, I'm gonna call you out, Vinny. You're back, but I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Once upon a time I used to love you, now it's a love-hate relationship. Look, to be fair, it is a really tough ask for Kelton's Knights at the moment. It feels like they've got all the makings of a fantastic team, but obviously the league is just more competitive this year, Mandy, which is just so bizarre to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last year they had an edge of sort of having the right experience, and not only that, but not being too invested as well. I think last year that was somehow an advantage, whereas I think in 2024, the off-season, everyone's gone back to the workshop, pulled out some massive stuff, has played really competitively over the campaign, and then has gone into stage 1 as well, looking a lot more fresh than we saw in 2023. Whereas I think that Kelton's Knights probably don't have the same work ethic to the game. I think it's pretty fair to say that one, even though they have been practicing a little bit more in 2024. And yeah, I think it's just come to bite them back a little bit. They look a bit out of touch.
The way I would describe Kelton's Knights is like the high school jock. Right?
What?
Oh,
now get where I'm going.
Okay.
They were the bad boy last year, right? They had the leather jacket on. They barely rocked up to school. They didn't study for tests. They rocked up.
Like the dropouts.
They beat up the nerds and were like, "Hey, give us your lunch money." Blah blah blah. Then they get out of high school and they realize that all their future prospects are down the drain and things are not going well for them.
No.
That's where I'd put Kelton's Knights at the moment. But they've still got that jock energy about them. They can still turn things around, and I say that because I genuinely love this roster and the individual players on it. But the team that has shocked us the most so far in Stage 1 of 2024, and it's not even close, Panic Esports have come through and absolutely knocked us off our block. We did not expect this to happen, Mandy, but they seriously have risen to another level.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, they look like they play some very decent Siege, to be honest. They go in, they do the things that they need to do to get through the maps. On a micro level, I think they're doing just fine as well, Shant being the leadership figure of the team. And it kind of helps when you've got 4 support players on the team, right? Those small things that you need to get done in a map to make the map work, get done, because you've got 4 people that have done it before or know how to do it, right?
Yep.
And then you've got Karma, who's just Karma.
Yeah.
He just shoots them. So, honestly, yeah, I think Panic, with their lineup, have done a lot better than we thought they would. Even though they didn't have the experience, they probably have just the right skill sets to get through the motions of Rainbow Six. And I think they've definitely shown us that in the server as well.
Now, I'm going to take just a very quick moment to make a little bit of a comment about Karma, because coming into this year, there were a lot of things that I'd heard behind the scenes, from different players. And genuinely, and I mean this with all my heart, people really thought that Karma was one of the worst players that we had in OCE last year. Okay, I'm not taking the piss. This is not a bit. So for him to turn this stage around, to come in on one of the bottom-rated teams, the team that we thought was just a no hope in hell of making it anywhere near the playoffs, and to perform as well as he does, he should absolutely have a pat on the back for that. And we should all be taking our hat off to him, because the amount of respect that man has garnered over the last 2-3 weeks is absolutely outrageous. So, good stuff.
And not only has Karma changed, but Panic Esports as a whole have changed. Yep. This was like the obvious outsider. Compared to last year, we had 6 of the same teams this year, plus we've got 6 targets who are kind of a bit special because they're all the veterans, and we knew that they were taking this seriously.
Yep.
And then you got Panic. Like, they are the obvious outsider in that collection. And they also really struggled to even qualify for this league. They were the last team to qualify. They only just made it in overtime against Estio, and I think most people had picked Estio to make it through. So the fact that Panic managed to make it in, and the fact that Panic have pretty much solidified themselves as a top 6, maybe even top 4 team is absolutely bananas. And Karma, yes, he has been a huge part of that. Against Circular Spheres just yesterday, he dropped 20 kills.
Yeah.
And even after being quiet for 3 or 4 rounds, he closes the game with one of the most insane, mechanical, and simple 4Ks I have ever seen. This guy, every now and then he has a round where he doesn't do much, but every now and then he will have a round where he dominates and simply wins outright.
And maybe on the flip side, every now and then Bouncin gets a kill.
yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, every now and then Bouncin, like, appears in this server. Really, at this point, is he just a mascot? You know, he's in the server. He's just the mascot for these guys to get through it. But somehow he's got the Ash license. So, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know what's going on behind the scenes there. But yeah, Bouncin's looking a little rough.
It's the Kelton's Knights versus Karma Esports, as we've affectionately dubbed Panic in recent times.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kelton has not been the upgrade that we were looking for.
No.
Last year we were excited for him to rejoin the roster, and I think this year we've been sorely disappointed with what he's been able to contribute.
It's a bad omen.
Unfortunately, he was not the droid we were looking for. He was, in fact, the bot. Let's go ahead and move on to the vetoes, Bouncin.
That's very
Kelton,
good for
I'm very
me.
sorry, my friend. That was a bit harsh.
Damn.
But we're in a day where we get to have a little bit of fun. But again, we actually called this day Doomsday coming into it for a damn good reason.
Ban club. Yes.
There we go. No clubhouse, no chalet. We're going to get
Sky.
something a little bit different. God! No, Sky's already out. Bank!
Let's go!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're headed to
no.
bank!
No. But look, in that last interview, what did Wet say? You don't take Kelton's Knights to bank.
Literally. He's already warned them, man.
No.
I actually really, really like this. So I was hoping for Kelton's Knights for us to go to Oregon because we did see Karma Esports lose it 7-0 to Antic. And so it's in their map pool, but not a great one for them. On the flip side, only maps that Kelton's Knights have played so far is actually Clubhouse and Skyscraper, and they have lost them every single time.
Yep.
So I didn't want to go to either of those two. I didn't see that Skyscraper was banned, so I thought we were going back there. Thank God, by the way. Bank, as you said, great one for Kelton's Knights historically, and Bliss even said that themselves. And I've got very little results from the other side. In fact, the only time Panic played it in recent history, they actually lost it to Odium. So I think this is a fantastic pick for Kelton's Knights, and probably their best chance of winning a game so far.
Yeah, look, Kelton's Knights, their backs are up against the wall, unfortunately. 0 points out of a possible 5 games. We did not expect to be saying that coming into play day 6, but this is a huge game for Panic. If they win in regulation, they secure playoffs. We're going to go to Bank with Guz and Xenox.
To pick up their first win of the stage here in Play Day 6, and for Panic to get themselves into the playoffs. So quite a lot at stake here in this particular matchup for our second of the day. Unfortunately for Kelton's Knights, they cannot get out of the bottom 2 with any kind of result here or even then next week in the final Play Day. They are locked in the bottom 2. They will not go to the playoffs. For Panic, they go into this very much as the clear-cut favourites. Guz, Bank is where we go. I think also a map in which they can do quite well. We spoke to Sean yesterday, though, and he made very good arguments into why they actually like the more structured maps as well. When we saw them play yesterday, they did quite well. I was a bit surprised. And also, I was very surprised at how well-spoken Sean was. He was really good in the interview.
Yeah, I'm eager to jump into this game. I think naturally a lot of the discussion for the two of us is going to be centered around Panic. Kelton's Knights cannot qualify for the top 6, regardless of their last 2 results here in the group stage. Whereas for Panic, they have a little bit more on the line. A win in this game will all but confirm them in the top 6, 100% so if in regulation. Top 2 becomes a very interesting storyline for them, though, as well. With a regulation win, they have about a 1 in 4 chance, but they do have Team Bliss next week. So a bit of a curtain raiser for Panic in that regard. Get a confident win here today, and then transition that into next week and see if you can fight from the top 2.
Now, going into the mathematics just a little bit, I know they always say don't do maths on air, and I'm not really going to do the actual calculations, but you did already touch on the fact that Panic will play Team Bliss next week. Now, Panic could pull off an upset, but if you want to just go with the easy path and say they don't get any points, if they lose this match, unexpectedly, they'd be on 8 points going into, essentially, well, the end of this stage if they have to play next week against Bliss. So that means there is every chance in which 6 targets, Antic and Circular Spheres could then overtake Panic. So a win here locks them into playoffs, but more importantly, it means they don't put it in any kind of position where fate is out of their hands regarding bottom 2. Now they go into this as favourites, starting on the defense here of Bank against a winless Kelton's Knights. For a Panic roster that picked up a really good win yesterday against Circular Sphere 7-5, that one coming on Skyscraper, doing a lot of that on the defense, and we are now heading to Bank for this second game, and looking forward to this one.
You really like the sound of your own voice, don't you? Let's jump into this one then. Bank Basement round 1, Panic start defensively. So they are on the favorable side and anticipating them to probably get off to a decent start in this particular matchup. Looking across at Bank in this one for what we are to expect in terms of the map statistics. It's only actually been played once and a very one-sided game, so we can't really take a whole lot from it. There's only a 40% defensive win rate in that particular match. I can't remember what game it was. I think it was a CS Odium, if I had to guess. It's the game where Save popped off, so yeah, we can't really take much from that. But historical data would suggest that Bank will be, you know, again, in this matter, favorable for defense, especially the primary sites. Go down below with the Kaid band. That will alleviate some pressure for attack. Monty also taken off the board, though, which will make things a little bit more tricky. With the Twitch band out, too, expect Mirror to get some decent play time and for that utility to be better fortified. Fenrir as well. Again, common defensive ban at the moment. I want to kick things off with a roam. Open area to kick things off. Bouncing with a very swift entry. Top main stairs.
Yeah, nice kill. Nice swing from Bouncing. Karma goes down as well. When we talk about Karma Esports, know that Dev is one who's coined that one. And Bouncing will get a second. Owen challenging at main stairs. Default was up as well. Still was, and then finally no longer. And a nice double kill to start for Kelton's Knights. Going aggressive with the lineup that they're bringing. Good to see, of course, Vincier back into the server as well. Full lineup employed for Kelton's Knights, and a good start. A kill on Takama does already reduce the offensive power of Panic quite significantly, and on a basement site, it's Bouncing Balls that has got full control of main stairs. He's found 3 kills single-handedly. And a site now that is completely opened up, and Kelton's Knights off to the dream start here on Bank.
Heading into today, the lowest rated player for the team, a -16 KD spread for Bouncing Balls, -2 on entry. Subverting expectations here in the first round, though, kicking things off nicely with a 3K, and nothing to say he can't go on for more. River and Volt, watching that drop, the flashbangs make that a challenge. Drop likely to follow as Real as rotates, maybe in support. He's in the back line currently. Bouncing
Whoa, my God, he's on for the ace. Do they know what the last one is as well? He does! Bouncing picks up an ace to kickstart this game. Kelton himself smiles from Vincier. And there haven't really been many smiles this stage for Kelton's Knights. But that was a real nice moment for Bouncing, a real nice moment for Kelton's Knights, and a great start to this game of Bank.
Didn't have that one on the bingo card.
No, absolutely not.
Kelton to get a 5K round 1. It's finding it difficult to see Kelton win rounds in this match, but certainly not in that fashion as well. Wow. Just really clean, confident entry. Karma off the board first, and then just able to snowball that down main. So good work there from the old Kelton's Knights round 1. Will there be a flash in the pan, though?
Yeah, interesting to see that Panic actually aren't even going to repeat Ockers and CCTV, instead opting for Staff and open area for this second round. Once again, aggressive lineup looking to be the case for Kelton's Knights, bringing the Deimos in this round, switching up the hard breach from the Hibana over to the Ace. Coupled, of course, with that Thermite, and no, Deimos will be put away, and instead the Floras and Buck.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
Wait, what did you say?
The Buck.
I thought you might have said something else.
What the Buck did you think I said?
You have been known to drop the magic from time to time, so
well,
just got to make sure you're not using it up early.
Aggressive in towards E-Box. If he had held, that could have been on for 1, but instead we'll back off to Archives. Playing the tuber out. Need a Bouncing camp. Just a little picture-in-picture of The man who picked up all 5 kills in the opening round.
So we'll probably see the attack contest a bit of control up above here. Work vert across in a relatively default pattern. They do have the buck, as you mentioned, so Josh can get to work on that eventually, but it is being contested. Long lines of sight. Josh now in the fray. River, though, still up above on the castle. I assume running UMPA cog, and he is. So we'll see how they go about clearing this. They have a ping.
Yeah, they got the information. You can see the drone as well on the other side. Janitor, oh, that's a little head peek.
Oh.
Little shoulder jiggle. River did find a kill, by the way, on that castle over towards front desk. Josh, nice long angle. Expected the peek to come from the Janitor, but shot. Nicely done. Little crouch peek, finds the kill. Karma as well. Elsewhere, we'll find Pat. Down to Worthy and Vincia. Knowing full well, one inside of Janitor. Kit over towards E-Box. Minute and 30 remaining in the round. And interestingly enough for Kelton's Knights, big separation here in their duo. Vincia and Worthy not close to each other at all at the moment. I'm assuming Vitten is like bot main. Not even, he's in Surfer. Going up towards blue. 60 seconds to try and salvage this round. And he finally makes his way through blue. One into Archives. Proxy alarm will ping off. And he actually just walks straight in towards sight, but one, didn't have kit, and two, immediately spotted by Reelers. To be fair, Worthy was going to be the one, I guess, to go outside and get the kit. 40 seconds left in the round, now into a 1 versus 4. I imagine Worthy wants to keep the KD at 0, 0, and 0.
You got to go for it, though.
Well, I mean, he could save his Roteros for the next round, right? That's how it works.
Could you imagine? 6 Roteros?
Please, no.
You'd spend the entire round.
Well, there is one top square. Now that one top square is Karma, and he's pretty good, pretty sharp, gets the kill. And a very quick response from Panic. After losing that opening round, they follow it up. Staff room and open area has been comfortably won in that second round.
Yeah, they were forced to play into the roam clear game there. Kelton's Knights losing the first pick to the castle. Good trade as well from Shant inside of Jan. Team then left scattered and to scramble for some kind of control. Decent work from Vinny up blue to then try and get in towards the objective, which he achieved for half a second. Was then taken down, and with it, the chances of Kelton's Knights being able to double their standing in the scoreboard. Now basement would go. And as mentioned previously, this should be a very challenging and difficult site to break down for a default push. Unless you're going to rely on another crazy entry from Bouncing Balls. Because again, with that mirror in play and the Twitch band out, it's quite difficult to contest those power positions.
Impact going.
Insertion.
Spec you active.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers must locate
4 drones shot out in the prep phase. No, I was wrong. I got once again caught by the HUD bug. I went early. I went 2 seconds early and then watched them all disappear in those X's. Came back to life.
You got to stop going early. We've been talking about this.
Yeah, I honestly thought prep phase had ended, but I was wrong. Only 2 drones. Or, you know, they could just fix the HUD bug. Either or.
So drone work then for the top sweep. And again, assuming that Kelton will want quick entry on that top floor.
Karma's deep in garage.
There's no roam though, so it should be relatively swift control. No Kaid, so hatches then to follow quickly from Vin. They shouldn't have many issues here. It's going to come down to the bunker down on site. I like the response here from Panic. They'll lean heavily into the setup they have. Go canisters for space, Maestro for info. Good catch potential with Owen and those magnets. Reelers can relay info on the Solus and then Mirrors facing in from likely red position should be a challenge to break down. That will probably be one of the main roles for bouncing balls in this round, not fragging out, but making sure that those Ash charges land on the mirror windows.
One Logic Bomb available as well from Worthy. I imagine you want to save that for the latter stages of this round. Still 90 seconds left. And Lobby Hatch gets opened up.
Sensor on. Let's see what I can find.
And good flank watch as well. Okay, what's Kelton's going to do now? Going to get stalled out momentarily. Drone goes through. The Vulcan canister has been spotted. Needs to be dealt with swiftly. One of the larger pieces of denial. And you've also got the Maestro cam. A lot of information so far indicating it will be quite default.
Well, the Ash charge got caught, so good work there from the defense. Second
There's going to be another one. And Pat's going to go for the plant. Oh, what a headshot from Bouncin. The actual Bouncin himself. Impact thrown, but it goes over the shoulder of Pat. The plant is successful. And now it's a post plant, 5v4. Now Panic need to retake up above, but already at Beepers is Vincia. And that's the round. It's done. 5 versus 2. They had the man in place the whole way through. Vinny already well positioned very aptly earlier in the round. Josh already had hatch control. I mean, a really well set up round from Knights with the fact that they had one stock, one towards Beepers watching main. River by himself at that mirror window. Dead, eventually overwhelmed. But a lot of that also comes down to getting that plant down successfully. If that plant doesn't go down, all of those good positions at the hatch and main stairs doesn't do a whole lot. So really nice from Kelton's Knights that they got the plant down, but where's the denial from Panic?
Yeah, you know you've gotten away with things on that particular default plant if you don't have to bait out util. Now, Panic didn't bring a smoke, so there were no gas babes to stall out once the Goyos had been expended. Shont had Nitro in pocket post-plant, so he never got that out. There were impacts as well in the hands of the Maestro, again, not used for plant denial. So there are a couple of pieces of the puzzle that were missing for Panic in that round. They saw that the plant was going down immediately when that Maestro was destroyed. So that should have been relayed to those on the team that could deny plant. Difficult to know exactly where Shont was, so I don't want to be too critical on him, but having Nitro in pocket post-plant is never a good look.
I mean, but that in itself needs to be critical then, because if he's not in the right position and you've got that Nitro cell, then you're in the wrong position.
Yeah.
So, something to consider. He's not the only one, don't get me wrong. Interesting defense from Panic, but I mean, really good job from Kelton's Knights. Pretty good approach. They also didn't leave everything into the last 20 seconds or so. Thought they were actually really well paced in that round, and so far looking good here on Bank. For what's been a very tumultuous season for Kelton's Knights, certainly looking a little bit better. Maybe that the pressure is off, that they are in the bottom 2 regardless of this match, and of course next week. But hey, what they can do though is play spoil. They can still upset everyone else.
And of course, it's Bank. Think back to last year against Bliss. It was the same map. Something about it.
When it comes back then, it'll be a good question for Panic as to the map choice. Have they got this one wrong? Played yesterday on Skyscraper, a bit more of a structured map. They played that well. Shont mentioning the fact that they wanted to go to a particular map like that, backing themselves in. And they go to a bit more of an open map, and Kelton's Knights are looking quite free. Not free because they're easy, but free because they're roaming around. In this day and age, you got to be careful of the way you phrase those words. Good information here through archives on the polls for Owen. It's a peak though from Stock. River, very successful, gets rid of Worthy. 0-3 for the former 3-time MVP.
Oh, look at this info. So there's 3 out on the rappel, and Owen's able to relay that. I don't know where the 4th was.
Where's the 4th?
Probably top square, or square bulk, or something like that. Hard to guess.
Ooh.
No, yeah, it's the... you got Flores, so Josh will be clearing util stock. He'll probably want to make entry through there. No Azami in play, so I don't think we'll have too many initial issues.
I mean, what's the win condition here on the triple rappel?
I'll hope that the defense overpeaks you, but you've got to flush them out. I mean, they've got the Capital, so they might be able to force something Jan, but... bit of a Hail Mary play, to be honest, for Kelton's Knights in this position, I feel.
This is better. At least Josh making a bit of headway over towards top square. There is actually one play pushing up top square. That was a moment and a chance that Josh couldn't capitalize on to get that kill against Karma, who finds his 3rd kill in this particular match. River 2 was able to get another one. 2 in the round for him. Now into a 5 versus 2. Still outside on this rappel for Pat. On the Capital. Heads to the roof, and him and Bounce the Balls now as a duo. needing to find some way back into this round with 50 seconds left. It will be incredibly difficult. They can go through top square. But truthfully, it's not a round that's looking very likely for them. One still inside of stock has been pinged out. Balls very much knows this. Kelton sprays, hits nothing. Nitrocell hits nothing. River, can he find a third? He does. An embodiment of this round where it's just all one-way traffic. River for the 4K inside of stock. No one could clear him. And it's another round on the board for Panic.
Yeah, I feel like I may have jinxed Kelton's in that night, in that particular round, by mentioning that the lack of his army should have meant that stock was weakened. And clearly didn't factor in that River was going to pop off and find the multi in that round. So did some really good work to get the entry, then locked it down as we eventually saw Kelton's Knights pivot off the triple repel. So they've been a bit hot and cold on the attack here, Kelton. Same though, could be said for Panic defensively, losing one to the back of an ace, and then second, lack of plant in our basement, but top floor looking sound. Josh perhaps a little bit unfortunate to not win that one as well. All the 50-50s going against them in that particular round. Into round 5 then we go. Not entirely sure what side is open, yeah? Okay, cool. Castle in play. And so U-Tool is going to be relatively important. We may well see the floors brought out for Josh pivots. Without the Monty, there's not really that opportunity to go for a quick hit E-box, so we are unlikely to see that, I feel. We'll see if Kelton want to play into the roam, or if they look to oversimplify and maybe go a little bit more direct. Again, they still could try and go electrical without the shield. Or maybe through lobby. But when instead, they do have a hard breach in the hands of Pat, indicating that they may elect to get some control bot square, work that quad wall, and then look to play inside of kitchen.
How many times have we seen Bank this stage so far in the Oceania League? I feel like
it's just the once. I mentioned it before, and it was that very one-sided game, 7-0, I believe, in the end. So stats are irrelevant.
Yeah, completely irrelevant. I was going to say, I just felt like I hadn't really seen it a whole lot. For a map that maybe like end of last year, I felt like we actually saw quite a lot.
Yeah, hasn't really been in the meta for stage 1.
Ping information, lovely shot from Bouncing Balls. Kelton's on tonight. Good headshot on Karma, who has been kept quiet. Slow peek works though from Admin. Reelers. I don't think Balls was expecting that one. And Bouncing, Vinny and Worthy both pick up a kill each. This match of Bank keeps going back and forth. Now into a 4 versus 2 for Kelton's Knights, down to Shont and Reelers. Not just all available. Both on site. Open and Staff. And Kelton's Knights with plenty of time to get themselves a third attacking round win here on Bank. As the Logic Bomb goes out from Josh, that was the final one. Still 2 EE1Ds, 6 flashes, plenty of utility to win this round. And the double man advantage as well for Kelton's Knights. 90 seconds remaining.
They have Nomad for flank watch, Lion crowd control, hard breach as well. Flank's currently being held, and I thought momentarily Shont and or Reelers would reattempt up main, but instead looking to lock down open area, seeing if they can find some ones.
Oh, straight off the breach. Josh is just ready and waiting. Shont looking to find a response. Vince here from behind will get the final kill of the round, and with 1 round to go in this particular half, Kelton's Knights at minimum will at least tie it up or take a lead into the second half. It's been a really good showing from them on Bang, considering they are a team that cannot get out of the bottom 2. They cannot make playoffs. They have literally no way of making the Manchester Major. But they are fighting tooth and nail against a Panic team that has slowly started to gain attention as one of the top teams in this region that is making good headway. Yeah, they're a little bit on the ropes right now. But such has kind of been the nature of this particular league this stage. It's really difficult to predict what kind of version of a team, of a roster is going to show up on any given night. Panic, probably not at their best right now. Dev repeating over and over again, Karma Esports this and Karma Esports that. Well, Karma's 3-3 and has largely been irrelevant.
Yeah, I think he's going to be well placed in terms of attack for unlocking rounds. Defense, it can be a little bit more challenging. So, I'm not going to pull a line through Karma just yet. But
I'm not putting a line through. I'm just sort of highlighting that. Is this a case for Panic where it's Karma or nothing? Like, if you want to be a top team, that can't be the case. It's not Brendo or nothing. you know, it's not wettables or nothing. Those top teams have got multiple avenues. So if Karma's 3-3, which it means he's not having a bad game by any means, but he's not 15-0 Karma, but certainly, which we know he can certainly be every now and then. But he's not going to do that every night. Now River's doing his thing, 6-4. Real is 2-3. Is he being impactful enough? Probably not. I think Real needs to be that second man in this roster. It probably has to come down to him. Owen and Shant playing the more supportive roles, expecting them to maybe not be heavily fragging out, but it can't just be the Karma show. Otherwise, that is a weakness that I think in best of threes in playoffs that we will see come to the forefront for Panic.
Yeah, just to, I guess, reevaluate where Panic are at the moment for this matchup. A win essentially will confirm them for top 6. However, for a top 2 and the favorable seeding, put themselves in best position. We need to see a regulation win here. So important that they don't let Kelton's onto that 6th round. And they'll be under serious threat. If they go 4-2.5, that's not a great split. A loss here for Panic, though, shouldn't spell complete disaster. They should still qual, but would certainly be a win that they want under their belt. Round 6 we go. Bouncing balls once again looking for entry up above. But it's Vinny to find the first through that Kanto breach, or perhaps some angle down below through lobby, not entirely sure, but it is River to fall. Probably playing front desk as he was prior. Karma with info. Gets timed.
Oh, Karma's dead here. Yeah.
Wow.
The little monitor in the way, Josh was able to play off it really well. Karma gets caught. 4 versus 3 now for Kelton's Knights, looking to really take the advantage into the second half with a very strong attack here on Bank. Panic just looking a little lost right now on the defense. They are feeling overwhelmed. Still 3 death marks available for Worthy. Drone economy is pretty good as well for the most part. Only 2 drones inactive of the current players left alive. And just 60 seconds remaining in the round. Drone shot out. Shant spotted over that hallway. Janitor just slips in. Talk about the timing there. Worthy throwing the frag grenade in. Biddy just takes a bit of damage as well. Fall back to sight now, I think, is going to be the case for Panic, and hold positions and angles. Shant gets a little aggressive inside of admin. And I think this is a good angle that he is holding. 30 seconds left and still up above. Knights need to make their way to sight before it's too little too late. Shant up close. Takes a bit of unnecessary damage at the hands of that skeleton key. The drop can come from Worthy, maybe. No. Very delayed attack right now from Kelton's Knights.
Oh, 15 seconds then.
15 seconds remaining.
Panic. Are they able to withstand this pressure? Owen gets caught.
They can drop now. They
from
can
the
drop
exterior
hatch.
window.
Yeah, that was the player that was watching that hatch in from stock. Josh goes down, though. That was not going to be the kit. That's Pat. He's got it. He's getting that down now. Nitrocell thrown out. Sean! Oh! From downtown! Sean has just hit a clutch buzzer beater. 3-3 at the half. No advantage for Kelton's Knights. And that, to me, felt sorely needed for Panic Esports.
Yeah, really well played there from Shant. Nicely landing that Nitro cell on top of the
5-on-3
earlier SMG.
4-on-2 at the end. Gets a nice kill. Just throws towards default. I mean, that was close. Lovely kill. I mean, I say that was close. To be fair, there was quite a bit of time still remaining to, yeah, about 1.9 left on that one.
Worthy's still outside as well. Well, round 7. Panic on attack. Karma on entry. That's going to be the big story of this half. Can he unlock these rounds and give his team much needed advantages for the late round?
Yeah, big round from Shant, though. Yeah, I was kind of saying about who can step up. It's not just the Karma show, but holding on site in a 2 versus 4, getting that first kill, then immediately having the game sense and whereabouts. Default plant after that stock drop. Yeah, really well played. 3-3. Knights down onto the defense.
Attackers must locate.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't telling you to be quiet.
Oh.
It's all good. Rob being a little bit cheeky.
Was it Rob?
Yeah.
Mr. Monday.
Manic to the major.
Yeah, well, don't think so.
Well, definitely Kelton's going to the
Well,
major.
definitely Kelton's. But hey, they can hang out with Rob.
True. So for this round, we're going to see pretty expected lineup, at least from the attack. defense. It's a little bit more intriguing with the likes of the Mozzie in play and the Banshees from Vinny, which may provide more info offside, depending on how it's been employed. River for quick entry top though, and bouncing for a quick pick on to Sean. Wow.
I think this is going to be very hotly contested right until the end. I think even on the defense, Knights are going to be more than good enough. It's going to take a really solid effort from Panic on the attack. And you're right, I think Karma's probably going to have to be the one to unlock this on the entry positions. It's his bread and butter. What makes him so strong as a player is his ability to collect those entry kills, open up positions for the rest of his team to kind of funnel in. If he goes down, Panic lose a big source of their power, arguably all of their power. And Pat holding top blue, Vulcan canister, very good position here with the shotgun. No deployable shield. Doesn't really need it.
Yeah, we'll see if Panic are able to isolate this position. With the hatch opened up, they can trap him in blue. Maybe possible. They have 6 flashes. Could even cap a tower out if needed as well, but you would expect the Goya canister to be popped in response pretty promptly here from Pat, who's so strong at holding these kinds of positions.
Good call, expecting the pressure. There's actually another one down there as well. Bot Blue, I think that was Josh from quick glance. Just backing out a server now.
Pat holds.
One thing I will say though with that Vulcan canister top blue means it's not on site, so it's a little bit less denial in terms of that CC plant. But Pat will hold, as you mentioned. Flash got a swing and shoot. He didn't get anyone.
No, he got one.
Oh, he did get one, you're right.
That's his job done.
Josh, is he going to get his one as well? Not quite. I mean, he got his 99%. Yeah, not quite the full 100% though, and eventually goes down in the flames on site. 20 seconds left. Owen, ironically, getting that kill as well as he remained alive with that 1 HP. Finds the kill. Worthy then to go down, and suddenly Panic making this round work. Still, Vincia and Bouncing Balls can spoil the party. The smoke making vision very difficult, and Owen will get that plant down successfully. What a turn of events. He should have been dead bot blue, if not for one more bullet to land from Josh. And now into a 3 versus 2 retake. Kelton's Knights though with the 3. River over towards Dirt. That's a long angle. Doesn't give away position, doesn't shoot necessarily. As Bouncing Ball goes for the retake up above. River, Karma, bot blue. River in Dirt. Vinny gets that kill, forces River out. There's the hatch position. Good headshot. He's already on the plant though. And there's the drop from Bouncing Balls through bot square. And the retake is successful for Kelton's Knights. Topsy-turvy round, flip-flopping both ways. Pat gets his one, Josh doesn't. Panic at the plant down, and then we see Kelton's Knights get the retake. 4-3 in favor of Kelton's Knights, and the scoreboard indicative as to how close this game has been between these two teams.
Yeah, things getting really messy with that plant going down, limited time remaining. Smoke coverage good from Panic, but the retake from Kelton's Knights ultimately proving to be better. So much experience, immediately going up top main, and with only 2 attackers remaining in the positions in which they were, there was no one to cut him off from that main stairs position. Karma losing his one proved to be quite fatal, although he would have ultimately been flanked as well. And then Bouncing Balls, true to his name, bouncing on top of his final prey through that hatch. Good work. Not a great start for Panic, it has to be said though.
It's been an interesting game though, because I kind of like this for Panic. I know that sounds really strange, but they're in a position where they're getting challenged and Karma's not fragging. He can't save the day right now. He's not having the life game that we typically see from him. 15 to 20 in terms of kills. So it really puts an emphasis on everyone else to stand up collectively. You're a team that is 3-2. You've been beating some good teams, you've been challenging. You want to challenge to be a top 3 team in this region. You can't just go down to Karma or bust. So you're looking to River, you're looking to Realist. Shonton has also stood up. Need to see a little bit more from Realist still. Just a 2 and 4. Karma, as much as you can't rely on him getting 15 or 20, 4 and 5 for your top player, your entry player, right now needs to pick that pace up a little bit. So pressure certainly on those players of Panic to turn things around. Can they do so? Well, we'll find out in the next couple of rounds. But you also have to remember, for Kelton's Knights, there is literally no pressure. They have nothing to gain but nothing to lose. So therefore, they can just go out, play an official, have some fun. No stress on the results. And I think they're playing a little bit more loose and a little bit more free because they are simply under absolutely no pressure at all. And they're playing some good Siege right now. And can't be understated too. I mean, Vincia's inclusion, he's 7-4, playing well. They've missed him for a couple of games. Worthy finds an entry on to Realist, 2-5, sorry, entry denial. I'm not sure what Josh is doing there. Just caught over towards Janitor. Easy little lurk from Karma, but a lovely push up from Pat. Top square, Karma goes down. And that's been the game for Karma. Get one, but then die. And that's why he's 5 and 6.
Yeah, because he's not playing the first fight. Every time on attack so far, the first
what am I watching?
Times, he hasn't been the one making that early engagement. Maybe there's a more conscious effort from Panic in this game to not be relying on Karma for that very first fight. Or there's a desync. Karma's entry stat is very impressive. And even more impressive is his ability to close out rounds. So you need the support structure around him to ensure that, again, if he's not going to be having that first fight, if it is the second, he's not going to get immediately traded. That's what we saw in the last round because no one's near him top square.
Yeah. Panic, of course, beating Circular Spheres yesterday, 7-5. Yeah, prior to that, did get 7-0'd by Antic, a bit of a blip on the radar. But also before that game, beat Odium 7-5. So you've beaten Odium 7-5, you've beaten Circular Spheres 7-5, and you beat 6 targets. Now you're losing to Kelton's Knights. That doesn't really seem like it's following the story path that this stage has set out for Panic Esports. This goes back more so to that 7-0 against Antic, that blip on the radar. And I guess it's just the nature as to where this team is at right now. Great team, good youth. Their best is really good and can challenge those top teams. But arguably speaking for Panic, the consistency is clearly just not that strong right now. Can't be entirely reliant on a singular player, we know that. And certainly not Karma's fault this game, he's trying, but yeah, right now 5-3 in favor of Kelton's Knights. They've been great. I mean, Bouncer Balls has had his best game all stage. Vincia's return, duly noted. And really everyone else pulling their weight. And then that is even worse news. Is that, are we in time? Is that a rehost potential? I don't even know. We're into action phase.
Yeah, it should be. Yep. First 30 seconds.
So first 30 seconds of action phase, which means we will go to a rehost. All right, well, I'm not going to lie. I think Panic probably need a bit of a time here. Yeah, Karma's already kind of just dipped out. I was... Man has, I don't know, ran straight to the bathroom or something. Yeah, I don't know. I think Panic probably needed a breather, to be completely honest.
Yeah. But if pressure in the kitchen right now. I don't think I've ever seen Vinny this happy playing an official, but maybe it's because he's actually getting kills today. Yeah,
I mean, he's playing really well. Vincia's been great. I mean, really, as a team, they've been great. It does make you sort of wonder for Kelton's Knights, where was a lot of this throughout the stage? Certainly, there was a lot of winnable games throughout the stage. I mean, even really as short-sighted back as yesterday against 6 targets, 7-3 loss on club, not ideal. So, I mean, they're a team that I think we expected a little bit more from this stage, but good to see them bringing it out. Yeah, a little bit too little too late. Rehost time for us. Short break at the moment. Kelton's Knights up 5-3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay. Panic have been able to get Karma back into the server. We can continue where we left off at 5-3 in favor of Kelton's Knights. Going into the 9th round now, they are searching for match point. We head to CEO for this particular round. Unfortunately, it was a rehost, so we lose all of those KDA numbers, but yeah, so far it's been bouncing balls. He's been the MVP of this game by far and away. Vincia, if I remember, was 7-2 and was having a sensational return after missing a couple of games. For Panic Esports, it's been a bit of a rough stretch. Certainly the kind of game that we went into with a pretty high expectation that they would be able to win this and win it comfortably. And right now they're up against it. And looking to also now deny the 3 points away from Panic if Keltons can get one more round.
So to top floor we go then for round number 9. In the first 2 rounds of this attacking half for Panic, Karma has not been the player to engage in that entry fight.
Should mention as well, it would be Kelton's Knights' first point of the stage if they can muster up at least one more round. So either we're going to get a Panic sweep, come back 4 rounds in a row, clutch, win this and get all 3 points, or Kelton's Knights will get 1 on the board.
And if they win one more round, locking in OT, Panic's chances of finishing top 2, even if they go on to win, drops all the way down to 8%.
Wow. And what is it if they get the 3 points? Just a skew close.
How does that close it? 23.
23. Okay. Yeah, that's quite significant. From a chance...
They have to win 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, from a good chance to essentially impossible, close to it. Big couple of rounds coming up, and all 3... So all 2 of these next rounds, I guess you could say all 3 in theory as well. Oh, nice entry from Karma straight into Janitor. Can't win the second though. That's been the theme for him this game. He's been able to be good for 1, but just the carry-on snowball effect that we typically expect to see from Karma, where he can just get 1, then 2, then 3, open up sight, make the round essentially over early. Nice little crawl down bot square. Balls gets caught. And so 3 versus 4 now. No trade to come through that time from Kelton's Knights. Worthy on the roam down below, over towards Staff, now in towards bot square. And Vincia is quite low. The dock, unfortunately, gone. So no stim pistol there to get him back up. Are they aware, though, of this position of Worthy? That could be such a difference maker. I think he just took a shot and ran, though, so position certainly known.
Impact on the breach, followed up by King of Barrier, just to stall things out a little bit here for Panic. Josh has been able to reclaim territory inside of Jan, but Kelton's Knights do have the man disadvantage. Trying to establish, making it tough, and the economy looking strong for the attack. With the Repel held, this, yeah, should be an attacking round,
Vinny!
but Vinny with a big shot.
Yeah, can he do it again, though? I mean, he's low. And the fact that he even stood up and took that shot, very risky. Worthy finds 1. He's been roaming around. Owen actually going for the Repel in. Concussed.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, Worthy's outside at the moment. Josh can at least play a little bit of cover with Vinny towards long desk. 20 seconds left, though, remaining in the round. Owen with the kit will eventually have to look to stick that angle. Found, though, from Josh, top square. Knights have been able to unlock the round. It's Owen that's been spotted as well at front desk and eventually overwhelmed Josh. And with that, Kelton's Knights have gotten a point in this stage of the Oceania League. It's taken until Playday 6, but a point nonetheless. And for Panic Esports, a disaster unfolding. After such a solid performance last night against Circular Spheres, now a horror show on Bank. All they can achieve now, at best, would be the 2 points. And boy, they would have to turn their form around quickly. Otherwise, this one is looking done. 3 match points for Kelton's Knights on defense, on lockers, CCTV. Looking for their first win of the stage.
Very tricky to see a world in which Panic do get knocked out of the top 6. They get saved a little bit by the fact that CS and Antic, who are teetering on the edge of the bottom 2 at the moment, actually face off in the next Playday. The chances still stand at 80% for Panic. even if they are to lose this in regulation. But with losing that previous round,
5 seconds to insertion.
it does very much feel like the top 2 is now out of reach. Chance is severely diminished, even if they go on to win this game and then go on to beat Bliss in regulation. Shot though catches bounce and balls off guard. That was a very ambitious spawn pick, and we'll see if Panic can now convert this advantage.
Yeah, I don't know why you do that on a Locker City, but I mean, I guess it's match point. You get a couple of them, you get a couple of attempts. This could be the kind of game, or sorry, kind of round where you go super aggressive, it doesn't work, falls apart, 6-4, then you repeat, play more default. Worthy hanging around this hallway. You lose the Solus as well, so the drone work should be a little bit more comfortable for Panic in this round. A bit of a misdrone into Janitor, hasn't cleared Worthy. And actually Worthy got the kill. Yeah, full misdrone, and he gets the swing onto Karma. Just the little errors for Panic creeping into their game so far in this match of Bank. Really nicely done from Worthy. There's another player, would have hurt him as well, the cross from Wheelers. I mean, Worthy just making quick work here, Panic, despite that opening kill. There's another one outside, Terrace! Owen doesn't even consider that Worthy could swing from stock. He gets 3 in the round, it's a 4 versus 2. Only Shont and River remain. A head was spotted, you saw his head! Surely you saw his head! Quad kill for Worthy, River's top, Spiral, this one's done! The rehost took longer than those last 2 rounds. Kelton's Knights with all 3 points in this win on Playday 6.
I mean, huge reaction from the players. I mean, they've got a result across the line. It doesn't mean a whole lot for these guys, but for the side of Panic, a little bit of a disaster match this evening. Couldn't quite pull it together. They got off to a good start. Kelton's Knights, the ace from Kelton himself, and then able to really just carry that momentum forward. Second half very strong from them as well. And Bank just seems to be the map where they pull off upsets.
Yeah, what a disaster for Panic. Fortunately for them, well, right now doesn't mean their stage is over by any means, but it does kind of put some question marks into that team and going into the final play day. By no means are they safe now with that result. For Kelton's Knights, great win, but a little, too late.
Well, there was a clear warning, do not take the old men to Bank. That was what was said in the previous interview. And unfortunately, we obviously had Panic just completely zoned out in that case. And that's what happens, Dev.
Yep, Wedables knows what's up. Credit to him. He's a wise man, and clearly Panic.
He's a wise man.
He is a wise man.
Dev.
First time Wedables has ever been called that in his life. But Panic clearly were not listening. Yeah, I was personally surprised that we went to Bank, and you can see why. These guys really know how to play it. Even Kelton, as the guys said, came through with an ace. I didn't expect him to have a big impact. He's been pretty average this stage so far, but they fired up today. The substitution that we saw coming in as well. Just big stuff. I'm really happy to see Kelton's Knights finally get a win.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that they're already out of playoffs contention.
Yeah. Jake said it. Too little, too late. Just like it's too little too late for Vinny to apologise to me for leaving us this stage. Yeah, that's right. Mate, what's going on? Where have you... Okay, before we get into the proceedings, where have you been?
I mean, last night was a one-off tech issue that I'm pretty upset with myself that I couldn't fix, but I don't know. I went home for a little bit, so we had our sub playing. OJ and Cambo just couldn't step up to the plate in my absence, and I don't know. The rest is kind of in history at this stage.
Have you stood up to your own plate, though, Vinny? That's the real question.
Nah, look, this stage has been somewhat of a joke, but it's all good. We're having some fun today. Today was a fun game, so it was good. Yeah,
look, we kind of came into this stage, I think, putting you up the top of, around the top 4 at the very least of that discussion. I'm not going to be that guy, but like, what's happened? What's gone wrong for things to go this way? Do you think, is it a case of you guys just not playing to your potential, or has the actual competition increased?
I mean, first and foremost, Kelton came back, and it's just been a struggle with bouncing balls back in. But no, I think honestly, I think everyone is improving. Honestly, this is even when we were going through qualifiers, we were noting how well some of the teams were playing against us. Just kind of rocking up and doing whatever doesn't quite cut it anymore against some of these younger teams. But also, we're putting a bit more emphasis on practicing even once a week. But I think we kind of fell into the trap of trying to play a style of structured siege that we're not practicing enough for. So we're kind of in this limbo where we're trying to play a bit more together, a bit more structured, but we weren't practicing enough to kind of make that work. So I think even tonight we're kind of just letting a bit more loose, and I think that actually worked better for us.
So your next game, mate, is actually against the second best team in this league in Odium. So last stage you managed to play a bit of spoils against Bliss for a brief moment. What are the chances that you can actually knock Odium out of that second seed?
Yeah, I mean, after tonight, we've got a bit of momentum. One game is huge for us after 5 losses in a row. So I think we're on the up. Odium will probably be a bit nervous. They're a very young team, I think. And yeah, hopefully we can upset them.
I know you joked about Kelton coming back into the team, and it's been a bit rough, eh? But like honestly, with you guys being like slightly older roster, having played a different era of Rainbow Six, how's it been trying to relearn the game and then teach it to the new players that really didn't actually play at all in 2023? Like, what's the rebuild period and the process been like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, Kelton obviously has a lot of experience with the game. He's played at majors. He's a great player, and he's also probably unteachable at this stage. So we've kind of just let him loose and just let him do his thing. He said pretty early on he wanted to play BB tonight, so we just let him play Blackbeard, sit on the windows. But yeah, no, it's been fun. Honestly, at the end of the day, we've always had the same idea of sort of having a bit of fun. And just enjoying Siege, because it can get a bit much when you've been doing it for as long as we have, and just being able to enjoy it has been really good for us.
You can just say what you mean. You are washed. It's okay, Vinny. That's
yeah,
all right.
I mean, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. Look,
I'm just holding on.
I made this analogy at the start of the segment about you guys kind of being the high school jocks back in stage 2 of last year, and now it's gone spiraling out of control. You've got your hat on backwards. I think it's quite fitting. Do you?
Yeah, I actually just need a haircut, but yeah, I mean, we were like the popular kids in high school, and now we're just the washed-up guys with no jobs, so that's us now.
Both in and out of the server, mate. You just can't find it, can you? Vinny, look, mate, much love to you and the boys, but have you got anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, just thank you to you guys, as always. You guys do an amazing job. Thanks to all the production. God bless Kelton's Knights.
And God bless Australia. Thank you very much, Vinny. We'll chat to you soon, mate.
See you guys.
Oh God, there's people that you really miss, and names that really go up there. And then there's Vinny. And then there's Vinny. Yeah, Vinny's. Why do you keep doing? Do you hate me?
Yes.
Like, do you physically hate me? I don't get it. Why do we know? Yeah, look, I've got to admit, I do genuinely have a lot of love for that team, and it's nice to see them bounce back, Dev. But mate, look, we say it's too little, too late, but is it too little, too late in terms of the year? Do you think this could spark something for stage 2 at least?
Yeah, look, that's what I'm wondering right now. And if we had Vinny for a little bit longer, I would have asked him that. What is the long-term plan? Yes, Odium next week, no playoffs after that. So that actually concludes their stage.
Yep.
Are they going to stick around until, to be honest, what is quite a long break before stage 2 starts? Will they then try and requalify, or however that ends up working, and then play again? Last year it was very much like, oh, we may as well just play. We can just rock up and have a bit of fun. How will the team treat it? Will they look to try and practice? Will they practice more so that they can nail down that structured style? Will they practice less so that they perhaps don't put too much pressure on themselves? How are they going to play it? I really do wonder. Or will this team even exist? I really hope so, because it would be devastating to lose these guys.
It certainly would. Mandy, we talk so much smack on Kelton.
I know, it was horrible. Oh. I feel so bad. Look, all honesty, he got an ace in the first round, mate. Like, his first 5 kills come straight from round 1. Like, I don't know. That guy, like, legit took the test seriously. Like, personally, man. Yeah. Like, we were saying, like, oh, this guy's come back in. Vin was like, he's unteachable. Like, this guy's a bad omen. Bro, he is not, man. He's back in the server.
Honestly, just put a Letterman jacket on him, and, like, it's... You genuinely could see him... throwing the pigskin around in the backyard. Like, he's going pro once he leaves school. That's all I'm saying. Dev, look, a little bit of disappointment for their opponents. Panic now up a creek without a paddle.
Yes, they are. And it does put into context their whole stage. They've had so many upsets. They took down 6T, but now next week they play Bliss, and realistically they will get 0 points out of that game. And I just had a look, like they're currently sitting safely, like in 4th, right?
Yep.
But 6 targets, Antic and Circular Spheres are the ones below them. And if all 3 of them jump over, then they are screwed. But of course, Antic and CS are going to be playing each other later, and it's really going to depend on how that works out. Also, with 6 targets playing Man LFO, there's a very real possibility that Panic don't make it to the playoffs, but the Stars kind of have to align against them.
Yep.
But I still think, like, honestly, I would say if I had to put a number to it, like 40% chance that they don't make playoffs, which is pretty high considering they're currently in 4th.
Yeah, and I was just saying, you know, when we were off the desk, Mandy, it's crazy to consider a team with 3 wins might not actually make it through to playoffs of a 6-team bracket. It is absolutely ridiculous. But what is even more ridiculous is we still have 2 more games to go. We'll be back after this with the rest of the night. Well, Kelton's Knights with their first win of the stage. Unfortunately for them, it comes in Playday 6. But you know the saying, don't you?
What is it?
No Vinny, no Winnie. He's back in the server and away he goes.
I haven't heard that one before.
Well, it's catching on with the kids nowadays. But let's move on with the night because we obviously have a second half. Welcome to the desk as well. I don't think I need to say that. But
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
I just like to always make sure you feel welcomed and loved. And
On the Rob and Co show?
Yeah, look, sometimes we know what it is. We know what it is. But what we don't know is going to happen in this game. That's for damn sure. Man LFO, Circular Spheres, guys, help me here because Circular Spheres have just not lived up to the name.
Well, they didn't at the start. Now they kind of are. They find themselves still in the bottom two heading into the night, but an opportunity to elevate out of that and, in fact, set themselves up for a decent run in playoffs. Circular Spheres have been a very difficult team to judge throughout this league so far. Even yesterday, the 5-7 loss against Panic does, unfortunately, put them in this position currently. So I think heading into tonight, all eyes have to be on escaping bot 2.
Yep.
Is it possible? I think it is. I wouldn't put them that far behind Man LFO.
No, and look, you have to get a result. Doesn't matter. Point. You need something from this game. You cannot walk away with 0 points heading into your last play day on only 6 for the entire stage. That would, one, it would be a failure for their stage, but 2, obviously, the drastic, the drastic end to this is no playoffs for them, which I think would be a disservice to what this roster can achieve.
No, I agree with that. I think this is a roster that should be fighting for arguably top 2, top 3, as a lot of teams probably feel they should be throughout this stage. So, yeah, big game for them. Certainly more on the line for Circular Spheres. For Man Esports, they're a roster that, what are they, already 9 points, a little bit more solidified. They've had some good results. I think Man Esports come into this particular game with less pressure, and with that, maybe there's more onus on them actually performing in this particular match. I think there's actually more of an expectation now for this roster to be actually considered a better team than Circular Spheres, which is a really good feat, I think, for this roster to actually be achieving coming into this game. So I think they've been really good as a team. The EPS numbers also highlighting that. Player's certainly been a standout, but look how low he is on the entry kill. So they've got different roles. They're all performing their individual roles. They're not reliant on a singular player. And across the board, these two teams, I don't think are that different between each other. So far, this stage really has been very back and forth in terms of the middle of the pack are all able to beat the middle of the pack. It's just a matter of who shows up on the night.
Yeah, it certainly is. And to be fair, we need to give credit where credit is due. Scars has come in as a debutant and played absolutely unbelievable. In terms of just rocking up consistently every single week in, week out, he has been performing for Man Esports LFO, and one of the more consistent players to join the league as a whole over the last couple of years. There's always inconsistencies, but Man LFO, they've felt a little bit more rock solid than maybe we expected, guys.
Yeah, and look, with Panic unfortunately losing against Kelton's Knights just earlier, it really is now a 2-horse race towards second place between themselves and Odium. Now that, of course, is pending the result of the final game of the night between Odium and Antic. But if Man Esports are able to get a regulation win today, let's say Odium slip up, final playday will be a really interesting duel between the two that will continue. So this is an important game for them, and one in which they'll be expecting to win if they want to be in that top 2 discussion.
Now, we do have a player head-to-head, which is always fun. We've got Player taking on Jake Henner. Now, it needs to be noted, Player is the formidable player on Man LFO, guys. But Jake Henner actually isn't. Goofed is ahead of him, which I think is a surprise for me to say.
Yeah, Goofed has had a really good last couple of play days, but Jake Henner still has been rock solid and quite consistent throughout the stage as well. So looking forward to seeing these two go toe-to-toe. It's interesting to see that Player doesn't have quite as high a share in terms of entry, despite playing that Yana primarily on attack, whereas Jake Henner at 23 on the Nomad is, stands out as being a little bit unusual. But yeah, keen to see them go toe-to-toe. And with identical EPS numbers, it's going to be an intriguing matchup. And then you add Goofed into the equation, and those three are going to be going at it.
It's there is a lot riding on this game. Okay, to give the context before we break down this game any further, Man Esports still need 2 points to secure playoffs. Right, Circular Spheres are in 7th place. They absolutely need points to get out of this discussion. And further than that, Circular Spheres, their final playday is against Antic, which are the only other team on 6 points. So this game has so much riding on it. The pressure will be immense for both of these teams. No bank. We're unfortunately, much to Dev's dismay, Xenox, we're headed back to Clubhouse.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like that might be a mistake from Circular Spheres. You look at their bans, Cafe Labs into Skyscraper, of course they lost that yesterday. So then why are you picking Club over Bank, which fits more so the theme of the maps you've banned?
Yeah.
That to me is really kind of concerning. I mean, we'll see. And it looks as if they're going to be attacking first as well, which doesn't bode well for them in the first half. I think Man Esports have actually been pretty content with the way this has shaped up. They've denied Consulate, they've denied Border, they've denied a little bit more of these more open maps. Circular Spheres didn't look great on Skyscraper yesterday.
Yeah.
They struggled against the more structured gameplay. Now you're going to Clubhouse? I don't know. This is going to be very interesting. What I will say, though, is Circular Spheres are the embodiment of what everyone else is like in this stage right now. Coin flip. What are you going to get on the day? It's true. I've looked at like a lot of the teams. It's win one play day, then lose the next. They win that play day. We think they're amazing. They're going to win the next one. You saw that today with Panic alone, not that long ago, 30 minutes ago, and suddenly it's like, well, how do you expect to predict that? You can't. So I have no idea how this is going to go because I don't know which version of these two teams are going to show up.
Especially on Clubhouse. It's a dangerous game to be playing, that's for damn sure. It is must-win territory for both teams. We head to Dev and Mandy to run us through.
G'day guys, I'm ready for some more games. I'm ready to cast. I'm not keen for Clubhouse. Mandy, why are we living in Clubhouse and Chalet League? For a second there we got Bank. I thought, yeah, I can get behind this. This is some money moves, but we're back on Clubhouse again.
Oh, no. I don't know. I feel like it's just the nature of the BO1s, to be honest. At this point, it's like you're in play day 6. You've nearly locked yourself in. Actually, you haven't really locked yourself into the playoffs, hey, if you're these two teams. Yeah. Maybe it's just comfort. Maybe it's something about not wanting to reveal maps for the BO3. Maybe it's a combination of both. I don't know.
Good question. Yeah,
I don't know.
Both of these teams are yet to be locked in for the playoffs, but Man Esports LFO are looking pretty hot. They're on 9 points at the minute. They're also gunning for that second place. CS, on the other hand, they are really on the verge of those elimination spots. They're just fighting to stay in. Both of these teams have really hard games next week as well. CS playing against Antic and Man LFO against 6 targets, which has proven to be a pretty strong team, and they've taken a few big scalps. So this is an essential win for both teams, for their campaigns, continuing and capping off this round-robin stage as they play their second last game of the stage round-robin.
I think it's just particularly important for Circular Spheres as well, right? At the moment, these guys on the brink of elimination in 7th place are trying to make that grand escape. Now, this very well could come down to that final playday, assuming Circular Spheres win this one. It could come down to tomorrow's playday. Okay. There are a lot of assumptions here. We assume Circular Spheres win this one. Then Antic win the next one, right?
Wait,
that
sorry.
means...
I'm sorry. Let's just come back to that in a second. Production is... No! Chef! No, Chef! Never mind. I think it said you are my
sunshine.
You are my sunshine. Yeah. Alright, cool. Anyway, sorry, please continue. Chef just rudely interrupted us.
That's okay. I actually don't remember what I was talking about.
Maybe that was the plan.
Oh, yeah, no. We were talking about how, so Circular Spheres, hypothetical, okay?
Yes.
If they win today, okay,
yes,
and then Antic win in the next game, so like about an
yes,
hour's time, that could make it so that it comes down to like the final game tomorrow, no?
Yeah,
or
and
you
they're
could
playing
say
each other, right? Because at the moment, Antic in 6th place is on 6 points. Circular Spheres in 7th place, also on 6 points. So yes.
Or it could be the other way around, right? If they both lose.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? We could be cooking here.
We could be cooking. And also Antic are playing Odium, so very high chance they lose this. If Circular Spheres win this, it could well essentially lock them in, or all but lock them in.
Well, I'm sure that, our mate Sprabuni has done
the
statistics for us. So surely we would just be able to look that up on the basis that we've been lazy. Okay, here we go. So...
The percentages.
Right. That's pretty good, hey. So if they win in regulation today, Circular Spheres that is, they are 89% locked in for top 6. Whereas for Man LFO, if they win in regulation or in OT, they definitely make playoffs,
Confirmed,
right?
Yeah. It really feels a bit like an edge case for Man LFO not making playoffs. There's a 20% chance that they don't make it, and that's only if they lose this in regulation. But for them, they're really gunning for those top 2 spots, and that's very much still up for grabs. Even if they get all the 3 points out of this game, they'll be preying on Odium's downfall against Antic later today. But yeah, as we dig into this one, obviously Circular Spheres are quite a different team to what we saw at the start of the stage where they went 0-14 for rounds. They've fired up quite a lot, but they actually are yet to play Clubhouse, Mandy. So for Circular Spheres, I think this is a great chance for them to prove what they've been working on this map. The last time they played it was in the qualifiers, and they beat Kelton's Knights in overtime, and that's not a great result, to be honest. So I hope that they've been working on it since then. I hope they're ready to fire up and take on one of the best teams in the league in Man Esports.
All right, here we go on the attack. Also, just complete shout-outs to Babooni. Thanks for doing the hard work on the pit wall for us. Oh, gosh, vertical kill instantly from Cairo. Ready for the rotation coming down from Chikena. Is going to catch him off guard. First pick going in the way of Man LFO.
That's also the hard breach gone. So we still have the Hibana, but usually you want to weakness hashtag exposed. Damn, Chef's talking mad smack. But yeah, usually the way you counter the Kaid, so Cairo himself, on this kitchen hatch is you put the ace summers right next to the hatch and it blows up the hatch anyway. Yeah, thank you very much, Observer. But you're not going to do that anymore. So Physics has got some tough choices to make about what he opens and what he doesn't.
Well, in an ideal world, I think Physics has probably got enough Hibana charges to make it work right. There are no impacts on the side of the defense. His army hasn't brought impacts. So getting this kitchen hatch open should be fairly easy work. Now, whether they know that or not is a different question. So yeah, just be cautious about it, take a bit of time, but they should get that one open pretty easily. Meanwhile, on the other side though, Pinku's made his way all the way down bot main, and this triple wall is still open as well. So they're trying to exploit the fact that this is still very much awry for the defense and see what they can make work of it. Great C4, lands onto Pinku. It's another pick going in the way of Man Elfo.
I remember back in the day, you had to line up that C4 with a little marker on the roof. Now with the previs, it's so easy to nail that every single time, get it right, without a lot of like preparation needed. And it's worked so well. Chef does find another pick, in fact, by directly trading with Goofed. There's no doubt that Man Esports are in a firm advantage right here. They've also fortified, as we saw before, that church wall. This single reinforcement here makes things very awkward for getting deep angles into church. And realistically, that's what Japer and Physics need right now. They need a freebie.
All right, here we go. For these two left on the potential execute, coming into a 2 versus 4. It's never easy, especially when you're trying to convert the basement. Unless Hunter just goes and decides to peek Japer all the way over on the hatch. So the flashbang still sailed through. Why are we peeking the kitchen hatch? What is going on?
Bro, you should never be losing this round of 4v2.
Oh dear.
Cairo, oh, he's taken out! What in God's name are they doing? How do you win a 2v4 like that? Credit to Physics. He played it well, but I don't know what to say, man. Esports are throwing.
Yeah,
get back in him on chat. Holy.
All right, you know, I'm going to say it early, Dev. I feel like I'm pulling a bit of a Rob moment here back in Asia, right? But, like, guys, come on. Get out of all chat. Like, honestly, to everybody in OCE that has been in the all chat, get the hell out of all chat, all right? Shut up, focus on the game. That's the first thing first said. Second thing, what the hell just happened to him? How have they lost
This was just like an objective threat. Like, I hate to be so vicious, but Man Esports should never be losing that 4v2. Firstly, it was Hunter. We praised him so much for his IGLing and his leadership skills. He's the Warden. He's the one operator that can withstand the flashbangs that would enable the potential 2v4 drop. And he just peeks and dies. And then another player from a perfectly safe position just peeks and dies. Suddenly, in the 2v2 with flashbangs available, yeah, the attack actually does have an advantage. That was such a throw. I'm just going to say it how it is.
That was profoundly disappointing.
Credit to Circular Spheres, Physics and Japer. Good two-piece for each of them. Very well played. But, yeah, I mean, the only way they win that round is by getting freebies, and Man Esports like, well, how about this one?
Well, alas, here we go. Yet another attack for Circular Spheres. They managed to thieve away the last one somehow, so here we go again. Maverick not being brought along, despite it being available and having slipped through the ban phase, but doesn't seem to matter anyway. Circular Spheres willing to play the trick game on the other side with the bandit of Cairo, who's lying in wait for the exothermic to go on the wall, but Pinku thinks the better of it. He's not going to do it early on, and is instead going to rotate over to Con instead, which is completely safe for now, not electrified at all. And that one should be pretty quick work.
Any good stuff? You want to try and maximize these attacks while you've got the chance, because it'd be quite challenging to get... Wow, is that a full forfeit of the CCTV side by the defense? I think every single player is retreated. Can we just get confirmation on that from the overhead? Obviously, there's a lot of setup over here, but We are checking.
No, I think there is a lad on top red.
Let's have a look at the loot. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're right. Cairo is still over here at top red, but he is currently alone. As his wall begins to be open, he looks for a fall-off path. And it doesn't seem like anyone is watching his retreat. As I say that, there is a player in secret right around the corner, and Goof does take him down. Actually, no, that's Jakenna. Never mind. These guys still have their terrible names. That's a good opening pick for Circular Spheres. I think it was a mistake for Man Esports to fall off so early.
I would kind of have to agree with you on that as well. But then again, they did have the cutoff already set themselves up on con. To be honest, I feel like Circular Spheres have just played that sweep across the map well. Hey, I feel like they dedicated all 5 people to it. There was 2 people cutting off Cairo's exit. Not only that, but con was open as well, and 2 people entering. So yeah, that's all 5 of your players getting active just to take down Cairo. Like, I feel like they've done pretty well in that instance. Pinku, though, is going to make this entry work inside of con. Now the wall's completely open, no mirror on it, so he's going to get that for free on the entry so far. Player, though, is going to at least get one back onto Guft. So numbers even between these 2 teams. But, like, honestly, this is kind of a lot of control for the attack.
Yeah, a lot of time. A huge amount to work with. Pinku on the entry. Oh, very nice off angle from Hunter. Very difficult to contest. He finds it and he falls back. And now the defense. Ooh, looking to get aggressive here, play. He doesn't need to as of yet. He's no keybers to try and fortify his position, so he falls back a little bit. This is quite awkward. Still very winnable for CS, but as player finds one and gets aggressive again, it feels like the time is ticking. Another big pick here for Jakenna, but of course, the Fenrir's FNAT Dread Mines make things all kinds of difficult. Diffuser cold on the ground, and Jakenna looks to try and farm a few picks, but Chef will happily clean both of them up and find the first defense for Man Esports.
Yeah, a bit of a one-dimensional attack there, I think, for Circular Spheres. They dedicated themselves fully to the sweep, and yes, while they were able to take down Cairo pretty quickly early on, then they weren't able to go and rotate their hard breach over, get open Jacuzzi, put pressure elsewhere, and in the end, I think Man Esports actually choosing the fall off early probably helped them out towards the late game there, right? They found their safe haven on the bomb site, seeming that Circular Spheres wouldn't, decided not to go for a pinch on the other side of the map, and that worked out pretty well for them.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I think you're right. I maybe called it a little bit too early. I thought that was too early of a retreat, but Circular Spheres did not capitalize quite well, and there are a lot of solid ones from Man Esports. But now we get to see if they can right the wrongs of round 1, because it was quite embarrassing losing that 4 versus 2. They had read it so well for the most part. I think Cairo getting that early pick through the vert onto the top of main stairs, beautiful. I really enjoyed that. I think their setup was great. The Azami on this basement bomb site is so powerful, as is the Fenrir. Also, let's not forget about this cheeky mirror strat that Man Esports run every single Clubhouse basement round that we've seen so far, with the open reinforcement in the middle. The mirror window, which is essentially just to try and enable that early C4 and like bait a player into over-peaking it, which worked last time, by the way. It's consistent for them. They always manage to get a kill. They always manage to reinforce it off.
I feel like we theory crafted this last time, but like, what did we say the reason for having the wall open was for again?
I can't remember what we said last time, but I have a feeling it's just so that it like baits the attacker into peeking a little bit wider, which guarantees that C4 kill, because you can see them on the mirror window. You're not trying to swing them, you're just trying to use that C4 lineup.
But why wouldn't that work with just like...
Because the open wall baits them into swinging wider, so they can't get away from the C4.
I see.
That's my theory.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
It's like a false sense of excitement, I guess.
Definitely,
on
yeah.
the attack, you've got on the main stairs. It's like, ooh, wow, wall. I don't know, to be honest.
But they always reinforce it off as well. Like,
I don't know.
There's always an intention. I would love to see like a Capitao or some other kind of creative way of actually like nullifying that position, which you can do through Vert.
Maybe strange things happen, but when it's like strange in one way, then you don't know how to interpret it, and then that's also dangerous in its own way. Anyway, here we go.
Profound, yeah.
So the unknown is dangerous,
There are known knowns.
This could be a great philosophy episode here.
There are
Yeah, I feel like we've done too
unknowns.
many of those. So anyway, here we go. This is Chef Jeff once again on the lineup on the player bottom main stairs. Well, looking to find the player on the bottom of the main stairs. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack side will start to work the vertical. All the Rams have been deployed now on the side of Japer, so the back of Arsenal is fully vacated for the defense as they look to potentially drop kitchen when they can.
Reloaded. Nice usage of the caliber-based destruction to destroy the keeper barrier. Nice work with the Ash countering that mirror window. It seems to be a blue and Armory push as this kitchen hatch is going to be attempted to be open. Now Thatcher has been foregone this round, and instead the Hibana, by placing a few Kibas on each side of the hatch, a few Excairas will hopefully, different Japanese word, will hopefully open up that hatch by destroying the Kaid. Now Pink is going to go and peek this. The C4's gone. Oh wow, very dangerous from Chef, very aggressive.
Oh, but Pinky's just going to kill him here.
Oh, yuck.
You see what I mean? I don't understand. Anyway, I don't think I get it yet, Dev.
I think Chef played that quite poorly.
I really liked your theory, but then I saw Pinku at the bottom of main stairs here, and he's like holding his angle on the wall like super passive, waiting for the rotation. Yeah, see, like this is a really passive angle. Surely you don't die in C4 here. Okay, never mind, it's just gone and Pinku.
Well, C4's gone, but C4 missed early.
Yeah, interesting. I don't understand, but I'll theory craft it later and get back to you.
I have a feeling here that Circular Spheres need to capitalize on this blue presence that they've got. Goofed was moving his way through. It seems to be the eventual execute will come down into Armory. And here's two big picks for Jakena. As he makes his entry known, Goof can actually play passively, just waiting for Player to walk straight into his line of sight. However, Player does get the kill and doubles down. It's now all up to the Azami, but he's found 3. No keeper barriers remain. Player on the site, a player on the hatch. He must duel them.
No
what
way.
a shot! A 4K, but not to be the 5th. Very nice try there from Player. Almost the ace clutch. But Circular Spheres are not to be trifled with. That is 2 successful attacks onto the most defender-sided bomb site on this map.
I quite like Circular Spheres' approach to that as well, realizing they didn't need Thatcher and instead, you know, could bring another comfort operator on the board as well. Not only that, but Dev, I know it sounds crazy to say this, but Circular Spheres are playing the game really slowly.
And that's not very the CS of old.
Yes, exactly. That's very uncharacteristic of the Circular Spheres of 2023. The Circular Spheres of 2024 is like they leaned into this ACOG stuff going on, you know? Like they're actually like breaking down each bomb site, doing the checklist, holding angles, like playing the patient game. And that, like, to me, is like a real shake-up in identity from what we saw from the past year. And I think that last round was a great example of that.
I got a question for you.
Yep.
Is it the Juicy effect? Juicy came and joined this team. Jakena went out. The roster went from being like a bunch of young gunners, just mates, like hanging out from the ranked trenches. No, you don't think it's
I don't
Juicy?
think so. I think the game's just slowed down a lot. I mean, me and Rob and you have had plenty of yarns about it on the desk off air. But yeah, I think the game slowed down a lot, just like both mechanically and on like a macro scale as well, with all the changes that have come through.
Yeah.
And I think that Circular Spheres have maybe picked up on that and have realised that.
Well, that said,
I think especially with the introduction of Apex, to be honest, and the way that, like, you know, the gunfights don't quite work out the same way these days.
well, it's one thing for the meta to change. It's another thing for a team to actually adapt to it. And I want to credit Circular Spheres. Like, they were the 1.5 merchants, right? Like, they were just like merchants of the aggressive meta. The game slowed down. What did they do? Did they keep trying to force a meta that was old? No, they've said, hey, I love my R4C ACOG. We're going to make this one work.
All right, here we go. So this is Physics looking for a Maverick trick on the wall. Now, keep in mind it has slipped through the ban phase as long as Thatcher, so as well as Thatcher, so they have got plenty of options to open up some of these walls. But with that mirror being right in between the Rios, it is a little dangerous to get your Thatcher on there, right? So Physics playing a really cautious game here. It doesn't really look like they're going to commit themselves to getting this wall open anymore. It just kind of looks like a line of sight from here on out. And, you know, we'll see what they can convert, like, next, following on from this. Physics is kind of looking like he's shaping for a garage as well, potentially. And they haven't really put work on the other side of the map as well. So it would indicate to me that Circular Spheres are looking to try and dedicate themselves to this garage take.
There is a lot to worry about for this kind of take, and especially the Maverick. Now, where was that? Oh, Cairo actually just contested through the Maverick's own holes. That's a very unfortunate way to die for Physics. And realistically, there is very little chance that Circular Spheres will breach garage now, as they have no hard breach aside from the ace, and no way of removing the Kaid's electric claws. However, Japer has found a big kill onto Player, the Azami, and another one goes in favor of CS. Another one! Now free to walk up the stairs. Goof considers it for a moment. He threatens the position, and Chef looks to over-aggress. He loses his life as well! How the greats fall. Man Esports were up a player, and then they got swept under the rug. Another beautiful attack from Circular Spheres. They're up 3-1.
See, that's what I'm telling you, Dev. This is the ACOG hold an angle meta. I'll tell you what. We're doing a garage take here, and basically no one is inside of the garage. Everyone's like down below, in lounge, holding an angle on the vertical, holding an angle from inside a lounge onto garage, sitting on the garage door, looking in with an ACOG, trying to take down that player, and the player dies, somehow, inside of rafters, behind his own keeper barrier. It's like, and it's just all falling apart. They haven't even taken a step into the bomb site, barely into the map even, and boom, all of the man LFO players just gone and peeked all these players holding these angles and died. That's happened like 3 rounds in a row now. Especially like after that first defense loss that they were able to get right. That was just them like basically peeking into a 2 versus 4. It feels like a massive deja vu for this team.
Oh, it's really not a good look, is it? Tactical timeout called for Man Esports, and they really need to capitalize upon this. The result of this game, like if this one goes in favor of Circular Spheres, it's actually going to have huge repercussions. Circular Spheres are currently on the outside looking in 7th place. Still possible to jump up into 6th or even potentially further. If they win this game, they're going to jump over Panic, 6 targets, and Antic. And they will be tied for points with Man Esports. And depending on the scoreline, they could even jump Man Esports as well on round difference, all the way up into 3rd place, just from winning this one game, which would be absolutely unreal after Circular Spheres' incredibly shaky start to the season.
Scary times. Scary times if you're an Antic fan.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Antic and 6 targets is going to be... Yeah, they're going to be terrified right now.
Get out the all chat, man. I mean, like, I can see what they're trying to... I can see what they're trying to do, because, like, you know, like, Chef's, like, the all chat merchant or whatever, right? And he's, like, saying weird things, so trying to, like, do it back at him again.
Also,
but, like,
yeah.
honestly, everyone, just shut up. Like, it doesn't matter what team you're on. I don't care who you are. Like, focus on the game.
Opening kill in the first round, Cairo gets a really nice vertical angle, and immediately Man Esports are in the all chat.
Yeah.
And then they throw a 4v2. And I think from that moment, when Circular Spheres got back in the all chat, the tilt started to set in.
Yeah, don't get back in the all chat. Don't put the foot in the all chat in the first place, and you'll never have this problem, okay? Get in the lobby, mute your enemies, and just play the game.
Yeah, they really put their foot in their mouth with that one.
Yes, very bad. Okay, my rant is over. We are now attacking Clubhouse again. Well, Circular Spheres are. We're not. We're on the desk. Okay, fully... yeah, thank goodness. Opened up for CCTV with the ace. Now, it doesn't really look like they're dedicating themselves to the sweep this time around. I think they're trying to right their wrongs of the last time that they attacked Gym and Bedroom, and they're thinking, okay, let's not overcommit to the other side of the map and try and put pressure elsewhere instead. So yes, they've got an open CCTV, but it does also looking like they're putting early pressure onto Logi, onto Con, and Physics is taking the diffuser over to Jacuzzi and Zone. So it's a lot more pressure now for Circular Spheres.
I gotta say, nice idea there from CS with Goof trying to use a smoke to then enable his switch drone to get down and take down that very powerful mirror window in Logistic, but unfortunately it was not able to land. Realistically, CS don't have a huge amount of util to clear these mirror windows because there's no Ash on the board, no Kali, and the Twitch drone I think was just able to find one. I believe I heard a mirror open just then. But you know, there's so much util still on the board that you want to be targeting. I think both Twitch drones have been destroyed.
So now, Dev, we play the waiting game, yeah? The walls have been open. Circular Spheres aren't going to move. They're just going to sit here and drone and wait. Yes?
Yeah, but they also have a bit of util to clear. The Rotero's coming through from the Flores. They got to clear these Fenrir, Dread Mines. Get some info on these positions so they can start zoning players out and looking for these kills to enable an entry. But you're right, like patience has proven to be a virtue for 16.
Very nice.
However, good opening there for player. He's been very sharp today.
Okay, here we go. A minute left on the clock and the flashbangs are sailed in. It looks like Physics is going to try and make this entry, but does he know that player has a fantastic one-way angle going into Gym?
And what's more, Hunter is right on the other side of this soft wall. Player trying to take that fight. Scars, meanwhile, has found 2. Hunter can pop up. And Pinku somehow misses him. So a 1v5. Mate, you fed before. Don't do it again. Last time it was a 4v2. Now it's a 5v1. But
do it.
Never say never.
Don't
you keep feeding and you will lose some heads here.
I'm actually proud of Man LFO here. They took their tactical timeout and they've realized we need to stop getting aggro on these guys. They're just sitting there and doing nothing and holding angles, right? And like, yes, that's kind of the way that the game is shaped up to be a little bit. But if they really do nothing and they're just disciplined, this is what happens, right? And it's worked out really well for them in this round. So I think, yeah, Man LFO, great tactical timeout to recompose, and there we go. The round's converted.
Very good there. You hit the nail on the head, Mandy. It's just a game of playing passive for Man LFO. Circular Spheres, if they're the ones to make the first move, doesn't always pan out so well, especially at a numbers disadvantage. And he's back in the old chat again.
Shut up, man. Get out. You too. Goofed. Get out. Like, it's bad. It's bad.
I can't tell who's getting the most tilted in-game from all the old chat, but I can tell you who's getting most tilted out of game.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It's you, Mandy.
It's just like, I don't know. It's just kind of embarrassing.
Oh,
I don't
League
know.
Ops is getting in on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Enough.
The admins are letting you know.
I concur, Fortress Admin 1. Okay, we're going down to the basement. It's round 6, so this is the final defense for Man LFO.
I just can't get over picturing, like, you know, the under 13s AFL, like, you know, like the footy Oz kick kids, like, playing, and they start getting a bit lippy at each other, and the ref comes over, and the coach is like, enough, lads, please, you know, settle down.
Okay.
Settle down, boys. That's what we just witnessed right there.
Did you ever play, like...
Not Oz kick. I was a
play
tennis and hockey guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
So you're... Yeah, we really are nerds. Hey, we go bowling and just play hockey.
Hey, hockey was fun. I played for 10 years and then I gave up.
Oh no, okay. Alright, enough, here we go. Actually back into the game now. Now Man LFO, they've got 2 defense wins and none of them have been on this bomb site. So going back to the basement does make me a bit worried for them. Now that being said, they've taken this massive recomposure and I think they've got the formula figured out now. Just don't do anything. Just wait. And maybe you can outweight Circular Spheres. And I think if they do that here, maybe they're good.
Ooh. Here's a big entry from Jakenna with the ace no less, and he's found 2. Massive credit to Circular Spheres. They completely switched their game plan. They decided to aggressively stalk down this roam. They had one player shoot down the barricade and Jakenna to jump immediately in. Now a 5v3 advantage. Realistically, Man Esports need to go aggressive here. Sadly, the passive playstyle will no longer work from such a disadvantage. They need to at least find 1 kill back.
So Kyra's in a pretty solid off angle here now. I think he has just been droned out, so now, you know, has to make this decision. Is he going to stay in this position or fall off? Okay, never mind. They've got no idea he's here, apparently. So Goof just going to drop down the hatch and fall to him inside a stage. There is still a player cutting him off at the bottom of red, though, so he seems pretty wary about that. Player's right behind there, waiting for the refrag, potentially as he goes for the swing. Not going to be followed up by any of the attackers, though. So for now, Kyro wasting a lot of time.
He needs to make good on this, though. There are no second chances here for Man LFO. Like, they lose this round, and that's essentially the game gone. Like, you can't be going 4-2 down on your defense half. And so Japer is looking to pinch with his player on red stairs, but do they know that a defender has snuck his way into stock? That's Kyro. Him and player were trying to play together to bait, but the last time Kyro was seen, it was all the way back in bar when he got that freebie onto Goof. So they don't know. Oh, big impact here for Kyro, but he's got to land the shot, and he did not need to make a move, but he was baited into it. It's the same story all over again for Circular Spheres. They just need to wait.
Circular Spheres are really dialing it up, if you ask me. They've been playing a pretty slow game for most of that, but that entry for the roam fleet was super early off the back of the info. They changed up the pacing completely in the early game. They were no longer just sitting out on windows, like holding the ground, trying to play cutoffs, yada yada. They realized, okay, we've got to clear the map. We're going to get inside the building. And I think, yeah, Man LFO leaning into the roam game is going to come back to bite them.
Jakenna was the one that dismantled that roam game. He's now here in Moto on the ace. Player has been so sharp today. He also 1v5'd on this very bomb site. He's going to have an impact. Hunter is being hunted down. They know exactly where he is. He's only got so many rounds in this shotgun, and he's finally taken down. Player 1v4. First one goes down. 3 more to find. He needs this round to win the half, to even up the half, but Jakenna finds his 3rd. Man LFO systematically pulled apart. Goofed has barely had to break a sweat. These guys are farming in the Farmers League. 4-2 on Clubhouse Attack.
They've done tremendously well on their attacking half. They've showed us, honestly, a lot of really good prowess. I think they've showed us that they know how to play the slow game. They also know how to dial it up when it's necessary and try and capitalize on some of these loose roamers and being able to clear them out really well. And I think, yeah, Circular Spheres, they very much outclassed Man LFO so far on Clubhouse. And I think, yeah, there's just a lot of fundamental things in the macro decision making that I think are going the right way for Circular Spheres. I thought that Man LFO were going to jump back into this one off the back of their tactical timeout. It really looks like they were changing the characteristic of how they were playing. And then it kind of just didn't pan out in that last round. Circular Spheres too quick.
Yeah. It's funny, like the narrow margins when an attack can be so dependent on, like, Jakenna jumps in, gets 2 kills, and the roam is gone, and the round is essentially over 5v3. Like, even on the best bomb sites, a 5v3 with almost the full round still to go, like, you can't really redeem yourself from that. Circular Spheres dominated that basement bomb site. They won all 3 times that it was played on the attack. And that is one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the game, in the current meta. So I am astounded. I'm very impressed by CS.
Flabbergasted.
I'm flabbergasted. I am discombobulated.
Wow, that's a big word for me. You're good at the big words.
I'm getting there.
I'm pretty bad at the big words recently. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I've like regressed back into just saying...
Regress is a big word.
Yeah, that is a big word, actually. The moment that I said that, I should give myself a Okay, here we go.
You're sophisticating me.
Okay, too many words, too many words. So, Man LFO now have got to go on to their attacking half depth. We've pointed out before, Clubhouse is pretty defender-sided, especially in this league, right? And so...
They only need 3 rounds.
Are they in struggle streak now? Have they gone themselves down...
I hate to be, like, I hate to say doomsday, but I honestly think that there's no chance Man Esports
chance?
I think there is no chance
Damn.
Man Esports even push overtime. I think that this game is almost over.
But what if Circular Spheres are just as silly as they were, and now they go the over peakies, because now they're on the defense, and they're feeling confident because they're 4-2. It's all mind games. It's all in your brain.
They've been trying to make it mind games in the all chat, and it certainly ain't working. The CS are known for some silly behavior. They're the ones that got 0-14 in their first 2 opening games, but I have faith in them here. Man Esports need to turn up this attack.
Okay, so this could be a little dangerous for Chef Jeff. He's got the buck on hand to try and make this vertical game work, but right below him there were 2 players holding on to that vertical. Now they've fallen off, realizing that the buck is gone, and tried to open up the back of Arsenal here. So far so good for Circular Spheres. For Man LFO, they have cleared out here the back of Arsenal for a kitchen drop potentially. Now it's the point where they're looking for this info, trying to figure out what they want to do next, find the point of least resistance in the defense, and then go and execute it.
Problem is, 2 C4s and strong positions from the keeper barriers still available for CS. This plan would be so challenging to make work. There's a deep angle all the way from the jukebox in the back of Church, which can deny this drop.
Oh, and it's all going to kick things off here for Cairo, who's going to find the one onto Japer. So things looking all right so far for Man LFOs. They shape up with this execute. 40 seconds left to go. Now, they don't have that many flashbangs. In fact, they don't have any flashbangs left on the board to sink this into a translation into the basement, and that's where Pinku is here to shine.
Big butt player. He's come back. Hunter's dodged that C4 and found the pick. Pinku's got to do it all. We'll need to see an ace from him to steal this round back. It seems like both teams are quite happy to attack this incredibly potent bomb site. Now Pinku's position is revealed. He's a dead man walking. Cairo comes right at him. A knife to the jawline. Gives him a little early shave. Maybe Man Esports aren't done after all.
That was a solo attack there from Man LFO. They went through the motions to clear out Clubhouse really well. Not only that, but really patient on getting the first pick down into the basement as well, onto Japer. And then from there, they followed up with a really great execute as well. There's a lot of redundancy going inside a Church. They knew it was going to be scrappy. They didn't have a lot of util to aid that drop, so they just need to throw the bodies at it instead, right? And I think, yeah, the entry came through. It was really good. All the players on the defense were a little claustrophobic over in the Church and blue side, like you pointed out earlier. Like, yes, there was that long line of sight, but it also meant that they were all kind of just sitting there together. And there wasn't anyone that was like that actively watching that kitchen hatch drop go down, except for Pinku. So yeah, all his teammates fall around him. Man, LFO landed a good execute.
Yeah. And they're again Lippy in the chat.
Yeah. I've just given up now, to be honest. I mean, like, I know that they can't hear me, so there's no point in me saying it in the first place, but there's, like, you know, PSA to the rest of the league. Just like, bad look, man. It's a bad look. Just shut up.
Just shut up. Shut up. So, I'm going back and looking at OCE League. Would you believe there have been 74 rounds of Clubhouse played in
I would
OCE
believe
League?
that,
That's
actually.
insane.
I would believe that.
This is the Clubhouse League. The next most is Chalet at 58. Like, it's a massive margin. And that's a very solid 60% defense win rate. And I'm looking back. We've had 2 rounds of defense won so far out of 7. So we have entered into an alternate dimension where attacker-sided Clubhouse is the reality.
It's true. very strange thing. This is a very strange game of Clubhouse, I'll tell you what.
My question, Mandy, for you is, going back down to Church and Arsenal, is this the play for Circus Fizz? Because it's the 5th time it's been played from either team in this map, and it hasn't been won a single time by defense.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the universe is just against these two teams. Hey, at first I was like, oh man, LFO, they suck at defending this. But like, maybe Circus Fizz suck equally as much, or maybe the universe is against them both. It's one of them. Do you really want to be fighting the universe? I don't know. I'm actually not that superstitious, so I shouldn't really be saying that. But anyway. Okay, here's Goofed, who's holding on to Garage. Now he's sitting in a very cheeky spot, right at the bottom of the Harry Potter, the Garage stairs. And I don't think that man LFO no.
Yeah,
that could be dangerous.
100% he's going to rat a pick here. I would be very surprised if Goof does not find at least something. Man Esports need to be very careful because a single rat play could sway the entire round.
Vertical game once again for Chef Jeff, who's on the buck and has once again vacated the back of Arsenal. It's looking pretty similar from the last round for Man LFO. And I think the question for me really is, are Circular Spheres going to be able to recompose themselves and actually hold out in this basement? Because, yeah, last time around it looked pretty clean when it came down to the execute for Man LFO. Now that Thronary Mine activated right below the kitchen hatch will make things a bit more tricky if they go for the same execute.
Ooh. But Jape is getting pretty aggressive here, so he's ultra aware of this dirt lurk. It seems like, yeah, okay, so it's definitely going to be a kitchen execute with a little bit of dirt, maybe player dropping blue, but still changing their mind. Okay, maybe it's not so centric here. They're continuing to poke and prod onto the bomb site, but there's such a good setup with those Keeper barriers. I don't know how you can entry with the Keepers and the Dread Mines.
It's making me nervous as to whether Circular Spheres are in the right spot for this again, to be honest. Like, I know Pinky's got that long line of sight, but really they need to be... That player behind the big box needs to be really cautious. And that Dirt player hopefully wins their one as well and is able to support this from here on out. Now there's 30 seconds left to go. This time around, Man LFO haven't been afforded an early pick. See, this setup here makes me think that Circular Spheres aren't really ready for this execute, right? I don't know about you, Dev, but it's a bit dangerous.
Kara's gone down. He was the first one to drop and the first one to fall, and now the diffuser is being forced down. Player gets aggressive, but ever so patient are Circular Spheres. They bide their time, and they play this to their advantage. Hunter, he goes down as well. Now it's all up to Chef Jeff to cook up whatever he can from upstairs on the hatch, but you can see Circular Spheres know exactly where he is, and they're just baiting him. 2 players, 3 players coming up the main stairs as Japer baits him. In comes the onslaught. 1 down, 2, a 3rd one. Who's getting on the diffuser? Chef Jeff! What is this? Who let him cook? He's up in kitchen right now and there's absolutely nothing Japer can do about it. Unlucky, I guess. The round is over. Chef Jeff have made Circular Spheres look like fools.
Mate, he actually made Circular Spheres run circles. What I was saying, the train up the main stairs into the triple kill, that is ridiculous, man. What are they doing?
Bro.
What have they done there?
What is that?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you know what this is deja vu of? Karma sitting out on the main breach. Why are 4 Circular Spheres players peeking Karma on the main breach? Why are 3 Circular Spheres players taking the 1-to-1-to-1 on Chef Jeff inside
How
the
do you
kitchen?
not refrag that?
What's going on? What is going on?
CS played it so bloody well up until right here.
What?
Just bide your time. It's taken in turns. Oh, Chef played it so well behind the cover. Japer knew the round was over, dead to rights. And he's just looking up through the vertical game. That is the biggest buff I've ever seen from Chef.
I mean, here's the other thing as well, right? When that triple onslaught is coming through, why isn't the diffuser being diffused?
Just stick it
at the same time. You know, like in the comms of Circular Spheres, what the hell has just gone wrong? You know, what has happened?
I tell you what happened. Every one of those CS players was baiting. You know how you have to play a 3v1?
Oh,
Someone has to say, I'm going to be the bait. But no, they all wanted to be the baiter.
Oh no. Oh god, it's all gone horribly wrong. It's all gone horribly wrong. No, and you know what else is worse than that? That means that's another basement bomb site. Like, lost.
5 out of 5!
5 out of 5 times!
5 out of 5!
Oh,
Kairo's found an opener again! Jakenna, mate, you've had some big rounds here, but you've just been eliminated right at the start with no impact. I bet you Mozzie Pest weren't even out deployed in the field as well. This is This could be the turning point, Mandy.
This is so strange. This is such a strange game of Clubhouse. Of all the Clubhouse that we've watched in OCE League, this has got to be like by far the most like bamboozling one for sure. What is going on?
OCE v Wilden.
OCE do v Wilden. Okay, the wall is open for Cairo. That's pretty good. Not only that, but they found the first pick as well, so that's double good. Hopefully from here, they can convert this into gym and bedroom. Now, so far, the basement seems to be a free attack for whatever reason. So, Man LFO are going to have to find some attacks elsewhere. This is the first time they're attacking something that isn't the basement.
Yeah, they look pretty organized, though. I really like that setup with the Maverick holes, and the full breach just gives you options if you want to play like a safe Maverick hole line and then just to deny anyone peeking the CC window, or if you actually want to enter late from that position. What's more, like, man advantage is just so big for Circular Sphere, off to Man LFO rather. And, okay, so Goof decides to get quite aggressive, but he is immediately traded on back, so not really worth it, to be honest. Circular Spheres are a bit caught out of position. Pinku gets back into Bathroom and tries to hold that for a bit longer, but players threatening something spicy with the Candelas on Logi.
Yeah, I think he knows that something's going on just in the back of Logi there, and he's ready to bounce that Candela off it. I think he's waiting for one of his teammates to do something here as well at the same time, right? He's just biding his time, making sure he doesn't do this in an isolated fashion. They do have the numbers advantage here, so giving a one-on-one engagement in this instance probably isn't the play here for player. Just biding his time. Waiting for someone to make the call that they're going in as well. Make something happen simultaneously.
Nice.
That's a great Yin Candela as well.
Beautiful. Look at them go rolling in. Player enters actually through Con, but that Goo Mine slows him down. He won't get quite as much control as he wants, but that's fine because Cairo's gone big. Traded on back by Physics, but Scars will get the last laugh. Man, LFO continuing their reign of form on attack. 3 in a row. And I think I'm going to have to eat my own words. This looks to be an attacker's heaven on Clubhouse as Man Esports have stolen the lead.
It's very nice. Great work there from Man LFO, really. They got the wall open nice and quick over in CCTV, got the players to come back. Now, what they did there through the mid-round was they read that re-aggression, right? They realized that Circular Spheres were going to play a bit of a dicey mid-round there. They were going to look to pick their battles over inside a Con, and they actually contested that, and they held on to that, especially with the cutoffs that they had set up and that type of thing as well, right? So I think finding themselves in a good position through the mid-rounds then snowballed into a good execute as well. Player didn't get over-aggressive on his position inside of Logi. He just waited it out, waited for the execute to come through, and then Cairo fully capitalized off those Yin Candelas that forced everyone into the bomb site and into his line of sight. So yeah, really well coordinated there from Man LFO. Very much reading the re-aggression from Circular Spheres.
How on earth do you defend Clubhouse? Does anyone know? If anyone knows how to defend Clubhouse, please let me know, because I honestly don't know at this point.
I don't know either. Yeah, it's kind of like hard to put a finger on why this game has been so attacker-sided, but it's really strange.
You could say, oh, well, Thatcher and Maverick are both in. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, so's Fenrir, so's Azami, so's Kaid, so's Mira.
I have no idea.
So many good ops on defense are in, even though the Solus is gone, the Valk's gone. Like, I don't know. I actually feel like CC is the worst bomb site to go to here.
You know what? You're going to say that, and then they're going to play it and defend it.
Yeah, I was about to say, but I think that Church and Arsenal should be winnable, and I just cannot understand why it's not so far.
I don't know either.
Like, where is the Plantanar? Have we seen a single smoke pitch this round?
Like,
I don't think we've seen a single round.
I know
someone has tried to deny plant with smoke.
I know it sounds really stupid, but they just like don't look ready for a kitchen execute. I don't know what else to tell you. Like,
how can no one
both
defend
of these
against
teams,
a kitchen execute?
Both of these teams, when the kitchen hatch drop comes through, it just doesn't feel like anyone's watching the kitchen hatch.
That is my
I know that sounds
right
really stupid, but like, I swear, man. Anyway, okay. It doesn't matter because it's not the bomb site anyway. We're going over to CCTV and cash. So they've decided the basement's cursed. Let's try something different. And so far, I mean, it hasn't really worked for them, has it? Because Man LFO's just won 3 attacks in a row. So yeah, try something different. Why not?
And Man LFO looked pretty tilted near the latter portion of that half. Even losing the last round of the half. I thought that was dead to rights. Cairo, I think he missed, didn't he miss a spot at the bottom? Maybe he didn't. I thought he did. No, he didn't, indeed. So that was very effective and efficient Maverick work. Scars can open up the wall. The mirror has already been smacked. Looking very good as a start. Very efficient, very quick. 45 seconds in, and the 2 key walls to breach have been opened.
Does look like, though, Man LFO are going to flip things around and look to try and take the other side of the map as well. couple drones being sent out over in Master and through Con from Cairo now, so it does. They do know now that this side of the map is fully clear, and they can look for the entry, and then look to open up the Con wall. So Man LFO taking a bit of a different approach to this bomb site. Last time we saw Circular Spheres attack this, they just went for like fully garage side take. These guys are actually looking to sweep the map or go for a pinch onto the bomb site here. So player's going to make his way in over on Master. That wall should be opened up fairly easily. I don't think there's anyone down in the ground floor, I believe, from Circular Spheres, so they don't have too much to worry about in the ways to hatch. Oh, there is one player, but that should be alright from here.
Oh, there's a big early pick from Cairo. Just punishing a little bit of aggression there. Maverick should be able to get rid of this mute jammer. Good information as well from the Deimos, who's pinged out one of these defenders. It's the Azami. Can't actually tell where the Azami is at the moment. Jape is now looking for a player below, but he's got the bad read because the wall's already open. I don't need to send someone below. Oh, he's going for a massive C4 outside. It almost catches Chef, but he gets the read just in time. This puts poor McCraw in such an awkward spot on site as Scars goes deep. Numbers advantage in favor of the attack, and that is furthered now. All up to Japer in a 1 versus 2. No C4 to speak of. A little bit of information can be gleaned from Goofed. But Japer's going to have to do it on his lonesome. Round in the corner, gets the info, but doesn't get the peek. Massive from Scars. The rookie getting it done. 4 attacks in a row from Man LFO. And believe it or not, that means match point.
Huge entry as well from Scars into the bomb site. As soon as it was go time, he was in right in the middle of bomb site. Took down 2 or 3 players. Not just that, but Man LFO in general took a lot of the steps to pick apart that bomb site in the right way as well, getting the main breach open, looking for the swap because they'd forfeited the other side of the map. Not dying to the C4 from down below, which, by the way, I've never seen before. That was very strange.
Bit ambitious.
Yeah, a bit ambitious, a bit strange, but nevertheless, I think Man Alpha just like, bide their time, play the patience game, flush out players, Cairo especially, like in his position on the Maverick, making sure that the wall gets open nice and easily. Yeah, it just felt like all the pieces really fell together there for Man LFOs. They picked apart that defense pretty handily.
Which has been the story of every single one of these attack rounds from Man LFO. They always figure out a pretty handy way to pick apart this defense. They utilize the Ying very well on the previous gym bedroom attack as well. And to be honest, it's just Cairo's had a lot of really good entries as well. Scars that last round too. No individual player on Man Esports is like fragging years ahead of everyone else. Like you could obviously point on the Circular Spheres side to All Major Kenner on 12 kills at the moment. But for Man Esports, it just feels like if someone needs to entry, they'll just send someone in, and it works so well for them. Are they going to be able to convert 5 attacks in a row? I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be either. And you know what, Dev? Like, speaking of like entries and finding kills and stuff like that, Cairo is such an impact player, I feel like. Even though he's like on even here on the scoreboard, it's like players' kills, exit frags. Cairo's kills, he's in the right place at the right time doing the right thing. It's a difference, you know? Yeah. There's definitely a pretty clear difference there. And I think, yeah, especially on the Maverick, it's a bit of, you know, requires a bit of finesse on this map to be able to play
so
this.
efficient.
But like, yeah, you know, he's done really good for the team here.
He is beautifully efficient with that Maverick. Scars comes along with the Rotero and opens it up. Very nice, very easy. Already a very solid entry to clear this roam has been established. Pinku's looking quite aggressive. Doesn't look like Man Esports are going to overcommit to this just yet. Oh, wow, very aggressive swing there. And Japer looks to try and reply. Both of the defenders end up almost losing their lives as a result.
Looking to pick apart a little bit more of this defense as well. Flores is a great solution to the Azami as well, between the 2 bomb sites to try and break away from what's going on interior onto gym and bedroom. It can be hard for the defense to find these safe havens and power positions on this particular bomb site, and Azami certainly aids that. Flores is a great solution to that. This mirror window is going to stunt them a little bit. They don't have that much range hard breach to deal with it. In fact, they have no range hard breach to deal with this at all. So the only way they can flush this out is with this utility. Flashbang's going to be sailed on through, but they're stuck in the Shadow Realm.
Wow, and Cairo just goes straight deep. He doesn't hesitate. 1:30 left on the clock, but Goof has found his pick. Cairo still going deep. Can he be the impact player that's needed? He gets completely flashed, but it doesn't matter. He finds his pick anyway. The trade comes through from the Fenrir. Physics turns around, knowing player is right behind him. Chef diffuser in pocket. Waits, bides his time in the sight. It's up to a retake from Circular Spheres. No, Japer, you can't be missing that. He knows where player is. He goes for it. The Ying is dead. Man Esports rely just on Chef as he waits for someone to pick. but it's not going to happen. The re-enable of the Fenrir. Pinku to finish him off. We're not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Circular Spheres have finally, against all odds, won a clubhouse defense.
Yes, let's go. The world is back in order again. We're winning defenses. Yes.
3 defense wins in 10 rounds.
That's
11
ridiculous.
rounds.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I'll tell you what. Oh my god. It's not every day that you see a attack side of Clubhouse, but this has been an anomaly if we've ever seen one.
I think I jinxed it massively. Like I said, there is no way that Man LFO pushes overtime, let alone wins. And now they're the ones with match point, their second match point now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was a bit of an early call from you there.
4-2 Clubhouse attack! Can you blame me?
Yeah, fair enough. You can't blame me. You were just trying to abide by the laws of the world.
Yeah.
You know, the laws of the Siege world.
Like when I went to school,
yeah.
You know, they taught me 3 things.
Did you go to Siege school?
No. They taught me 1 + 1 = 2.
Really?
Yeah. They taught me how to read and write, and they taught me that if you win 4 Clubhouse attacks, you're guaranteed to win the match.
I don't know what kind of academic institution
now I'm
you've
questioning
gone to.
all of it. Maybe 1 + 1 isn't even 2.
10 seconds left.
Oh god, it's all gone horribly wrong for us. The world's been turned upside down. Okay, you know what, Dave? We're back in the basement.
Oh,
no. If the
6 times the charm, guys.
6 times the charm.
5 attack wins onto the basement.
We're on Blitz. If you're Hunter, I mean, Dev, these 2 teams have sent us into like the most delirious state I think we've been in a cast in a long time.
Sometimes to be Delulu is the Salulu.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, Dirt Rush. Looks like it's going to be the plate. Never mind. No, it's not. Chef Def had the exoskeleton key out. Hunter was ready with the shield in hand, and then they were like, nah.
Yeah. They were trying to bait the peek from Jakenna, but he didn't fall for it. He knows there's a drone on him, so he's just trying to play passive. It does look like Circular Spheres are actually playing just incredibly passive in general. Like 5 players on site, everyone's just chilling. No one wants to overextend, even Jakenna here.
The thing that I would like to see here is when that kitchen hatch inevitably gets opened, that someone on defense is like watching it. That would be crazy. That would actually be like revolutionary in this matchup.
What about Plantanile? We have 3 C4s. 2 impacts could even assist with Plantanile. That could be nice.
That is true. Okay, yeah, so kitchen hatch has been opened as the prophecy is told.
Very early. 2 Kaid Claws in pocket.
Now the real question is, are they ready? I don't know. I don't know what you think, Dave, but...
Well, Japer has a feeling. Does he have any Dread Mines to protect him in dirt? Because that would be massively useful as the Blitz has now droned him and threatened to push. Scars knows full well that these EMPs can be used for a lot more than Kaid Claws. He can use them to disable those Dread Mines and enable an entry.
Alright, here goes Hunter on the Blitz, who's made his way in through dirt. Now, I think that one inside of dirt is activated, and he will be stuck in that Dread Mine for a little bit. Oh, but he sees the other player inside the Shadow Realm with him.
Oh, Japer!
Japer is going to try and escape, but the kitchen hatch is open. Oh my god, he's just gotten away with his life. That is ridiculously lucky from Japer. 1 bullet, 1 little tickle will take him down. No. Do not peek Hunter. Bad idea.
Very risky to peek here as the shield. There's no Azami on the defense. So this position is a lot less fortified. You can't play AKs. Scars has a very good chance of finding a head here at the green box. He almost saw it for a brief second.
It's gonna happen
again.
But
he loses the fight! Jakenna, no scope needed. Takes down Scars, and now Man Esports get desperate. Players sent on through, but he is so sharp, doesn't matter! Jakenna's back in action, baby!
It's happening!
Circular Spheres might be able to do what has deemed to be impossible to win just 1 bloody round of defense on the basement of Clubhouse. Hallelujah! They've done it!
They did
it! And we're going to overtime!
That is ridiculous. I cannot believe it has taken us 6 rounds of basement defense for any of these teams to win 1. 1.
Half of this game has been that bomb site.
Yep.
Half of this game.
Yep.
Holy moly.
Yep. And you know what? I'll tell you what the difference was. Guy behind the big box was looking at the kitchen hatch. I swear, man. I swear. I don't know what you think, Dev. But like,
just don't die to Kitchen Hatch and get a kill on Kitchen Hatch. How funny is it that the very first round should have been like a cut and dried Man Esports win on the basement and a 4v2.
Yep.
That was the most convincing round of basement defense we've seen until
that round.
Until they threw it, and until that round. So my question now for you, Manny. Circular Spheres start defense. Anyone that looks at the stats from this game would say, oh, no, they're cooked, mate. There's no way they come back when they start defense in OT with how attacker side this been. But they just won basement defense, and they're going back to it again.
Why are they going back?
Because they just won it, Mandy.
I don't think these guys are getting the memo, Deb. This is a cursed bomb site. This, like, the basement, bad juju. Not good. You want to be going somewhere else, mate. I'll tell you what. Either none of these teams know how to defend it, or no one knows how to, well, I guess everyone knows how to attack it. One of them. They all either incredibly good at attacking it, or really bad at defending it.
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Yeah. But okay, the difference is these guys are going for a roam. So they haven't just like all hungered down in the basement and yada yada. They're actually like holding onto the ground for a little bit. There's even some reinforcements all the way up in the top floor too. So, Man LFO needs to clear the map. That's different.
Do they need to clear the map? Can they take minimal control and look to threaten a kind of retreat? Oh, what are you doing, J-Bar?
How have you died to this?
Bad boy! What are you doing outside the building? It's overtime, mate.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I guess he was trying to look for like a cheeky overtime play. Get ahead when you think they're going to be not ahead and play passive.
If you're Jakenna, you've got a license to do that. If you're Japer, maybe not. Jakenna is
etc.
15-9. Oh, he's been droned. He knows about it. Oh, he wants to take this fight anyway. He's about to get double swung. Big one for Jakenna, but the trade comes through. However, losing the vertical player for Man Esports, the buck has gone down.
That is rather important as well as we move into the mid-rounds for this attack for Man LFO. They will need that buck to go and clear out the back of kitchen, right? And now that it has been gone, the only way they can divert is from Skars' breaching charges. Now, putting a breach charge on the floor in kitchen is quite scary. Okay.
Bit yucky.
Yes, it is a bit yucky. So here goes Hunter trying to open up the kitchen hatch. That Cade Claw can be taken down.
They do have a Thatcher as well. Yep, Scar's going to come
okay, see, this is the simple way to do it. That is true, hey. I forgot about that.
Well, you just don't really want to walk in the kitchen, do you?
No.
The floor is lava in there. And he's also worried about impacts, so he's only going to do 2 at a time, which will bleed a little bit of extra time. Oh, player's got so much info.
I think the Cade Claw's just gone back on the hatch as well. So... Oh, okay, never mind. I have actually got it here. That's good. Very good.
I have a feeling that this could be a big round for player.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah, true. Hey, numbers disadvantage means that you don't really have that many people holding the crossfire into blue. If player can sneak in here and find his entry on the boiler, it could be over. Could be over. You never know.
Numbers advantage is the greatest asset that Man Esports have right now. And they're still looking for more. They're still looking for picks, circular spheres, just biding their time.
Well, that being said, though, they kind of are holding the cross on blue, and as a result, they aren't really watching this execute going down. The flashbang's going to be sent through, but yes, they are! Gooft is on the other side. He's just taken down the Hunter, diffuser in hand. There goes Cairo on the drop shot. He's going to get him. 2 versus 2 now. 4-man elephone for circular spheres. Cairo with another gnarly shot onto the player inside of blue. It's just physics in the 1 versus 2.
Don't have enough bullets to be pre-firing like that, mate. Physics, 1v2, caught in the cross. And Cairo sweeps him off his feet. Man Esports, they continue the dominance of attack despite the success of CS's last round. And now, for what seems like the millionth time, it's match point in favor of Man.
Yeah, I think Circular Sphere's overcommitting to the roam game there. I think a little bit, Dev. I'm not sure how
I
much.
mean, Japer running outside and giving a free kill in the first 30 seconds certainly didn't help.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if that went the other way, we'd be singing his praises. We'd be like, oh my goodness, he did something unexpected. Wow, you know? But like, yeah, I mean, that was a bit ambitious, hey. That run out is pretty long nowadays with the detection timer. Yeah.
Right? Like, what was the reward of winning that? It's like, okay, we have a man advantage, but like we already won without a man advantage last time, so you could have just stuck to your guns.
Yeah. Like
reeks of desperation.
It is true. Of all the cheeky plays that they could have gone for, that is
the lowest percentage play.
Yeah, a fairly ambitious one to be going for. And then I think off the back of that, probably overcommitting a little bit, right? Jakenna, I think, felt like he needed to get a pick back in that situation and then stayed in his position inside of blue, but then getting traded out. 3 people on the basement bomb site is kind of a lot of angles to cover, right? When that execute comes through. And so, yeah, Man LFO convert that one.
But you know what's scary, Mandy, is yeah, this has been a really attacker-sided game, and that first half was no exception. Circular Spheres won 4 attacks, but never once did they win an attack onto Gym Bedroom. Man Esports played it twice, and both times successfully defended it. Now they've got match point, and they can go back to Gym and Bedroom. The numbers don't lie. The numbers suggest that this should be GG in this round, an 8-6 victory in favor of Man Esports. Now, both of these teams have already copped 1 point out of this game, and every point counts at the moment on the standings, that's for damn sure. But Circular Spheres really need this so damn much to get out of those elimination spaces.
Have they won the match here by not going down? That is the question. Okay, EMP is going to go out here for the attack to open up the wall going to CCTV. Player's going to feel the pressure of that wall being open and deciding to rotate off of rafters and back inside cache. So that's going to allow him to be safe for a little bit longer. Now the question here for Circular Spheres is, do they then go and commit to this sweep across the map like they did last time? It was pretty linear. It didn't really work out for them too well. So what I'd like to see them do here is to flip some of their setup, like Physics has been able to do previously, get some of this jacuzzi wall open, try and choke out a bit of this defense. Because if you're going to sit here for a long time and only get con control, you're going to struggle when it hits the execute phase.
Looks like there's an attempt at a trick here. Juggle from the Kaid. There's only one EMP, but it is placed perfectly. There is no way that that electric blower will detonate in time. However, it does protect against that Selma, which does give a little bit more cover here to the defense.
Keep it active.
This is interesting as well for Man LFO. They've decided to keep, I think it's Scars, left over on the other side inside a cache. Pretty late into the round as well. And at this point, it's fairly dangerous for him to fall off at this point. I guess this play's still holding on to Con. And so is Cairo. So if he wanted to fall off... Actually, I kind of take that back. This area of the map is still like pretty fortified. Yeah. There's not a real reason here for Man LFO to actually give this up, because there hasn't really been an execute teased out yet either for Circular Spheres. There's a whole lot of not very much going on right now, is what I'm trying to say here, Dev. Yeah. And that's making me anxious for Circular Spheres. Because when they do nothing and Man LFO realize they're not doing anything, then it's bad.
Very much. This is not looking like a good round here for Circular Spheres. Not enough progress made, and that time is ticking away. Finally, we see Jakenna take down that mirror with the Ash charge. Scars is still below potential vertical with the C4 in the late round. He's lurk countering as well at the moment. Circular Spheres do not have time to waste.
So I think they've realized they can't really deal with this mirror and bathroom all that well, because I think, well, unless they've got a Selma charge on it.
They already ashed it, I believe.
Oh, they've ashed it now, okay, yeah. So now, off the back of that, they're going to try and make this execute work into Gym. The info's going to go up, but there's only 20 seconds left to do it. So if they're going to do this, it's going to be a measure twice, cut once kind of approach. It's do or die here for Circular Spheres.
Jakenna is the scalpel. He finds the kill needed, but blood has been drawn on both sides. Chef finds his kill, and he is still singing. Scars has come up the stairs and found something. The plant's going down, but Chef is there to cook him again! Man Esports took bloody forever to lock it in, but they steal the round. They steal the game away from Circular Spheres.
And in perhaps the most strange and chaotic game of Clubhouse that we've seen for a while in this region, Man LFO thrive in that. They come out on top. They play the patience game against Circular Spheres in the dying seconds of the round. The plant gets stopped by Chef Jeff. What a way to end the game.
That has got to be one of the most tiring games I have ever watched. It is stressful seeing defenses crumble again and again and again. Circular Spheres, how do you fumble a 4-2 attack start on club? I don't know. I don't know either. Maybe the Death knows. Please, guys, what the hell was that?
What did he ask?
I was waiting. I was hoping one of you boys picked that up. I just said, oh,
maybe the desk. He had fun with that one, didn't he? Anyway, and what a game it was, Rob. Look, not the kind of siege that we're going to look back and say was a defensive masterpiece by any means, but good to see Clubhouse get kind of broken down by these teams on the attack, what felt like time and time again.
Guys, I mean, it's hard to break this one down as a good or a bad thing, but me and Jake were talking, and, us resident analysts, we were asking and posing the question to each other. Bad defense, good attack. Which is it?
Which is it?
Well, it's elements of both. I think a lot of those attacking rounds came off the back of an individual player route oneing it into sight. And a lot of that comes down to, one, the attack having the info and then the confidence to play off that and to be able to then hit shots. We saw Cairo especially do that a lot, and he did that against Antic. But that then falls back to the defense for allowing a doorway or a breach or an entry point to be vulnerable to that kind of play. And when you've got the likes of the Fenrir still up, you've got the likes of Kaid to slow out hatches, you have a lot of utils still available to facilitate that defensive playstyle of locking down those positions, and you're still being exploited. And this goes for both teams. It definitely raises concerns. Ultimately, in the end, defense was able to prevail in OT, so good work from Man LFO, and overall had some big moments in that match, Chef especially, but certainly did not anticipate that map rather to play out as attacker-sided as it did. Nothing in the ban phase indicated that it would lean that way. Nothing from what we've seen from these teams either. So certainly came as a surprise. Maybe not more so for Man LFO though. Again, against Antic yesterday, similar playstyle with players just being allowed to lurk in and find multis, and they did the same today. Yeah,
it does seem to be a trend here, Xenox, and I don't know whether it's worth going into too deeply, but it does feel like a lot of these games are actually coming down to a certain individual performance in a round.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it, I guess. Is that a bad thing or a good thing, though? Again, it's the same conversation regarding attack and defense. It's easy to say maybe the individual can rise to the occasion, which is good, but then also the collective isn't working together, and therefore that's bad. So again, it's probably a little bit of elements of both. I think for both teams, though, this was the kind of game that it didn't quite fit the script. Clubhouse defense usually is the case, not to be this time around. Does showcase good attacking power, but question marks on the defense.
Look, I think Kelton said it best last night when he said a gentleman's game played by barbarians. Speaking of a barbarian, let's welcome in Chef Jeff after a, I can only say a vicious performance. What are you giving me this for?
There's no way you're calling me a barbarian.
Well, I don't know.
Well, Rob didn't say it. It wasn't Rob.
It was I technically. No, I did. I did go and call him a barbarian. When I look at your player cam and all I see is okay. Yeah, now we're starting to get to the crux of it, aren't we? Mate, look, honestly, unbelievable performance from you. You had two massive clutches there. How many wheat picks did you have this morning?
Yeah. None today, actually. I had a chicken wrap from a charcoal chicken place, and that was the best thing I think I've had all week. So,
keep that up. Keep that up. How does it feel though? That's a huge win on the board, and I believe by my calculations, and my calculations are usually off, you guys have secured the playoffs. Now, where you end, obviously, that's still yet to be seen, but that is a huge win.
Yeah, I think Spra Booney from the Liquipedia team put predictions on Twitter, or calculations on Twitter. I think us getting OT win today locks us playoffs.
Yep.
It's really good for us, which means that we get to not take a back seat in this last game. We want to win that next game and finish third. We have a lot to work towards. But yeah, no, we are very, very happy with how some of the games are going. Obviously, we would have wanted to win this in regulation, and that just came down to the defenses being a bit, how you going for us? So we got some stuff to work on.
Yeah, you weren't the only ones, though. I mean, it was both teams, I think, defensively, not at the races today. Why do you think that was, Chef? Because, you look at the statistics for Clubhouse in this region, 67% defensive sided for both primary sites. Didn't seem like it tonight. But I guess you could also play devil's advocate and say both of you guys, in terms of both teams, played well on the attack. What do you think were the large reasons, though, for the lack of defense?
Look, defense on our end, the start of the game, we were very quiet. And I think that's like one thing that we really addressed in the attack timeout. We weren't really talking as much to each other in the rounds. We were trying to just do everything sort of individually, I think. And that really costed us in a lot of gunfights. We were taking a lot of one-on-one swings that really costed. And when we got to the attacks, it was a lot more reliant on playing together. And that's where we thrive.
Just picking up on the point you made earlier, Chef, in terms of, top two prospects, etc. Depending on how some other results go, it's, still quite a realistic prospect. I think it's about a 1 in 3 chance heading into tonight. You've mentioned it doesn't change your approach much for next week, but is it something that you guys talk about much? Is it really that important, or is it just a case of another week?
Look, we want the best possible seeding in the playoffs. Second place, Bliss is already locked in first place, so second place is the next option that we can aim for. And obviously, we're riding on Antic to win that game. I don't think they will. So it really is whatever. If Antic win it, then we just need to win next week, and we might be in a solid position to take out second place. It will really depend on what happens in all the games, but we're just focusing on our game. We know that if we win next week in regulation, we'll probably be finishing around that third place area, and we're fine with that if we focus on ourselves.
Yep. Now, obviously, you're speaking about your Odiums, your Antics, and the fact that we get to second place being such a large step up in terms of not having to play the quarterfinal, going straight to the semi-final, not then having to play Bliss until the grand final is obviously a massive, big caveat to the whole conversation of playoffs. But overall, one of the big questions we asked earlier to a couple of the teams, and I'll reiterate here: best of 3 preparations. What's it looking like?
We're very fortunate that we've been able to not play as many maps so far in the regular season. We've got a lot to prac for the next weeks, but for the playoffs bracket, obviously, I think we're looking at the seeding. I think third stems into the second seed game in the semifinals. Anyway, so I think that if we win next week, we're cheering, even if we are playing in that quarterfinal, because we're still avoiding Bliss. It's more time to really get best of 3s in, get as much official prep as possible, get duration. Hopefully we can get to that stage, and we'll give it our best shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I can't wait to watch this one back. This will be a fun one. Shout out to the boys. We have these intense games. It's been a very, very long week of prac leading up to this week. So a 2-0 week really vindicates the work that we've put in. We've definitely been working hard. So I'm proud of everyone on our team. We are LFO. I think this is the second time I've said it out of the 3 interviews, and the first time I was prompted by Xenox. I'm really happy with how we're going, and hopefully everyone keeps supporting us into the next week. So I'll keep doing funny stuff for the webcams, and thanks, guys.
Mate, as long as you keep it entertaining and short and sweet. Thank you very much for joining us, Chef.
Absolutely. See ya.
Well, we now move forward with Man LFO looking pretty decent, but it's still... Conversation does turn a little bit with an overtime win, Jake. It now really falls to the shoulders of the last game to determine what's going to happen for second seed in that final game that we will play out. But look, ultimately, Man LFO 4 wins on their 6 games. It's a good sign.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think for Man Esports, LFO, it's a case of preparing for playoffs, as kind of guys alluding to there, best of 3s to eventually come, what that's going to look like for them. So I think they're a team that certainly has good potential. What they're going to be like, though, against some of those really top teams like Bliss, I mean, they've shown some okay moments. Today was very questionable. On the defense. Both teams, though, equally so. We could have easily been sitting here with a Circular Spheres win.
Yep.
So it's not as if this was a largely dominant game from Man LFO. Cairo picks up the MVP for what was a pretty well-rounded performance, I think, from a lot of the members really across the board. Circular Spheres back to the drawing board for them is the biggest takeaway as well from this match. 7 points now. Does kind of mean that they've got to win their last game next play day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they could be in the bottom 2.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be should, maybe. That might actually be the conversation rather.
I still think 6 targets might be the ones that are going to finish up in the bottom 2. That's my guess.
Well, I mean, they've got Man LFO tomorrow, so not tomorrow, but
next week.
Next week. So that I guess that really does start to shape that conversation. And it's not looking too fantastic for Circular Spheres. It's going to be a rat race, and unfortunately not for the top end, more so for the bottom end. We're going to go to a short break. You will not want to go anywhere. It is match of the day coming up next. Antic, will they continue their poor form, or will they rise to the occasion of Odium? Final matchup of the night. Odium are looking very strong in this league right now, whereas Antic have slipped all the way down. It's like a game of snake and ladders.
That's actually a really good analogy. That's the best way I could summarize the Oceania League so far for 2024. Up and down, play day to play day, week to week. It's really difficult to predict. There was a part of me that wanted to switch up my prediction to Circular Spheres. Glad I didn't, but in the end, I was almost glad that I was sad that I didn't as well. At one point in that second half where they had a match point, I was thinking it was done for. Man brought it back 8-6, and now, believe it or not, I've actually gone for Antic in this game. Simply, my only reasoning is because they lost yesterday, and they've one loss throughout this entire stage so far. So I'm ready for them to turn it around once again. On paper, that proverbial paper that we keep talking about, these guys look great. For whatever reason, though, guys, inside of the server, it's not clicking to the level we thought they would get to.
Yeah, unfortunately for them yesterday over on Club, it was a bit topsy-turvy. Again, it ended up being quite an attacker-sided affair, I think. No, a little bit more even in that matchup, rather. Only the 2 attacking round wins for Antic, then 3 defensively, and they got overrun with the aggression and the proactive nature of the attacks that Man were bringing inside of the server. They just couldn't raise the bar enough to be able to shut down key players. Again, the likes of Cairo in that particular matchup. So, as you said, as you've outlined quite clearly, they've been rather inconsistent throughout this season, but the players, I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it, individually, they can be so good. And even the likes of maybe Tuhan and Logic, who had quite slow first weeks here in OCE, they've been able to step it up. I will say that Killerman's probably standing out to me as being the underperformer of the team, not just because his EPS is only at 88, but he was such a star player last year, and we really pitched him as maybe being, you know, one of the new gens here in OCE that could really take things up to the next level. He hasn't yet so far. Maybe he can find that gear tonight.
Look, I think that this team, the best way to summarize them is a team of champions versus a champion team. They've got 2 more playdays to change around the inconsistencies and completely turn the conversation heading into playoffs. Speaking about playoffs, Odium have all but secured it. They've got 6 points left in a possible 2 playdays, and, well, they're 1 point away from locking that in. This is the roster as we see it. We finally get to see Save's head. He's been missing all this time, but to be fair, this roster has just looked quite indomitable, Jake.
Yeah, I think they've also played as a team. You mentioned there, of course, for their opponents, kind of like a team of champions versus a champion team. Now, I'm not saying that Odium is a champion team, but they're, at this stage, the closest thing to it in terms of Team Bliss. Second at the moment for Odium, and boy, they made them bleed yesterday, didn't they? So right now they've got themselves the prize as being regarded, I think, as the second best team going into the playoffs right now, as of today. And that all can change, though, if you go and lose. And so far we've seen this stage, if you're in second, you're not there for long, and then eventually you get taken down a peg. Tuhan and Saved here for our matchup as the only real golf in difference is the entry statistics. That's really it. 20% to Save, 6% for Tuhan. That's it. The KD, the cost, the EPS, all pretty equal between these two.
And it's worth noting as well, obviously the highest rated players on both teams, but in terms of Antic, it does feel as though Killerman's taken that role of entry. So that's I guess that's where all the percentages gone to. But looking into this one, I do feel as though, look, it's fair. It's a fair game on paper. Again, I don't know how many times we can say on paper in this league. Unfortunately, the king of flip-flops has...
no, the paper's in the bin at this point.
It is. You know, there's no more paper, is there? There's no paper left. Once you've ripped all those pages out of that damn book, there is literally no paper left to talk about.
Thunder Mifflin's bankrupt.
Oh, the homies. Oh. Where did that one come from? I don't mind
I'm
that
talking about paper.
I don't mind that from you. But we are headed to Consulate. Well, this one's going to be interesting. I think that this is the first time that we have played this map this stage, guys.
It is the first time we're going to play this map this time in this stage. I don't know why I'm pointing my fingers. I'm trying to be like Jake Xenox, and it feels very unnatural. I don't like that because he pointed at me to make this point. Yeah, we haven't seen it at all in OCE. We've seen it a little bit globally. It's crept in the likes of Korea, etc., but OCE simply hasn't favoured it, which tends to be the case in the BO1. A couple of maps in the BO, not the BO9, but the 9-map format get left behind. So we'll see if we see some new stuff here on cons. I'm pretty intrigued that we're going to see it in the second final play day, but yeah, hopefully for Antic's sake, they've been cooking something up, and maybe this is a map that they feel finally ready to show.
Well, after this game, we may well have, yet again, another coronation, but only for the second best team in the region.
Could this be the moment?
I tell you what, Antic ain't the second best team in the region. And I can call that right now.
Yeah, they look pretty bad.
They do.
Unfortunately.
But if they win this, they probably still won't be the second best team in the region. But they could be a pretty damn good team in the region.
Yes, that is true. They could potentially escape elimination, can they?
Escape elimination. Yeah, I think the chances of escaping elimination as it stands right now are looking pretty solid for Antic.
That or they're really grim because Odium are really good.
That's true. That is very true. The thing about that previous game going to overtime is that everyone playing it loses. And teams like Antic, who are competing for those playoff spots, actually end up winning out of a result like that. So while Antic are currently on the outside looking in 7th place, they're on 6 points, which is just 1 point behind both Circular Spheres and 6 targets, only 2 points behind Panic. So they could even rocket up into the top 4 if they play their cards right in this game. But of course, Odium already locked for playoffs and fighting for top 2. If they win this, then they will regain that 2nd place over Man Esports and be in a real fighting spot to assert themselves as the 2nd team getting a bye alongside Bliss.
All right, and for Antic, they could have their run spoiled, potentially, if they lose this one, and then next week kind of goes really horrible. Because next week, what do they play, hey?
Yeah, they're playing...
Next week, they play Circular Spheres, I think.
And... my chair almost just broke.
That was very scary.
That was my chair while I was sitting
Every time that you're up on this desk, we have an OH&S.
Yeah, I think I am the OH&S issue.
Okay,
but
the common denominator.
Yeah. Okay. For Antic, the scary thing is, yes, next week they play Circular Spheres. You never know if you're going to get your full 3 points against them. Historically, Circular Spheres have proven to be difficult for that Antic roster in their previous iterations. They really need as many points as they can glean against Odium here, because Odium also are playing Kelton's Knights next week, which in theory could be a free 3 points maybe, depending on how they play. So, yeah, end of the day, there's a lot of complicated scenarios. Odium gunning for 2nd. They need a win here. Antic gunning to just make playoffs. They need every point they can get.
Yeah, look, I think this is more important for Antic than it is for Odium. Like, I don't care what you're tweeting about best of ones. Like, get whatever. Like, yeah, you need to not be...
Talk mad smack.
You need to not be eliminated.
Back it up.
You need to not be eliminated, you know? And to not be eliminated, winning this game is part of that, hey? Yeah. Especially when it's in the last 2 play days, and your last game is against Circular Spheres, who, like, honestly have been a bit of an enigma. They're either really good or they're very bad, right? So, like... Yeah, this is an important game for Antic. In my opinion, much more important than Odium.
Very essential for Antic, who start on the attack as well, which historically has proven to be very difficult on Consulate. However, we just said that on Clubhouse and we saw a very attacker-sided club. Antic, what are they going to be able to achieve here? That's the question that I'm wondering. That's what I am desperate to find out. And I don't know. I think it's going to be a tough game. I think it's going to be a really hard game for Antic.
I think this is going to be a long slog. Okay, yeah. A Consulate as well is a pretty strange map to be seeing, playing in OCE League as well. I don't think we've seen it yet, have we, in the stage?
No, not to my knowledge.
Interesting. I suppose when winning games is necessary, you can't really afford to be going for the repeat maps kind of strategy in your vetoes anymore, right? You've got to be playing something, you know, something strong for you, and probably something a bit different as well. Okay, so here goes Antic on their first attempt at an attack. It's down in the basement for Odium on their first defense. Antic looking to initially get some early map control here on the ground floor. Now it does look like Odium have gone for a light extension over through a couple of the floors here, all the way up to the top floor. And I think Antic have realized that. So here's Tuhan all the way out on the meeting balcony, looking to get an in, potentially find an entry, and push these players back down to the wrong side.
Good drone ahead. Yeah, there's already been some info, and the E1D as well. Locks that roamer in place for a brief moment. It's Quixie. And Quixie has been dragging out this stage, I tell you what. It really backed up. He was on Desire last year, and that's not a team that we had a lot of good things to say about, to be frank. And he's really changed his form now on a much stronger team. He has proven to be one of the strongest fraggers, but he does go down early to kill a man. Good entry. Tuhan was there to back him up as well. Good start there for Antic. Finally opening kill, taking very little damage and expending very little utility in order to do it.
Yeah, solid pinch there for Antic. The hard part about Consulate is often this roam clear section because there are so many little rooms and tiny nooks and crannies that you've got to go and drone out. We saw plenty of drones go early out in the round there, 2 or 3 onto Quixie. He shot them down, but then eventually died himself. Not just that though, but they've at least been able to get one back. That's President onto Killerman, who found that first pick earlier on in the top floor. So far, it's looking all right between these two teams. Nothing too special has gone on, in my opinion. The roam clear of Consulate always going to be a bit of a challenge. You're going to have to throw bodies at it, and Tuhan is going to add to the count.
A good vertical game. Killerman went down, but he'd already used all his rams, to my knowledge, and we've still got Tui on for some vert. Now, Juice can come and open up the main garage, and really it's just about patience now. Ooh, okay, good impact trick. So now what's Juice going to do about that? We need some vert to try and contest this impact trick. In theory, Tui should be able to achieve that. Out goes a skeleton key, a flashover as well. Will Prez be able to deny this? He's actually not. It doesn't quite land. So a success now for Antic. Prez is in a very awkward spot. Dirty's going to try and bail him out, but realistically here he should die. Bappin, he's the player that could turn this round around, and he does find a great shot onto Tuhan. Now he is at large on this roam, and the numbers are even. Antic need to decide, do they hunt this roamer with the very little time they have left, or do they convert onto the site? Dirty goes down. That tells us it's time to go for site. But Bappin can always come support. Juice is planting, but President has not been addressed. Bappin's still alive. Diffuser's on the ground, and Odium can easily pick it up. Unless Bappin goes down, the 1 HP Frixel goes hunting. Bappin knows he's not going to make a move. I don't think Frixel's going to have time. Oh, he moved! If he planted in place, he might have had the time. But the clock ends up being the killing blow for Antic. Out of nowhere, Odium steal the first.
Yeah, really solid round there for Odium. President, especially in his position inside of the garage, somehow unaware from the vertical. They managed to, even though they had this ground floor control, I think Bappin really kept them at bay here. They couldn't really play that vertical game for as long as they'd wanted to. And even then, as the round ticked by, GC tries to go for the plant, and somehow President was still able to sit in the corner garage despite the wall being, the floor being opened up above him. It was only later on in the round that Frixel then went and rotated and got that kill, but by then it was too far too late. President had already done his damage on the bomb site, and the round was over.
It was a huge oversight from Antic. I don't think I ever saw a drone enter garage from the breach. Like Juicy, I don't know whether he had drones left. If he was out, someone else really had to do it. But nobody from Antic actually just cleared the basic corners. They assumed everyone had fallen back, and Juicy was all alone trying to solo execute on site with everyone else upstairs. Bit of a blunder in the first round because it looked so good for a lot of that round for Antic, but tiny mistakes can be extremely costly.
I think it's the idea with the vertical play, right? If there's a vertical or a room that can be killed through vertical, you don't really drone that room, right? Because you assume that once that vertical play has gone down, that it's clear. Like someone's checked it from above,
You
visually.
have to be diligent. they never really opened good vert above him. They just opened it further back in garage.
So when Tuhan dies, they don't have that anymore, right? They don't have that intel coming from the vertical anymore, and then they have to supplement it with droning. By then, you're the support player. You've just droned your players in for a roam clear. You probably don't have drones, right? So I think your point still stands. Someone else had to go and do that. But when you're like 20 seconds left in the round, you're not doing that, right? Yeah.
Tiny minute details really cost rounds, right? And Odium know how to get away with things like that. And President he's had a phenomenal stage. We talked a lot about him, about his alumni, the club of former President teammates who have moved on to great things. And even his current teammates are looking to solidify themselves as the second best team in the region. Quite a glow up from last year where they struggled to maintain top 4.
So having won the basement, Odium are going to send us up into the ground floor instead. Not the split bomb site, just the ground floor. And Antic are going to look to do their clear from the top, going down to the bottom. So once again, looking to try and clear out as much as they can, try and make full use of the vertical play on Tuhan, who once again has jumped on the buck. Oh, player inside of the closet, I suppose. Or what do you call that, actually, of meeting?
Oh, I don't know. Little external room. Tuhan does end up getting Quixie. That's nice. Dirty's struggling a little bit here. He's feeling that pressure, so he falls back. Bappin is still at large as well in meeting. Dirty's been droned. I don't know if you saw it. Oh, for a brief moment, Killerman had an angle. Dirty does get away with his life. Tui's found a second kill now. Juicy has to have a big impact on the entry here. He's about to find Dirty. Oh, but Dirty gets away with his life. The timing just works out for the Azami as he falls on back.
So even though Odium have fallen back onto the bomb site, not only have they lost the man advantage without any trades, by the way, on the roam clear, they are now also susceptible to the vertical play that Tuhan is about to play as well. Here's President all the way down in the basement from Yellow, who seems to be pretty aware that there is a play that's keeping out at bay. At this point, you kind of have to pick your battles, right? Like, it might be essential for him to at least win one of these ones.
It's a bait. President just baited him. Frixel's not overcommitting here. President is undoubtedly favored in this engagement. He's actually going to move away. He doesn't have the info. Oh, Juicy's going to drone him on out. And the call has come out that it is a shotgun player, and immediately Frixel's there to capitalize on the info. Oh, run away. Thunderbird does detonate. No damage done, but Saved has found the first kill for his squad. 1 HP, though. That's what it's cost him. A hell of a lot of damage. He was waiting for someone to move on in. Oh, he is dead to rights. Good positioning there from Logic. Does get traded on back. Dirty V3. Is he going to be able to achieve here with a keeper barrier to try and let loose, but no angles to contest. Antic recompose quite handily, and even the scoreline with a very solid attack.
Not my favorite setup there on the defense, I would say. I feel like of all the defenses that would have been easier to pick apart for the roam, I feel like Antic did a pretty solid job at doing that, and like, to be honest, it's pretty easy. I don't know about you, Dev, but the full-off routes that they tried to go for there looked pretty dangerous, I would say, in that top floor. It didn't really feel like they were super safe in the way that they were playing, and even if they wanted to waste time, they probably couldn't escape from there either all too well. So, I don't know. Not my favorite defense from Odium there, but I think well picked apart by Antic. They've been pretty solid so far on the entries, and that's a great positive for them.
Well, that's 2 rounds in a row where they found the opening kill. They managed to further that into a 5v3. Tuhan was being very good on that entry with Buck. Odium struggling a little bit to hold on to ground. And even President trying to contest the staircase with a shotgun. That's a nice little niche idea, but he was flushed out so easily just with a bit of a bait and a bit of time and a bit of a drone. Now Odium, well, it's up to them on where they take us next. Obviously, basement is still locked. I assume you'd go top floor. Right? Top floor is very popular. For many teams, the most popular bomb site, often trumping that basement. So I'd be surprised if we don't see them go up there. I felt like going press room was a little bit of a curveball, a little bit of a risky one.
I actually don't think I know enough about the console, if I'm honest with you, Dev, to actually be able to tell you what is good and what's bad. But yeah, I mean,
only good if you really know the site.
If you know what's going on.
Strat.
Yeah, I got that part, but I actually don't really know, to be honest, whether the top floor or the ground floor on the EXO and piano is actually better, but
top floor's good.
I have no idea.
I'm a big fan of the top floor.
Why are you a big fan of the top floor? Explain it to me.
It's just similar to old console. It's very hard to enter. But you can kind of establish yourself on the whole top floor. Like, you can burn time in admin for ages. It's really hard to make anything work as an attack from CEO, except for like what we've seen really high-level teams like VP does this a lot, like, you know, Amaru executes, or like, brute force, like, let's have an Amaru in through here, some Capitao stuff here, like repels here. Really cool stuff, but that's really hard to do, like much harder than old console. You used to be able to get away with that a lot more. And I think it's just hard to take ground, especially with no vertical nades, right? You can't nade out positions anymore.
Interesting. I don't know, to be honest. I feel like both those bomb sites are fairly tricky.
Yeah. Well, the one thing we know, true. Console is hard for an attack in general. The one thing we know for sure is that Antic's strength clearly relies in these like roam clearing.
Definitely,
that's what they've been doing well both of these rounds so far. So there's not really much roam clearing that you can achieve on that top floor. It's just a lot of repel combat and a lot of figuring out and execute, finding the picks onto quite fortified positions. I think that Odium should lean into that, and it seems like that's what they have picked.
So I think an important conversation for Antic is probably going to be the drone economy, as the attack half kind of plays on as well. Because if you're forfeiting a lot of droning into the roam clear, which kind of have to on this map of console, there are so many small rooms that you need to clear. It means that by the time that you hit the execute, you're not going to have as much intel. Not only that, you're probably not going to have as much time to get that intel down. So I think it's important here for Antic to make quick work of that early game like they did in the last round and continue that momentum, because otherwise they're going to keep getting stuck in that mid to late round translation.
Yeah. Antic are really good at their entry, but they do get caught in the second half of the round, it seems. And this has been such an up and down team. Like, it's kind of bonkers to think that these guys like 7-0'd Panic, but have been losing games left, right, and center. Like, they're currently a negative win rate. Like, isn't that just 2 and 3 for Antic? They got pretty cocky after they got 4 rounds off Bliss. You know, they were like, yeah, no one else is getting 4 rounds off Bliss. Well, actually, Odium got 6 rounds off them, by the way. So, yeah, if there's anyone that is kind of sitting in the seat that Antic wants to be in right now, it's Odium.
All right, so I think the Amaru pick that you were just speaking of earlier has actually come into play for Antic. It does look like they're going to go for the brute force window strat onto the bomb site. Oh, actually, Juicy doesn't really look like that's what he's doing, actually. Yes, he has the diffuser in hand. Yeah, he's having to think about Con instead.
But where is the Blitz going? Is the Blitz going to drop yellow? Yeah, okay, Blitz is going to drop yellow. The problem is, like, Yellow and Con are so far apart. And Juicy, like, is so exposed, it's really hard to plant here. They need some kind of cover to prevent him from dying to CEO, to President's position. He goes in, he goes to that plant. There's no sound cover. Logic finds the big kill. Oh, Logic! That's big. That's nice. That's very impactful. Quixie, look behind you, mate. There's a shotgun, a supernova ready for you. Dirty V4. This has been a beautiful and incredibly bewildering attack from Antic. Odium had no clue what was coming their way, and they are swiftly put down. Beautiful attack from Antic.
Yeah, Odium had absolutely no idea what was about to happen inside of the bomb site. Juicy not only goes in, gets the bomb down, but then gets kills off the back of that as well. Yeah, Odium were just completely not ready. They'd fully set themselves up over on the admin side of the map, so by the time the Antic actually did hit the bomb site, there wasn't that much resistance there to meet them. I mean, Logic got a kill from a player all the way down below. Yeah. He gets one inside of what? Okay, if Connector is not there anymore.
Don't get started on call out. So I still call the old this window right here. I still call that Connector window because it's where the old. Meeting. Yeah, I know. But technically, this is console side room, not even Connector. So
what do you call it?
I don't have a team, so I don't have like set call out. If I had a team, I would not call it side room. I would make up a name for that room, like paper or whatever. Like you make up some word.
Can we make up a word?
Oh God, what do you want to make up?
Box.
Box. I'll take.
But box.
What about the meeting box?
Yeah, I was
the meeting box?
That.
I would call that box.
That could be boxed.
Dun dun dun.
Yellow connector.
What do you guys think back at home? Type in the chat.
Yeah,
what do you want to call that room?
I've got no idea. Side room is.
I think console side room.
Console side room.
It just flows off the tongue. Yeah, it's so quick. Like, hey, one console side room, one console side room, one console side room. Doesn't that just?
You've got to be joking, right? Oh,
yes,
no.
I am.
Okay,
capping.
excellent.
I am seriously capping. Manny, how long have we worked together? How can you tell when I'm capping? How can you not tell that?
I don't know, to be honest.
I would call that room, Rex, if I'm honest.
To think how long this map has been in the pool as well, we don't have a call out. But surely that just goes to say how little this map gets played in this region, right?
Oh,
like
absolutely, not in this region, that's for sure.
We are lost souls when it comes to this.
It also probably tells you a little bit about the state of OCE ranked that we don't even have call outs for the maps that we play all the time.
Oh God. Yeah, okay, so here we go. I had to go another roam clear. They have lent into the double vertical operators of the Ram and the Buck this time around, so trying to make as much use of the top floor as possible, maybe even using some of the vertical for the roam clear itself. Oh, there's a player right around the corner there in the hallway. Good night. Sweet dreams. That's Quixie going down pretty early to kill a man who was very early, quick entry into the building. And there we go, the vertical play is going to come out from Tuhan and Killerman as well. So they're going to use some of this utility, not to clear into the bomb site, but actually to aid them in their roam game and make sure there's no one there on the ground floor as well. That makes that translation even easier.
Ooh.
Seems like they know that there could be a player inside of Visa.
I don't think he knows, actually. I think he was just checking, but...
He hasn't seen him.
Don't think he's seen him, don't think he's heard him. It's Frixel, I believe it was. He was on that drone for a brief moment. Yeah, Bappin. Oh, Frixel's on the drone still. Surely he'd hear him.
Oh, it's flank.
He should be able to hear him. Oh,
yeah,
there it is. So he spotted him, but Bappin does have a bit of a fall-off route as well. He's worried about getting pushed, but realistically, he's not going to get pushed here.
I don't think they need to push him, at least, depending on what execute they're trying to go for. So last time we saw Juicy go and get the wall open and then look for the plant to go down from there. I don't actually know where Juicy is now, but assuming he's on the ball, it might not be mission critical. Yeah, so it's not exactly mission critical for them to clear into Visa. But I suppose if they want to go for like a multifaceted kind of take and like pinch out the bomb site, it would be nice. But anyway.
Don't think necessary. At this
not
point,
necessary,
as we saw, the win condition is enabling Vert, denying that position from President and denying the flanks. Bappin did this last time and now Saved is at large. He's done a lot of damage. Oh, there's a player right around the corner, one watching for him. Logic almost loses that fight, but good pairing up with Frixel. Now they have to take down President. Dirty as well, a long angle from the other side. Not enough vertical gain here to deny these key positions.
Yeah, so it's deja vu once again for Antic Esports, sort of suffering a little bit in this mid-round onto the basement bomb site. Same thing all over again. Dirty's going to land a really nice lineup onto the breach as well. With 25 seconds left to go, it's looking pretty scary for Antic to convert this one, even in the numbers advantage.
Juicy is in a really rough spot here. Logic's got to have a big impact, but Killerman coming in for the backstab. He's got to take down Prez, and Prez is still guns a-blazing. Finally goes down right in the corner.
Killerman.
Killerman does live up to the name indeed. Big 3K on the round for him. He might not have used all his util to enable the site clear, but he backs it up when it matters.
Yeah, nice backstab as well there for Antic. That time around, they actually had the numbers advantage through the mid-round to go and then translate it into a backstab. You know, enabling Killerman to be there in that position in itself is, you know, already pretty good when it comes down to the execute. Not only are you trying to enter in from the breach itself, but you've also got someone coming in from the back. I mean, Killerman literally killed 3 people that were, like, not looking at him except for this guy, basically, right? So, yeah, really solid stuff from Killerman.
That was a 4K. I thought it was a 3K. Even better. Man's gaming. Man's killing men.
Is he?
Living up to the name.
That's funny.
Can't tell if he's the killer man or the killer of man.
I think that's like the same thing, right? Sort of.
Well, is he the man who kills? Or is he the individual that kills men?
That's like... How is that not the same thing?
English, you know, object versus subject. You know.
Nah, you lost me. Sorry.
It's the Constitution, it's Marbo, it's the vibe. Oh my god, have you not seen...
I've just
you haven't
given
seen
you
the
the
castle?
blank stare.
Oh my god.
I've
you
absolutely
do not deserve
no
to be
idea.
Australian.
Oh,
if you have not
sorry.
seen the castle.
I failed. Okay. Yeah, so
Never
we're going to
mind.
go over... I didn't even
You
know...
know the vibe I'm getting?
What's the vibe?
The vibe I'm getting is that Antic's actually not doing too bad.
They're doing well here. They're doing really well, especially on the entries. And then off the back of that as well, they're just so quick in pacing. Okay, look, we're saying good entries, yeah? And then Frixel goes in.
Frixel kind of sucks.
I'm
joking. But that was kind of bad.
Yeah, that wasn't great, hey. I mean, I guess maybe they just didn't know that he was there.
Was it a miss drone? Was it a
Yeah.
gamble, like where they didn't have 100% info, but like, I don't think anyone's gone upstairs. Okay, YOLO.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so here's Antic on their top floor roam clear. So it is, I believe, EXO and Piano again. For Odium, they're going to look to repeat and try and fix up some of their mistakes. Quixie's over here inside of meeting. Try and hold on for as long as he can. There is actually a mirror window that faces into this position, but that's not being used by Quixie. That's being used by his teammate of Dirty, who's over on side, you know, to the other. I can't even remember what this room's called. Inside a CEO. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. So Juicy's going to try and use some of this utility to zone out some plays and enable logic in.
If only there were previs that could tell you where the stuns went. Wow, that's a lot of bees. That is a hell of a lot of bees, but Killerman continues his good form, while Dirty has found one. Oh, Killerman for the backstab. Big 2K on the round. He found 4 last round. Quixie's feeling the pressure. Good C4. Doesn't land its mark. Tuhan. Oh, Killerman's gone down. Tui needs to try and refrag this, but Quixie is continuing to deal damage. There's a mirror window against him, but not the ability to spot him as of yet. Logic wants to find this kill, but he's worried about a crossfire. He doesn't know it. But there's save just around the corner as well. Quixie is actually very safe.
Much safer than I think these Antic players think they are. Okay, never mind. Yellow Pink's just gone out. I think they actually do know that there's a player in the corner of this room as well. It's probably why they're scared to make this move against Quixie.
What's Prez doing?
They kind of need to make a rotation here. Yeah, Logic needs to get out of this position and try and go for something else. So Prez is down below, putting vertical pressure on. Yeah, Logic with this rotation is able to get the pick onto Saved. Not only that, but Quixie as well. Oh no, he doesn't. He gets down, but he's not out. The trade's come through from Tuhan, and surely he could pick up Logic here unless President makes a big move.
The chances of that happening are very slim, but also the chances of getting this diffuser down. It's cold on the ground the other side of the map. Prez can 1v2 this. Even with the shotgun at range, these players are low HP. Are they going for the diffuser? Tui's got it. 20 seconds. Oh, hello! Goodbye! The president is back again! He looks cold as ever. The double drop the hatch. Mr. President will say hello and goodbye.
I mean, like, why? You know? Like,
Don't type, says Frixel. Mate, I gotta say, that was an interesting choice of execute there.
Like, You know, of all the moves that I could have gone for,
The double drop the hatch into a
either
shotgun.
2 of 1.
Look, there was no good option there.
Was there really?
There was no good option there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there was no great option there.
Are you sure?
There were perhaps better options, but I think that round is really owed to Saved and Quixie for just delaying so much time upstairs. 40 seconds
Yeah, but
left.
There's like...
Bam. Damn. This kid's sharp. Look at him go.
I don't know. Yeah. That's interesting. I don't know. I feel like with the 20 seconds that they had left to go.
President was like the old man, like cocking the shotgun. Get off my lawn. You got 5 seconds. And then they drop. It's like one more step and
10 seconds to insertion.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually thought that Antic had that top floor clear kind of figured out at the end there, hey? Like they realized, you know, they use the mirror backwards, yeah? Like they use their mirror against them. Logic realized, okay, there's a guy in the corner that I can't see in my mirror, so I've got to rotate around and kill him. And he went and did that. And then 2-on kill Quixie. It was like, damn, you know, they won that 2v2 situational. And then they get to the 1v2 and it's like, wow, you know, they've just done such good thinking, only to not do good thinking after that.
Well, problem was, 40 seconds when they got that kill, he had to pick up his teammate, he had to go get the diffuser. By the time that's done, there's 20 seconds, not many ways back. I don't know. You can slice it a lot of ways. It didn't work. And Prez absolutely farmed. Now Odium have a lifeline, because of course defense are concepts where you want to be racking up rounds, and they have not done so yet. They've got a chance to even the half as they move onto their attack. And the momentum would squarely be on their side if they could achieve that.
Okay, here we go. Quixie has found some early info onto one player outside of admin on the rappel. And that indicates to Odium that they're actually going for a eastern side take of the map. So there's a Monty as well all the way down in the basement. Logic is going to follow up behind Juicy, who's got the diffuser in his hands, by the way. So we've got to keep an eye on Juicy as they make their way into the basement. Very different style of clear here for Antic. They're not looking for that full roam clear. Instead, they're sort of just looking to sweep the map one way across on a bunch of different floors at the same time. Great flashbang.
Wow, yeah, very well played. Good peek as well. Killerman has been in form today. I tell you what, almost hit 10 kills, and we're only 6 rounds in. Logic moving up as the adrenal surge goes out. Oh, Quixie's on for a flank, but Juicy's got him. Juicy's trying to get close to him. If he can get close enough, he might be able to knock him back, but it doesn't matter. He floods him in. And a good crossfire enables that kill confirmed. 5v3, Antic should be able to win this half. Rixel, oh, he finds one, but is traded. Still a 2v4, very dangerous position. Dirty steals one back. Good flank, perfectly timed. But the bells are ringing now for Antic to flood the site. Poor President is left all alone in this cross. Tuhan, oh, he loses the fight. And that means that Juice has got to get out the pistol. Big kill, leaving it up to Dirty. One gas in pocket as Juice starts to put that diffuser down. Logic covering from Kitchen. This is not impossible in a post plant with one smoke babe, but it certainly isn't easy. 1v1ing a Monty after the shield rework is nigh impossible, and Log won't even let it get to that point. He's there to lock in a 4-2 attack round split on Consulate.
Very nice. Solid attack there from Antic. Very different philosophy. Instead of deciding to go for a top-down clear, instead they went for a full map sweep. But it wasn't, you know, a conventional map sweep. They swept all 3 of the floors at the same time. Both the top floor, the ground floor, and the basement. They had someone starting out early in admin, 2 people going down in the basement, and then also the visa cutoff to make sure that they, you know, you couldn't have any defenders retaking back in through the ground floor, dropping the hatch, and pulling apart the attack as well, right? So really well done attacks, simultaneous on all 3 floors. They went their way on through. They caught these roamers as they tried to re-aggress in through the ground floor and in through the top floor. You know, for example, flashbang onto Bappin, who was basically stuck in that hallway. Very unfavored engagement off the back of that, right? So ultimately, really well played on the micro level from Antic, and then by the time they hit the bomb site, they had such a great man advantage, they were able to convert it.
A really good read on that aggression, that's for sure. For Antic now, probably one of the best signs they've had in a long time. Obviously, they lost to Bliss early in the stage, and then the big red flag losing to Panic. Oh, sorry, beat Panic, lost to Man Esports. That was the big one that it was like, oh.
And they lost to 16.
Yes, they lost to 16. I was a bit slow there.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's all right.
They lost to 60, they lost to Panic, and
I don't
they lost to Man. They 7-0 Panic. I'm just, Daylight savings is messing with me,
Yeah,
right?
I don't really think I've got a lot of brain power left. Either,
Bliss,
though.
6 targets, and man, the 3 teams that Antic has lost
No,
to
I
so
tell
far.
you what, it has to be a disadvantage to be the last game of the day. I'm sorry. I know this is like such a stupid point to be making, but like
These guys are on gamer hours.
I know they're on
Don't worry
gamer
about
hours,
them.
but like, damn, you know, you're not a bit eepy by the time you hit this point in the night. Anyway, whatever. It's okay.
I think that's just us, man.
Yeah, I think that is just us. Think okay, so here's Odium on their attack. This is the round swap, side swap. In fact, round 7. Here we are. And it seems like they've gone for a pretty different approach to Antic, all things considered. Going fast is not the name of the game for Odium, and it's instead go a little slower, break things apart. They've got some pretty different utility as well, a lot of zoning. They've got the Grim, got the Capital. Something's cooking. Something is cooking.
Very much seems to be the meta at the moment, is these, as you said, zoning operators.
Yes, shooting keeper barriers.
Nice.
Yes. Oh, wow, it actually takes a lot of bullets, yo.
A lot of bullets.
Proud of you, Quixie. Good job.
But it got the job done in the end. Saved on his typical saved loadout with the ARX 2x sight. Oh, sorry, 2.5, the ACOG. Very nice. Quixie's going to get in on the back of that zoning. I don't know if he can actually confirm a kill. No, the full reinforcements will get in his way. Might be able to jump in and peek that. He's actually tempted to do so. There's a player in the next room up. He's worried about overextending, but he's looking for this pick. Oh, this is such a good line of sight. Such a good rotate. If he knows he's hard right in the corner, he might be able to convert this. Tuhan has been droned. Bappin finds the opening onto Logic, but Tuhan's gone deep. He's caught in the back, and he will be finished off. A nice attempt there from Antic. Oh, good re-aggression. What a long shot from Frixel with the MP5 ACOG. He lands that headshot kill, and now Antic, while are fighting from behind, have a flash of hope.
I actually quite like the use of the Grim to make that entry work there. Grim is a surprisingly self-sufficient operator, in my opinion, especially when you can use it in the right place at the right time like that. And it can also be used with your team as well. But alas, he is down. I digress. It's not important anymore. Killerman is instead going to hold onto this mini hallway.
3, 2, 1 dead.
Second hallway. Oh, and there's a player on the other side of that, all the way inside a break room. Doesn't quite land the shots. Bappin's going to come up for Spiral for a pinch. Great shot there from Saved onto Killerman, who is looking to re-aggress. 2 on 4 is now a pretty significant advantage for Odium.
Yeah, Bappin had the off angle there. The Vultures are circling. It's Frixel against 4. And Odium are playing quite patiently. 25 seconds. Frixel withstands 1 flashbang. The second one likely to find him. He knows where Saved is, and Saved QE peeks him into high heavens. Great play there from Odium. They start to bridge this gap that has been extended, break the lead that Antic have established. But it's all game faces on the Odium boys. No one getting too overexcited as of yet. They know that they failed in the first half with only 2 defenses, and they have to let their attacks speak for themselves.
Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. I quite like that attack there from Odium. It was really clean. The entry was well done. I think by the time that they hit break, they didn't actually face that much resistance in the end. I can't really pinpoint it as to whether there was just not really set up there on that side of the map for Antic, or whether it was just really well dealt with off the back of the Grim or the Capital. I can't really pinpoint.
I feel like it's the latter. I
You
honestly,
think so?
I think Antic had a pretty good setup. I think that they maybe could have fallen off earlier.
Yeah, right.
But I think Odium just played that really well. They got a 2-player advantage. Eventually Antic got 1 back, but yeah, Odium everywhere all at once.
Yeah, I thought it was a really solid attack there for Odium. It felt like they had enough tools to get their ideas working.
You know what's crazy is like if you remove Bliss from the league, right, which is kind of what's happened. Like Bliss have just established themselves as the first place outlier.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to lose to Bliss.
Yeah.
If you remove them from the league, the only team Odium has lost to is Panic. How nuts? How nuts is that? Whereas Antic have lost to 6T and Man Esports. Odium beat Man Esports. I feel like Odium, I mean, I don't know what went wrong in that Panic game. They were really not themselves, that's for sure. But if Odium lose to Antic, then we've got this really weird rock, paper, scissors formation where, like, you know, Odium beat Man, Man beat Antic, Antic beat Odium. I don't know how you play this. You know, Antic 7-0'd Panic. Odium lost to them. How does this work?
I have no idea how this works. And I guess, you know, that's why the midfield has been pretty close, right?
Really has.
Yeah, to me, the elimination match is going to come down to the last day at this point, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially if Antic struggle a bit here. Or if they win here, actually, right? Because who won in the last one? I forgot already. Man won.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it won't then. Anyway.
We'll see.
I mean, because Circular Spheres lost the last one, they did lose, right?
They did get a point, though.
Oh,
and that means that Antic is currently in elimination spot. If they jump up, then 6 targets and Circular Spheres are actually tied on round difference as well as being tied on points. So it will come down to the last day no matter what. Antic's still on the chopping block, but they do find the opening pick and it's onto the very dangerous Saved, who even gives an NS in the chat. Bit of respect coming out. I know. Bit of cockiness, very typical of Antic.
I think we should stop peering into the multiverse. That's the... yeah. Okay, here we go. So there's President.
There we go.
Hey, nice shot into Tuhan.
Is he going to put the NS in chat?
He's gone and overpeaked from the Kiva barricade. And President's making his way up the stairs, anticipating that the flank will come through. There's Logic over on the other side, who's still in the top floor. Hasn't been spotted out just yet, but his position now known as Bappen's taken a bit of HP on his side. Oh, surely there's a player cutting off on top yellow here.
Oh, Logic should be dead to rights. He needs to make good on this roam. Perfect angle for him. He finds Prez. Good reply. The roam completely undealt with. And they're looking for another pick. But it looks like actually Odium have completely fallen off. They're not looking at dealing with this roam anymore. Instead, they've gone deep. Bappen has a big impact already. He's found a massive pick. And Logic has to rotate back towards side, but Bappen's got his number. Oh, Odium. They brought it back once again. Antic read like a book, played like a fiddle. 2v3, though, is very winnable, especially with 20 seconds left to play. And Frixel's brought it on back. He's found a big double. Bappen's caught upstairs with no hatch open and no chance in hell of getting to the side in time. This round is over. He knows it. We know it. You know it. Frixel knows he's won this round. It's a simple formality to confirm the kill, and Killerman's going to do it in style. Antic steaming ahead once again, having a laugh and finding a solid defense.
They've got a lot of value out of that roam, especially Vigil is a pretty out-of-pocket pick these days. You don't see it that often, but Logic made full use of that. He sat there on the top floor and completely punished them for not clearing him out early. Not only did he take a chunk of damage off Bappen, but then he goes and kills President. Hard breach, pretty important for the late round,
why Prez is roam clearing that, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like maybe they just have to at that point, right? Like they're
Just
running out of time,
him.
they're in the mid-rounds.
They found a big pick on him by just pressuring the site and waiting for him to drop the hatch. I think it was a misread from Odium.
Yeah, that's fair enough as well. Like maybe force him to come play, you know, come play the flank later on and then read into that. I don't know, but yeah, Odium, I think either Odium really overcommitted to the roam clear, or Antic made really good at the roam. I feel like you can, you know, it's two sides of the coin.
I think it was both.
You know?
I think that was a roller coaster round. Like Odium started all right, Antic, you know, with that roam was looking really good. Then I don't know, back and forth. Odium stole the side control, and then Antic played it good in the 2v3. So yeah, back and forth for sure.
Good round there from Antic. Like honestly, really solid to be honest. Like especially from the remaining players. Situational, you know, when you're down a couple players and there are like people loitering around on each floor and it's like, or not all that structured, making sure you're like playing together and like, you know, picking the right battles is really important. And it's those like little 1%ers that I think have got Antic over the line.
And a 1% from Antic could be picking an unusual bomb site. We talked a little bit about Split. We said it's a bomb site that you need to have a good setup for if you're going to play it. But I trust Antic. They are a team that spends a lot of time running through their strats, preparing. Oh, Save is surely going to get a freebie. Killerman caught lacking. That's not a good start. These complicated strats on these tertiary bomb sites take a lot of manpower to execute.
Coxie on the Monty as well. That could be a fun one. So last time around, we saw Antic play into this Monty. They made pretty good use of it, going all the way down into the basement. Ooh, there's a C4 from down below. Yes, you're saying that exactly right. Juicy has got the pulse in hand.
Nitro time, baby.
Maybe
Come on, Juice.
Quixie knows. Is he trying to get into safety?
There's info. Oh, Juice. He doesn't have the info anymore. Oh, okay, so they're actually opening a vertical line of sight to try and contest this. Very peculiar exchange so far.
3 C4s on the board. So it's making me think that Antic are really going to lean into playing the basement here. Wait for the bomb to go down, and then go and C4 the planter. Someone's standing still, right? You've got 3 explosives from the floor. Not only that, but you've got the BP as well. So for Odium to then go into this bomb side with Tellers, it's basically like a false sense of security, right, for them. They've got so much to worry about from down below. Not only that, but Logic's above with the vertical as well. So Odium really haven't picked apart the pieces yet.
but Bappen has the opportunity to drop the hatch at a moment's notice, and Dirty is right here in the sight. Oh, this is beautiful from President. This line of sight right here. However, Bappen's gone down. Good shot from Prez. He's broken double digits now. You don't want to mess with him when he's worked up, when he's angry. Tuhan cornered and put to bed. Big play from Quixie. Oh, Logic's going to lose his life surely here. Him and Frixel are holding onto this top floor bomb site, but they've lost the bomb site beneath. The rug has been ripped out from underneath. Oh, big kill could go begging for Frixel. He needed more than that. And now Logic, he's not really got anything for it, does he? Odium continue fighting.
That was a great decision there for Odium to go down into the basement itself. It looks like they were teasing out tellers for a lot of that mid-round, and at some point someone made the call just like, nah, this is a mistake. I've just droned out a pulse in the basement. Stop, get out of the ground floor, go into the basement instead. And at the moment that they made that decision, like that was the perfect decision for them to make, to be honest. President opening up a great line of sight, preventing Juicy from playing his safe haven inside a little blue corridor, and then from there on out converting the picks as well. Coming down Spiral, pinching out the remaining players in the basement. Logic gets caught out in his rotation from the top floor. It all really went well there for Odium once they realized the point of, you know, that they weren't quite safe in the ground floor and that they had to attack the bomb site directly.
Good little double fake, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Odium are like, hey, let's just take tellers. And then Antic is sitting there, biding their time, scheming, rubbing their fingers together with their 3 C4s and their pulse, and then Odium's like, actually, you know what? This is a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah.
I reckon Purple's acting a little sus. Let's go downstairs. Let's go attack. Let's get Prez to open some lines aside. Let's get the Monty to poke and prod. We'll kill Tui, we'll execute down there. And Antic are like, hang on a second, that's not what we agreed on. We were going to C4 you while you were executing tellers. That's not what we wanted.
Oh, dear.
I love that from them. And yeah, it's been a hard game of defense on this map so far, but Odium did have a big ask of finding 4 attacks, and they've already found 2.
Top floor, next bomb site for Antic to try and push themselves into match point, but Odium have told us that they won't go down without a fight and they want to stay in the dialogue. It's not a bad setup here from Antic. They've really tried to cover here for all eventualities. Not only have they got, you know, the vertical for the downstairs pressure, but they've also got Juicy, I imagine, a smoke, good lineup, and they've also got set up all the way on the other side of the map on admin as well. So they're going to look to extend their reach in the map, wait to see what Odium do, and then move on from there for the defense. It like feels like they're pretty prepared for anything that could happen early on.
True. Speaking of early, he is saved. He's looking very cheeky. There's a dread mine. I don't know if it's open or closed as of yet. I believe it's still closed. Doesn't want to overextend. Oh, it's open actually. Oh, it's been hacked though by the Brava. Almost hacked. Swing tempted to come out. Hacks come through. That's going to deny one of these Fenrir charges. Oh, save doesn't land the crucial shots. He hasn't taken out that barbed wire either. Juicy managed to dodge all of those bullets somehow.
President is back on the Bravo drone. That's exciting news, especially when you're playing against something like a Fenrir, who Killerman has been pretty active in getting those on and off so far. So for President to be able to find an active one like that on the top of yellow is quite important work for him.
Keep our barrier up.
Odium are really not telegraphing what they're doing for us here, right?
Oh, it worked for them last round,
it
right?
initially looks like they were going to try and make something work off the back of that yellow play, but the diffuser is actually on the other side of the map with Quixie inside of admin. So he's still holding on to that. Grim once again to enable himself to get on in.
Big opening though, from saved. From outside, Frixel caught lacking. Bit unusual there. Oh, Bappen's worried. That could be activated at a moment's notice. Behind him, Killerman is still alive, and he is actually looking at changing his gadgets, I believe, at the moment. Bappen on this entry.
Player in the soda machine for the defense, not sure who that is. That's Killerman actually with his active dread mines as well to prevent early control coming in from Odium.
Dirty could be big here.
It could be.
Here comes the fire, but a big kill from Killerman. I don't know where this fire has gone, but it has not punished Killerman as of yet. Thankfully, Quixie's there with a sharp shot. Meanwhile, Tuhan has confirmed the kill onto saved. Things are not looking too hot here, but 3-3 means this could flip either direction.
These rounds have all been super situational, and with 30 seconds left to go, it really looks like they've got to press the attack from here and out. Quixie's got the diffuser in a really tough spot in the tiny hallway in between the little meeting box, and there goes Tuhan to go down. Early entry there from Quixie. He's going to go in deep, take the player out behind the table as well, and it's all down to Juicy in the 1 versus 2.
Hiding in the smoke. He needs to pop up at the opportune moment. He has been read, and he has been spotted! Odium continue fighting. They're pushing harder and harder. And they'd even up the scoreline 5 rounds apiece. This next round determines the first point on the standings to be divvied up from this game.
This game's been so close, Dev. Even down to the rounds, it's all been so situational. It's all come down to like 2v2s, 3v3s, something like that. And whoever's made the better decision through the mid-rounds, like, they've done better, basically, right? And I think ultimately they're... Go on.
A lot of like big players like needing to step up. Quixie that round, 3K.
Yeah.
I think in the dire moments when it was looking very tight, there are 2 players still in that meeting site for defense. You need someone who's just saying, let's just go in. I'm ready for those fights. I'm checking every corner. And it was Quixie. He started with this kill right here on a Killer Man, and then this big pick onto Tuhan hiding in the corner. And yet he also found one on long. And that was everything that Odium needed to open up the site and enable that plan.
Very interesting matchup between these two so far. I don't really know what to say from here, Dev, to be honest. It just feels like it's such like a round-by-round kind of basis for these guys. Like, it's hard to pinpoint which team is looking ahead because there haven't been that many convincing rounds in this match so far. I mean, there've been a couple spread out here and there, but like for the most part.
Right now, is he filming himself? Is he on Snapchat? Is he video calling someone?
God, I think we're too old for this, Dev. I don't like.
I know he's mewing. So our producer's telling me he's mewing. I know he's mewing, man.
I don't even know what that means. Like,
it's the thing where you do like you point at your jawline and then do the like shush kind of symbol. Like.
Okay. I don't really understand the internet trend stuff these days, though. Yeah.
Yesterday, one of our producers came up and was like trying to show us a TikTok, and neither of us got it because we don't use TikTok.
Social media. Yeah, that's quite funny actually.
he somehow managed to find the 2 people here that are like the least down with the TikTok trends.
Yeah, we are not hip with the times. We are about as far as hip from the times as you could possibly.
We went bouldering today. That's pretty hip.
That's not very hip at all. That's like
I swear.
That's like nerd sport.
Yeah.
100%. Like if we went out and we played like, I don't know, what's like a cool sport, you know?
There are cool sports?
They're a cool sport.
I don't know.
I don't think the ones that we do are cool.
I don't know. Basketball, is that a cool sport?
That's a cool sport. That's true. You know, we're out here going bouldering. Like, what's wrong with them? You know, we're definitely not cool.
No. Just want to like revert back to our nature, our ancestors that climbed the trees.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, just embrace that aspect of us, you know?
Yes. Climbing is good.
I love that. Kind of like how Antic need to climb the standings in order to qualify for the playoffs. That was good, Dev. Nice.
Wow, nice. This is important though to get all 3 points here for Antic because their lads in circular spheres, they've got 1 point.
Yeah.
Which is not 3, but it's 1, right?
Yeah.
So if these dudes can't even get 1 out of this match, it's pretty like rut-row. Not so good. It is
extremely rut-row. And if Antic get all 3 points out of this game, they actually end up in the top 4.
Wow.
How crazy is that? They jump over 6 targets, circular spheres, and panic.
I mean, at the start of the day, the difference between 2 and 7 is 4 points, right?
Yeah.
Plus minus 4.
At the moment, yeah, we've got 4th place is on 8 points, and 7th place, Antic's on 6 points. So 2 points separating 4 different teams. If Antic lose this, however, their chances of making it out are looking pretty pitiful. They will need to beat circular spheres, and I don't necessarily see that happening. Certainly can't take it for granted. Pretty sure, though, that if we boil it down, Antic, to guarantee that they make it, they actually just need to win either this game or the circular spheres game. They actually don't need to win both. But if they lose today, circular spheres is still only, 1 point ahead of them. So even an overtime win means that they would be tied on points and it would come down to round difference. And I'm pretty confident that Antic would end up winning the round difference because of that 7-0 they had of a panic. This is like mega nerd, like Sprabuni level calculations. But like technically Antic could lose this game and beat circular spheres and it would be fine for them. But it's still a bit yonky splonky.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is yonky splonky for sure. No, there are too many layers of multiverse for me to look into the one and then know that Antic are going to come out.
Yeah.
Focusing back on the game at hand, like, to be honest with you, Dev, I feel like this game has just pointed out how little I know about Consulate. I don't know about you, but like, these rounds have been quite challenging to break down. Now, whether it's because I'm a fraud and I don't know anything about the map, or whether it's because this game has actually been tremendously close in the mid-rounds.
It has.
I don't know.
It has.
But feels very close in literally every single phase of the round between these two teams.
It has. And the meta is constantly changing, and both these rosters have had at least 2 new players in them. In fact, 3. I think all these rosters had, I guess, Bap and Prez saved from last stage. But yeah. Oh, I like this. Present is avoiding the impact trick by putting his exothermic deep in the wall rather than just on the surface. And we heard the impact trick go out and fail from Tuhan. That's already a good, solid start. Logic on his solo roam upstairs again. Now, he delayed a lot of time and found 1 pick last time. He's actually got Juice to support him. Looks like he's not going to overstay his welcome, however.
This is a nice pull off as well from Antic. Of course, you can be cut off if you try and go down yellow. There are multiple positions where attackers can sit there and post up and wait for you to fall off again. So falling off through side room, console side room, God, I can't believe I'm calling them this, is the way to go. These guys, and having a shotgun in hand for that roam is a bit handy, hey? So here we go for saved on the other side, realizing that this top floor is clear, is going to make his way on in and try and take some ground. The point that they have to worry about now, though, is the ground floor. And not having any of the vertical pressure that, for example, Antic were bringing out is going to make this harder, but it doesn't matter anyway. A shotgun hole on the floor is going to enable saves to just have a look down, and Juicy is there to meet him. Logic, though, on the back of that is going to find a trade onto Quixie, though. So numbers are still even between these two teams.
Frixel's re-aggressing as well up the stairs. This is messy. This is just players running rampant upstairs. Lurks, roams, all these ships sailing past each other. Frixel's gone straight forward upstairs. He's about to find Bappen if he times this right. Oh, there's Bappen. No. There's a freebie. What to do now for Odium? They know there's a player still upstairs, but Logic's been taken down. The diffuser is actually outside. I believe Quixie was the one who died with it. And now Odium are in a bit of a pickle. What do they do? Do they try and catch Frixel on his return back to site?
This is what I mean. These mid-rounds are so chaotic. There is still a roamer in the top floor. Meanwhile, somehow, in the basement, there's an attacker. Now they're going to take the diffuser and try and capitalize off the back of that. But then, are they still, keeping an eye on Frixel, who's going on his return? Not really. It doesn't matter. He's going to come... Yeah, there's literally a player, right behind him. What is going on through this mid-round? 17 seconds left. The diffuser's barely in the bomb site. It's pretty scary for Odium. Antic look pretty good here.
Except if Odium find this pick, but Frixel's got one. Oh, he does die. And trying to pick up the player, but that's not going to work. Prez has gone down. There's just no time to get the revive, let alone the goo mine out of his foot. My. A round win for Antic sets them on match point, but a round that was basically team deathmatch ends up just running out of time. And now Odium are on the ropes. They take their tactical timeout. Antic have got their first point out of this game and gunning for all 3.
So I think between these two teams, a few conceptual or philosophical differences in the way that they're defending the map, right? Antic very much leaning into the fact that roam clone consulate is pretty tricky. There's a lot that you've got to clear, there's a lot that you've got to drone. You throw Vigil into the mix, that makes it even harder. You throw Mute into the mix, that makes it even harder. Not only that, but on the side of Odium on the attack, the lineup for them is completely different to what Antic are bringing. You see the half of Antic, you've got Killerman and Tuhan on Ram and Buck. So their roam clear is like super expedited through the top floor and through the ground floor because they're clearing 2 floors simultaneously, right? Whereas on the side of Odium, on their attacks, they've got a lot more limited tools when it comes through that mid-rounds. The droning work isn't as good because they're facing a lot more resistance, and by the time they even get into the top floor, it's harder to translate into the ground floor. So I think ultimately, on a holistic philosophical level of the map, I quite like the way that Antic have been playing it, to be honest. Yeah. I feel like both on the attack and the defense, they've been giving themselves more tools to succeed.
Yeah, and this round now means everything to Antic, Mandy. If they get the full 3 points out of this game, which, by the way, they need to win this round. They can't let it go to overtime to get those full 3 points. Then their chances of making playoffs are all but confirmed. Panic will be underneath them, and Panic are playing Bliss, so very unlikely to get any points. Circular Spheres will be playing Odium. And, I mean, they could jump back over Antic, but really Antic only needs to stay ahead of one of Panic, Circular Spheres, and 6 targets. 6 targets are playing Man. Maybe they'll get some points out of that game. CS are playing Odium, could get points there, but Panic are the target here. Panic are currently in 4th place, but they are the most likely, if Antic wins this, to drop out of the league and fail to make playoffs because they've got their hardest game tomorrow, or next week, I should say. Antic need the full 3 points. Otherwise, they won't be able to trust in Panic's game, and they'll need to get over some of these other teams as well.
Important round now for Antic. going over back to Pressroom and EXO and looking to hold onto that top floor pretty heavily. Not only is there a mirror window once again facing inside a meeting and waiting for that entry to come through, preventing the vertical game from happening, but there's even keeper barricades to protect said mirror setup in the top floor as well. So yeah, this is pretty fortified here on the top floor. It's going to make me wonder what Odium will do about this. Do they then go and clear out the top floor thinking that it's a necessity, or are they going to try and forego it off the back of the Capital and try and make something work with the utility, with the smokes, try and cut off some lines of sight? They've got a couple options here, and it's up to them through this early to mid round to go and find the path of least resistance. Bappin going down early doesn't make things any easier for Odium, but it spells good for Antic.
Really does. Odium need to be pushing overtime here. The moment they have slipped out of those top 2 spots, but another player falls. If Odium fall here, it may mean no bye in the playoffs bracket for them. Logic has slipped through the fingers of Dirty on that window. Survived the fire from the Capital. Odium are looking to try and make some sort of a refrag work, taking this top floor presence. But perhaps a direct hit on the site could be more beneficial.
This is pretty dangerous here for Odium. I mean, Antic very much looking in pole position to take the map from here on out. But Odium are looking to try and sneak their way into the bomb site. President has got the diffuser in hand, and he's coming up from the basement. Now, as I understand it for Antic, they've got a lot of vertical gameplay to be holding on to here. They've got lots of lines of sight that are going down with the double destruction operators on the defense. So for Odium, they either need to somehow sneak their way on in through all of these vertical lines of sight. There's literally one at the top of Spiral looking onto President right now. The DMR is going to sail his way on through, but he doesn't deal any damage to the player on the other side. It is nigh impossible here for Odium to get the diffuser from the outside of the bomb site to the inside of the bomb site, even though there are no defenders on the bomb site itself.
But a pit could go awry if Antic overexposed to some lines of sight. Look how cautiously they're playing, though. Saved is very close to the bomb site, but Antic, even if they're not directly aware, they're hyper cautious of it. They're not exposing themselves to any of these lurks. And that seems to be the attempted win condition for Odium. But there are long lines of sight from above with which Antic can cover these positions. It's far too late, but Saved has found his big pick. It's far too late for Odium to go for the vert push. They have to make this work on the ground floor, and the smokes may cover some of these lines of sight. Dirty doesn't have the diffuser. It's up to President. Saved goes deep. He spots a player on the vert. He gets the down. Is it possible that Odium could thieve the round here? Frixel's got to deny the plan. Round in the corner. He can't even get the first. The round is flipped on its head again. Logic bringing it back for his squad. Saved such low HP as the retake is demanded of Antic. Piece by piece, they make their way back into this game. President to stand against the full might of Antic. Just 2 players need to be found. There's one. A single bullet will do it! Right between the eyes! Killer Man has confirmed Antic full 3 points. A domination over the second best team in this region. And Antic are looking red hot and ready for playoffs.
And Antic show us that, hey, look, they can take us to a map that isn't Clubhouse or Chalet. Thank goodness. We got a really solid game on Consulate back there. A very tight battle between these 2 teams, but Antic scrape away with all 3 points on the defending half.
It has been a really rough season so far for Antic, but that is a huge sigh of relief. Not only a massive confidence booster for taking down the team in the league that has looked the best rivals to Team Bliss. The only team to take points off them in this stage so far. But if there's one team right now that's panicking, it is Panic, as they are on the chopping block for that playoff spot come next week. One play day of the round robin remains before we dig into playoffs, and I'm sure they'll break that down on the desk.
Jake, I know you're excited for this one. Can I get an oh? Too damn good. Antic are back, but no, they're not really back, but they are back in the mix of the playoffs.
I don't know where they are.
They don't know where they are, but they do know that they currently sit in 4th place.
Yeah. The only reason why I predicted them today, my wonderful analysis was they lost yesterday. And
so it has to be.
The day before that they won, and the day before that they lost.
Yeah.
So they were due for a win.
So
following the pattern, and they won.
So the flip-flopper flip-flopped on the predictions, but the flip-floppers flip-flopped enough for you to no longer be a flip-flopper.
He's still a flip-flopper.
He is still a flip-flopper. There's no doubt about it. It's look, this has been the league. This has been the league this entire time. I mean, genuinely, like, OCE League, Snakes and ladders.
Yeah.
That is what we've had on display since the very first Playday, guys. And this is no exception.
Yeah, I mean, even this match just in isolation had very up and down moments, ebbing and flowing with a lot of attacker-sided rounds and then defense able to lock down others. We were talking quite a bit about the entry game throughout this match. So many instances, and it's not just exclusive to this map. It's not even really a region thing. It's largely meta. Shut up. So many entry battles where they're one-sided one way or the other, and then there's no contest around the map. You have mutes dropping off site. You have other, players losing battles, etc. And it was, very difficult to keep track of and constant. Just the nature of that. There's so many entry points at times that can be exploited. Makes it weird, but at the end of the day, Antic get a result. I mean, they really needed it today because of just how tightly contested the mid-table is. And so, final play day, honestly, it's going to be insane. We only have, as far as I'm aware, 3 teams locked in and 1 locked out.
Yeah, and 1 locked out, so it's still absolute chaos. But we love big dogs here on the OCE League, and sometimes you need a big dog to step up. That is Log Dog. How you doing, big fella?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Good to, win one. I mean, we just got to keep on track, right? Win one, lose one, win one, lose one.
Yeah.
Don't worry, mate. I already figured that out. Now, careful about next week. Fair warning. You're on the lose side now.
Oh, God.
Look, honestly, mate, this, I don't know how much you've heard of the deaths there, but this has probably been one of the most bizarre stages we might have seen in a long time. It, at times, has felt certain, and at most times has felt the most uncertain I've ever felt about any team. How did you feel coming into today's game, knowing full well that if you don't win this, you are well and truly on the chopping block?
Oh, listen, I don't think any of us were nervous, to be honest.
Yeah.
We back ourselves completely. At the end of the day, these games that are happening, they're all just... I think you guys can agree every game that's won at the moment is literally just one player popping off on a team. Like, you have a 7-0 save dropping 20 kills on CS, then you have CS dropping one person dropping 20 kills on another team, like Karma dropping 20 kills on another team. Like, it's just one person popping off every game. There's so much inconsistency in the scene right now and all these games. And what we know is that if we can come into a game and we just do our basics, we can be consistent. Unfortunately, we don't do our basics very well every game, which is where we're struggling at the moment, and obviously something we're trying to improve on. But we know that we are on a base term, we are better than these teams anyway. We don't need one person to pop off. We know our whole team can.
Yeah, and also to play devil's advocate a little bit, I know you guys internally probably feel fine, especially after the win tonight, but you can actually look back on the stage. The only real blip was probably that 6-target loss. I know you probably wouldn't have been too happy with losing to Man Esports, but as they've proven, they've done quite well this stage. They're not a bad team by any means. And I think also the other thing this stage is that you look at your Odiums, yourselves, Man, Panic. These teams are all just pretty close. And like you said, the differentiating factor is probably just someone pops off on a given night. It's a best of one. Yeah. These things happen. So now moving forward, I know you've got one still play day to go. You play Circular Spheres next week. Have you thought about the fact that in best of threes, you guys as a team, when I look at your roster on paper, there's that experience, best of threes. Do you feel maybe that could be where there's a bit more strength in your roster compared to others?
I think we'll shine in BO3s. I mean, we win games, we lose games, but at the end of the day, every game we've lost, we've won the next one. It's not like we're chalked out of our mind or we're going, oh, God, you did this, or there's no fights. We lost yesterday. We were like, oh, well, boys, let's play some Team Overwatch. Jumped on Overwatch and took our anger out on a bunch of noobs in gold. So it was awesome. I don't know. I think we're mentally strong enough. BO3s for us, we're pretty confident. We have a big map pool. We have new strats, old strats. Obviously, I mean, even the maps we lost, we didn't even really have to show anything. So we're lucky in that respect, and I think we'll be fine. I'm not really worried,
Well, hopefully, of course, you can get to the best of threes. That's no guarantee with how close things are.
No, it's guaranteed. Oh. It's guaranteed.
Okay, if you say so. I wanted to ask specifically...
Do you think I'm going to... sorry to cut you off, but you think I'm going to Chef Jeff get to best of threes and I'm not going to be there?
What about Goof? Is Goof going to drop 25 on you guys next week and deny?
Probably.
There you go. That'll be my question.
Self-awareness. And you don't want to...
I had another question, but Logic's annoying me, so that's right. We'll leave it for playoffs.
What can I say, man? I don't get many of these interviews anymore. I just, need to get anyone I can.
They're few and far between, mate. They are quite rare at the moment. But honestly, I just want to get your thoughts on how this league has played out, because we've asked this question once or twice. Do you believe that it's a case of some teams are getting better, or that the collective have just played a little bit worse?
It is a tough one. I think some players are shining. That is absolutely for sure. I think, beef aside and stuff, Wet told me to bring back my villain arc, but I'm a humble youth, I'm matured and I've grown up. So I'll say people like Saved, Bappin, they're showing up, they're playing well. People like Karma, surprised, like he's doing really well for his team.
Yep.
President
I think
was good
players, President sucks. I think that there's certain players getting a lot better, but I think I think teams collectively are not improving. I really don't think teams are getting better, because a better team is a consistent team. I don't think we're a great team. I don't think any team is great. I think every team being as inconsistent as they are is really bad at the moment.
Do you think a part of that, though, is because there's always so much chopping and changing when it comes to the teams? Yes, the players maybe individually are fine because, you keep playing, you keep getting better. But, like, as core teams, how many really stay together? So the big thing for me is, like, say you guys as Antic, are you going to stay together then going into Stage 2, practicing into that offseason, then going into Stage 2? Because that's the only way you're going to actually improve as a team.
I agree. I think it's... that's a big question mark at the moment. I think
that's for all teams, by the way, not just you guys.
Yeah. Well, I think for us individually, it's obviously going to be. We've already spoken about it, and we've said we want to play out the whole year. But you never know what happens at the end of the day. And I think for the rest of these teams, it's the same thing. I think it's really hard at the moment, is because teams expect such big things from themselves. Like for example, Odium might finish second place in this group stage and then bum out and end up fourth in playoffs. And I'm saying they will. They are playing well, right? But is that fourth place finish after a second place stage going to implode them? Are they going to make a roster move after that because they're going to be like, oh, Kixie didn't perform, or they're going to be like, oh, Bappin didn't perform? Or do you know what I mean? And I think that's the problem at the moment with Oz is, I think, one, budding personalities. People don't like each other, and that's just a fact. And I think the second one is just there's players playing good and there's players that aren't so good and can probably be replaced. And friendships keep teams together. And the issue is at the moment is all these teams are just like, they're not really friend teams at the moment, other than CS, which is why you see them sticking together. Win, loss, doesn't matter.
Well, I can say from a personal level, I can't stand these two beside me, but we stick together, and that's that's at the end of the day, we're a testament to
that's
what
why
happens.
we improve as a team.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we improve as a team, but that's a good note to leave it on. Do you have anything you want to say before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, I want to say shout out to the boys. Shout out Killer Man. He's had a bit of a rough one, but we've hyped him up and he performed tonight. He played really well. He was good. So much love for Kyle. Yeah. Shout out to the boys, Broden especially, and then I just want to say, shout out Chef Jeff. He lit a fire in me yesterday. So shout out Chef Jeff. You suck. See you in playoffs. And obviously shout out to all you guys on the cast and the production and yeah.
Thanks, Log.
Mucho love.
And President, you suck. President, you're horrible. All right, that's it. I'm done.
Jesus. We'll see you next time.
I want to apologize if Prez is watching. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up.
I'm glad he mentioned Killerman. That was going to be my actual serious question. I wanted to note him because he obviously had a standout day. Logic actually played very well as well. So yeah.
That was good for Killerman tonight to have a good performance. And confidence is everything, especially towards the back end of a stage as we go into the final play days and then into the playoffs, for example. I think, a player like Killerman dropping 14 and 7, having arguably an MVP performance, first kills, EPS, everything across the board. Guz was bringing it up for a reason, not to bash him, but more so because, hey, we've seen him do this.
This is more normal Killerman.
Yeah, this is what we expect from someone who's, really, I think to close 2023 was considered one of the rising stars going into 2024. Slow start, but hey, mate, slow start could turn into a bright playoff. Who knows? He could be the one to maybe send Antic to Manchester.
Well, look,
he's got it, done it.
The fact of the matter is,
Manchester, they're going to beat Team Bliss.
He's a killer man. He does it for a living.
Look, to me,
kills men.
Not many esports.
I'm just
to be honest,
it's good for the boy.
It is genuinely to burn brighter than a bonfire when you're next to Logic, you're next to Frixel, you're next to some of the greatest
The Juice,
fraggers
the Don.
we've got. The Juice, who had an unbelievable start. Let's start talking about and wrapping up this night because
get out of here.
it has been a funny old night. You said let's get out of here earlier, and then you went and waffled in the interview. I don't know about you. I think you're secretly trying to sabotage.
I do like having a chat with Bogdog. He's one of the better personalities for, a night that was all over the place. We started off with Bliss getting the job done. In fairness, though, the 7-3 scoreline, I don't think indicative entirely of 6 targets. So they had a good game. Ultimately, Panic, shut the bed. There's no other easier way to say that. Kelton Knights finally getting a win on the board, and the CS Man Alpha game and then the Antic and Odium game, I think somewhat expected that those two were quite close. They shaped up to be the matches of the day.
Yeah, it certainly did. And genuinely, I actually thought Odium would win that. Not often do I look at predictions and take them very seriously, but that game, I thought that Odium had their number. And with that, Odium actually missed out on their opportunity to maintain their second place, which Man LFO would be looking at and licking their lips.
Now, 6 targets did lose to Circular Sphere, so they are actually in the bottom 2 right now as things stand.
Yeah.
Because they've got the same round differential, then I imagine it goes to head-to-head, which they lost that game 7-0, mind you, too. Yeah. They got absolutely smacked. So CS should be in that playoff position as it stands. They play Antic next week, which will be a massive game. 6 targets taking on Man Esports LFO. Now, there is every world in which, and I jokingly mentioned this to you, in terms of the way this could work, because of the round differential, if Circular Spheres lose to Antic, say, 7-2, 7-3, then a 7-4, 7-5 loss for 6 targets would get them out of the bottom 2 and into the playoffs. So losing could still get you in. It's crazy. I think for Panic, I know Dev kind of mentioned that they might be panicking. A little play on words there, but I think they should be fine. I don't know if they're in the firing line.
Yeah, guys, what do you actually think? I'm not actually going to ask for your final thoughts tonight. Instead, I'm gonna pose a question to you. What do you genuinely feel about these changes that we continue to see on rosters?
I was going to go in for a moment after the interview, but didn't get an opportunity. It's not so much the roster changes to me that is a frustration. It's more so the fact that personal beef is getting in the way of teams improving. Now, I understand it. People have personal issues. People act in ways that you may not want to interact with in a competitive environment. I think that makes sense. Not everyone's going to bind well together. But if personal beef is getting in the way of teams improving, working together, and ultimately taking down Bliss and improving the region, that's a real frustration. At the end of the day, beef isn't going to get you anywhere. There's a reason Bliss have been dominating for the last year and a half. And if that doesn't change, then Bliss are going to continue dominating.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that truly it is a testament to, if you look at us, like me and Jake, we punch on behind the scenes. No one even knows.
Oh, they actually do.
On camera we kiss.
That's not even a joke.
On camera we kiss, but behind the scenes, mate, it's an absolute botching.
What happens in Brazil stays in Brazil. That's all I'll say.
Well, it didn't happen in Brazil. But
we almost slept in the same bed, but that's a story for another day.
That is a story that really would rather not surface back up. Look, I think that it's fair to say Xenox, the top 4 are actually shaping up as we thought they would at the start of the stage.
Yeah, certainly there's been some expectations that have been met, and especially from Bliss, for example, when we came into this stage, it was all about them being the number 1 team, and they've shown that. There's certainly been some little chinks in the armor when we saw that yesterday, of course, going to overtime. Every chance they could have lost that game. Even 6 targets today looked good. We've spoken at length about the Man Esports game too, where in the rounds they were close. So are they infallible? Absolutely not, but they are still the juggernaut and the team to take down in the playoffs.
Well, what I will say is we came in today expecting it to be D-Day, and well, for 2 teams, it was. We still have 4 teams fighting for that playoff spot. There's 3 opportunities left. It is going to be an absolute dogfight, and that will continue next Monday night, same place, same time. So do not miss that. But apart from that, let's just sign off. Thank you very much for joining us. Please take care, stay safe, good night, and say hello to your mum for me.
Breakdown.